The 2021 Wera Tour British Kart Championships season enters its second half, event 6 of the new season, and we're here at the Lakeland Stadium in Rowrah. Now, Rowrah is one of Britain's oldest karting venues. They've been racing karts around these hallowed bits of tarmac since 1959. This weekend, it's the turn of Bambino, IAME, X30 and KZ2 classes to hit this historic tarmac. As you can see, the Lake District in the north of England has its own different microclimate. Raining one minute, sunny the next, windy almost all the time. Now, the last time we were in action was at Lark Hall. Austin Newstead won a fantastic Bambino final. Zach Drummond has won 3 in a row in IAME Cadet. Leo Robinson and Macaulay Bishop shared the wins in Mini X30. In Junior X30, Oliver Stewart won twice on home territory, but Dan Ginchard still leads the championship, while Thomas Fleming took both wins in Senior X30, and it's Clayton Ravenscroft who still narrowly leads the points. The last time we saw the KZ2 gearbox karts was at Mansell Raceway, and who can forget that fantastic final win? It was a win for Ryan Cannon, but James Glenister leads the title chase. Glenister and defending champion Joe Charlton clashed at nearly 100 miles an hour at Mansell Raceway in one of the most memorable bits of karting that I've ever witnessed. Charlton won this event a year ago. He is out for revenge and to get his first win of his defending championship season. Let's find out what happens. You can catch it all here on Alpha Live. Please don't go away or miss a thing. Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Wera Tours British Kart Championships from the Lakeland Stadium, Rowrah. My name's Henry Beaudette. Joining me, as always, is Anthony Jordan. Apologies for those of you who have been waiting for this broadcast to come on. We're running a little bit late because, Anthony, as we said in the introduction, the Lake District here in the north of England has its own microclimate. That microclimate showed its capabilities this morning. We have been flooded here at the circuit, so we are running a little bit behind, but we are now getting ready to start the day's proceedings. We are indeed, yes. The heavens opened twice before we went live. The first time it flooded the circuit, and there is a look at the circuit. But yeah, it flooded the circuit once. It did that on Friday as well. And then the rains opened again just before we were about to get the track action restarted. But don't worry, it didn't flood again. We're actually managing to get back onto some form of schedule. But yes. But yeah, the circuit itself there, a beautiful circuit still in the hills of Cumbria, 1,040 metres. That would be the direct drive layout. It's 1,030 metres for the gearbox.
Yes, they miss out the bottom chicane. You can see the bottom side of your screen there, the bottom of the screen. The gearbox karts, they go straight through the Stewart S's. The direct drive classes actually go and use the S-bend of the Stewart S's. It's a 10-metre difference. Lots of up and downs, big elevation changes here, but the timetable, we have got plenty of racing for you. At the moment, the weather forecast, well, it was raining this morning. It's still very, very wet outside, but the weather's not there. It could dry up, but then again, who knows? Who knows what happens? The drivers don't know. But what the drivers do know is that we've got a packed day of racing coming up, starting very shortly with the remaining heat, the Bambino second heat. The Bambinos had one heat yesterday. Colby Patterson was the victor. After the Bambinos have finished their heat, then we're into the pre-finals. No repêchages, so everybody here this weekend in every class makes the pre-final and the grand final itself. Junior X30 at first, then Senior X30, then IAME Cadet, KZ2, the gearbox karts, That's race 18, and then it will be the last race, the pre-finals, is Mini X30. Now, at the end of the pre-final, here at the circuit, there will be a minute silence, which you can observe as well watching on the live stream, to remember the marshal that sadly lost their life at Brands Hatch last weekend. And of course, we talk about the marshals, the volunteers in motorsport, very a lot. Then this afternoon, so starting at 1:15 local time, we're into the finals. Bambino at first, then junior and senior X30. Anthony Jordan will be speaking to the winners at the end of each final. IAME Cadet, KZ2 and Mini X30 rounds out the day. Anthony, after watching the racing yesterday, we had the paddock show last night.
Yep.
We learned a lot of important things, like where Joe Charlton keeps his socks. How much?
Yeah.
You know, a lot of things about. But what we did learn is that in Mini X30, Macaulay Bishop has got things really going well for him. There is a live view of the start-finish line here at Rowrah. As you can see, there was a lake running across the bottom of your screen, but without further ado, the Bambinos are waiting, Anthony, and we are nearly set to go. So 14 Bambinos in total. Now, I was not with you at Lark Hall, although I have to say a big thank you for my present. I have been given an old and unimproved bottle of Iron Brew, courtesy of my co-commentator. Other soft drinks are obviously available, but not in this commentary box. What a final it was at Landau. I was watching the live stream. A big thank you to you and to Tom Butterworth, but let's run through the starting lineup, if you please, sir.
Oh, well, indeed. Colton Patterson will be starting on pole position with Austin Newstead alongside on row number 1. Joshua Griffin as well. They're starting on the second row with Max Gilman alongside Jack Baker and Max Tadej on row number 3 with Maximilian Abrahart and Harry Neeson rounding out row number 4. Austin Oman and Grayson Worthley on row number 5 with Josh Cormack and Harper Das on row number 6. Otis Cleary and Fraser Anderson rounding out the 7 rows. 14 karts, like you said, Henry, in total. And like we were saying, yeah, the final results from the Lark Hall round. What a final it was. Absolutely gripping stuff all the way to the line between Austin Newstead and Grayson Worthley. 0.09 between the two of them across the line.
Well, so the opening round at Clay Pigeon was won by Newstead. Jack Baker and Grayson Wortley were second and third. Newstead and Wortley first and second at Lark Hall. Josh Griffin third. So it's Newstead who leads the point standings, the halfway point of the championship, with 257 points, ahead of Grayson Wortley at 235. He's got a tie with second with Jack Baker. Max Gilman is fourth in the points. Colby Patterson, yesterday's race winner, is fifth in the championship standings. So wherever you are watching, whether it's the Wera Tools British Kart Championship Facebook page, whether it's the Wera Tools Facebook page, whether it is the Alpha Live YouTube channel or on motorsport.tv, hello, welcome to the Lakeland Stadium. This is the British Kart Championship round, or event 6. This is the third Bambino round of the thing. They're underneath the sort of on the demi-grid area, and you could see, just if you have a look at the back of the screen there, you can see the water running down the back of the thing where we've had a torrential downpour. You've got the number 24 kart on the left-hand side, and that's Colby Patterson. The number 74 is Austin Newstead. The number 33 is Josh Griffin. Looking back there, the number 66, that's Max Tadej. The number 50 kart is Max Gilman. The number 17 kart, the third kart on the left-hand side, that would be Jack Baker.
Newstead just with a visor wipe there, and just make sure it's extra clean, ready for good visibility out there.
Yes, indeed.
Clear that iridium visor, your favourite.
Oh, iridium. I love a bit of iridium, I do.
You do indeed. There you go. Even though, despite the fact that there is rain out there, you can see Wellingtons everywhere, there is always still a mechanic in shorts.
Yeah, and of course, this is the only class where they're allowed, you know, the people are on track to help the drivers, you know. It's certainly not a day for sandals and flip-flops. There's a mechanic that almost lost that ankle there as they darted out of the way. So, ladies and gentlemen, a big hello to everybody out on the the chat line. We've got some drivers that are in the paddock watching, so a big hello there. I hope that Kip Losky is focusing on his upcoming race. But a big hello to Jan Echtman out in Germany as said hello, and we're glad to have you from wherever you are watching in the world. young Bambinos, aged between 6 and 8, Anthony. Last year at Rowrah, Luca Holmes-Ballock won this final. Edward Haynes was second, Finley Hinds was third. Edward Haynes went on to win the championship. Luca Holmes-Ballock has now moved up into the cadet. Oh, and there's a spin for poor old Max Gilman in kart number 50. They're all on, well, the Bambinos are on wet tyres anyway. Let's have a quick guide round the circuit. You're coming out of Iredale's hairpin. You're going down the back straight now. You've got the quarry to the left of you into the Stuart S's, which is where you are now. The Stuart S's, that comes out onto the sort of the crest of rise. You go over this dip, down the hill towards St John's Bend. We're going to be coming into St John's Bend shortly. Out of St John's Bend into Sunny Bend. So there's the entrance to St John's on our screens now. Very, very tricky corner. Out of St John's, hard on the brakes, into Sunny Bend. And then you come out of Sunny Bend, uphill into Paddock Bend, that tight apex that flows all the way out, then downhill onto the start-finish straight. Now, it's going to be a standing start. I mean, the last race, Lark Hall was the last round of this. Before then, we were at Mansell Raceway. Two different types of circuit you cannot, hope to imagine. Mansell, billiard table smooth, very, very flat. Lark Hall, very tight and twisty, but with a decent bit of elevation change. This is a different kettle of fish. This is a real driver's track, very physical. Every corner is different. The curbs are vicious. The elevation change, nothing is flat whatsoever. It's not a circuit that was designed on a computer. This was carved out of the natural contours of the land. There's the big Cumbria Kart Club timing building. And we've got a kart missing from the 4th row of the grid. That is Maximilian Abrahart, who is not out there. But Anthony, we've got a green flag waving. We wait for the lights to go out. We are off and racing. It's a good start from the outside of the front row from number 74, Austin Newstead, Colby Patterson, wheel to wheel into the first chicane.
Cleary with a good start as well from the back of the grid, moves up onto, moving up a fair few positions. Up the hill they go, the Mini Eau Rouge here at Rowrah. They can't see anything, they just see a wall of track as they exit from the start-finish straight. Down the main straight they go into the first of the hairpins. And that's again,
McRae's hairpin, out of McRae's. The background there, you can just see somebody having a quick spin, but it's Patterson and Newstead, and just look, it gives you some idea, ladies and gentlemen, of the amount of, amount of standing water there was. Oh, Patterson runs wide, they're almost into the bark chippings, and down the back straight we go to the left, well, to the right of your screen, to the left of the drivers. There's a very deep quarry full of water.
Oh yeah, you definitely don't want to
don't want to go in there. There's an old Ford Cortina and 4 oil drums in there. I've seen it, trust me. Now out the Stuart S's, and up there's Newstead. So tracking the race leader into St John's, down the hill, and again we're going to see some great overtaking manoeuvres coming out of this corner into Sunny there. You've got then up the hill towards Paddock. There's Max Gilman in that purple and green machine. So a good first lap of this 10 minutes plus 1 lap heat race.
Yes, indeed. Across the line they go. They cross the line with Newstead from Griffin. Gilman up into P3. Colby Patterson, the 24, not had the best of starts, has dropped 3 places at the moment. Currently sitting in 4th place from Jack Baker from Wortley. Then it is today Oman, Neeson, Das, Cormac, Anderson, Cleary, and like you said, Maximilian Abrahart has not started this race. So 13 karts out on track and 8 minutes to go, plus that 1 additional lap. On your screen is the 17 on your screen of Jack Baker, currently 3rd in the championship. And
I noticed Otis Cleary making a move there at the back of the field. He was one of the drivers, I've got to say, that was one of the hard luck drivers at Lark Hall in the final. I mean, drove fantastically well.
He did.
But obviously had a problem at the end of that final, or there was an issue at the end of the final. But I mean, good to see some of these youngsters that we didn't know at the start of the year really making good progress. There's yesterday's winner, the number 24 of Colby Patterson. He won yesterday's heat quite convincingly, had that brief moment, but he's now moving into 3rd position. He's challenging Josh Griffin for 2nd as they come into St John's, and we'll see them come into screen. So the Newstead has got a handy lead, but yeah, so Patterson up into P2 from the number 33 kart of Griffin. What can Josh Griffin do? Coming out of Paddock, takes a nice tight line, gets on the power early. This is going to be a brave move, Anthony. Is he going to look for it going into the first chicane? No. quite rightly so as well.
No, I think so. Oh, there's Patterson with a 5-second time penalty as well, the 24.
Oh no, Colby Patterson, that's not good. Couldn't quite see. Maybe a jump start.
It could be.
Maybe a jump start. Right. But well, he showed the pace that he's already started to pull away from Josh Griffin. We've seen the rest of the field file through there. There's the number 21 down at the back of the grid. That would be Josh Cormack, who down on my entry list is number 12, but obviously isn't. He's got number 21 on his cart. So the mad scramble for a pen here in the commentary room.
Yeah.
But there we go. So 6.5 minutes to go down the back straight. See that now, that bit of standing water on the inside of the circuit, that is going to put off drivers from making a lunge, because you can dive right at the inside and make a pass there going into the Stewart S's down the hill. So again, you crest the rise over the sort of the yump and then down into St John's Bend. That's where the St John's ambulance normally goes. Again, in these conditions, you're staying well off the curbs. In the dry, you're seeing drivers use those curbs an awful lot. They're very careful coming out of Sunny Bend not to run onto the rumble strips. And looks like we've got a move there. That's the number 70 car, Grayson Wortley, who is trying a move on Jack Baker for 5th position into the first chicane. You can see the motorsport-timing.co.uk vehicles in the background. And a big thank you to Ian Rogers and the rest of his team for providing us with all the graphics and timing solutions that we have in this championship. The rest of the field now head down towards Iredales. No, that's McRae's. Up towards Iredales now. Wortley in the number 70 cart, still trying to make a move on Jack Baker. Will he make a move there? Avoiding the inside curb as well. So your normal dry weather line is not something used in the wet. There's the number 10 cart now. That's Harry Neeson. Will Harry Neeson tuck right to the inside? You'll see the standing water there at the bottom. Will he risk going through it? No, he doesn't.
Yeah, stays clear of it, which is good driving. And again, you can just see how much it washes out wide there. So even if you take that tighter line, it's not going to benefit you on the outside. And we'll see that in some of the classes where they're much bigger grids. You'll see that they'll go into that one and there'll be a huge concertina effect. And if you do go for that inside line, you'll find that you'll probably get washed out wide as everyone then cuts back underneath you. So you'll have to keep an eye on that one. Dancing with those curbs, aren't they? They're dangerous games.
Even the Bambinos, they know that to get round here quickly, you need to use the curbs.
Yeah.
But in the wet, those curbs are so dangerous. However, the temptation, you just think, oh, is it dry enough? Because there, you're slipping over those painted curbs. It's going to be a lot more slippery in the wet than they are in the dry. And of course, the painted curbs are more slippery than wet tarmac. Painted wet curbs are even worse.
Yes.
So, but again, they know that they can pick up a couple of tenths by using them if they get it right. Now, here's a battle still. Baker holding off Wortley. This is for 5th position. Newstead leads Patterson by half a second. Patterson has that 5-second penalty, though. Griffin is 3rd. Gilman is 4th. This is the battle for 5th. Now, what can Wortley do?
Let's see as they go into there. Here's a little look further on, because Patterson has closed right onto the back of Newstead now. This is the battle for the race lead on your screens as they go out of the S's, down the hill. They'll go through this little kink here into the braking zone of St John's. And again, a very high curb there. You'll find again, they'll avoid that one. They'll take the wet racing line into Sunny Bend. And again, they'll just wash out. They'll go nice and wide, taking as much track as they can, holding that momentum, because as I say, with these small Coma 50 engines, you know, it is all about just holding that momentum as they exit out now, back onto the start-finish straight. Looking for a look down the inside there, but couldn't quite do it. And look who's now catching up as well. It is the
Griffin. Josh Griffin, sorry.
Griffin, he's closing in.
Really good to see. Now, Patterson's got to try and get past you. He's up the inside. Oh, dear, there's the number 51 cart of Fraser Anderson, one of our Scottish drivers that has stopped. And now here's the battle for the race lead. So Patterson needs to get past Newstead. 3 minutes to go. He needs to get past Newstead and clear off. The more they battle, and there's the number 95 of Harper Das having a brief rotation.
Yes, an unintentional rotation.
Yes, an unintentional rotation.
Yes.
Like an Olympic gymnast. An unintentional rotation, minus 4 points.
Yeah, I know, exactly that. 2.5 minutes plus that one additional lap. Out of the S's they go. Once more down the hill, holding that momentum and finding that way there. Look how close now Patterson is to Newstead. Pulls out of the slipstream, throws the dummy down the inside into St John's. Good move. Got to watch out here because he could get the switch over.
He got his inside wheel on the curbs there coming in, and you could see the cart just like wiggle Newstead almost came back. Oh, Honda, now Patterson. This is game on. And Patterson just took the racing line. Newstead very, very close. So, Colby Patterson crossed the start-finish line as the race leader, but he's got a 5-second penalty. At the moment, these three karts are they're 6.5 seconds in front of fourth place Max Gilman. There goes Harper Das off for a brief rotation once again. So at the moment, Colby Patterson has the lead, but even with his penalty applied, he's going to take third place in this one, which is good news. Newstead and Griffin hanging on, though, so Patterson's not going to put a 5-second gap on these two, but I mean, at the moment, he's got third place in the bag, which is very good, considering he's got a time penalty.
It is indeed. We'll have to see what will happen at the end of this race. 90 seconds plus that one additional lap. There at the front, Patterson in the white helmet, the 24, leading the way from Newstead and Griffin, but like we say, at the moment, with that penalty, is looking like we'll be finishing in 5th place on paper. First on track, we'll just have to see what happens. The rest of the field as they slot through as well. Gilman's still there in 4th place. Baker still there in 5th place as well. Grayson Wortley in 6th place, up 4 positions, so a great start from Grayson. Harry Neeson is up into 7th place. Austin Oman up into 8th. Max Tadde's not had the best start. No. He has dropped down 3 places, but is still there in the top 10 at the moment. Otis Cleary up 3 places now into P10, so a great start from Otis, with Josh Cormack, Harper Das, and Freda Anderson, the 51, who has now retired, obviously, which we saw with that breakdown issue. Yes,
so we've got 12 karts still running. Patterson trying to pull away. So the real battle for the race win is between the 74 and the 33, Newstead and Griffin. Now, I say Austin Newstead leads the championship at the moment. He's scored maximum points in the heats at Clay Pigeon and won the final. Max Gilman was scored maximum points in the heats at Lark Hall, but Newstead came back to win the final and score maximum points. So he's got a healthy advantage at the moment. But with Patterson going to finish 3rd, Newstead, I think, could possibly take maximum heat points here if he stays where he is and wins this one. We'll have to see. That's what Josh Griffin is trying to prevent.
I mean, in terms of points, Grayson Wortley and Jack Baker entered this race weekend on joint points. Yes. 235 points apiece for 2nd place.
And they're 5th and 6th. They're locked together in this race. Here we go. There's a move. And that is Josh Griffin. Good move. He runs wide, though, coming out of Sunny. Can Newstead try the crossover move coming out of pass? So this is effectively for the race victory. Patterson is has got a 5-second penalty in the number 24 kart. That will relegate him to 3rd overall, and you can see as they start the final lap, defence is on. Griffin versus Newstead through the first chicane and onto the main straight, onto the first main straight, down towards hairpin number 1, which is McRae's.
Yeah, now this is good news for Patterson, of course, with that 5-second time penalty, but he's not pulling away as fast as I think he'd like. So out of, like you say, the first hairpin, McRae's in towards Iredale's. They'll go through that damp patch there, and you can see on the inside line that there's a long stretch of standing water. So that, when it comes to the other groups of diving down the inside, is going to make it very difficult.
And what that camera angle doesn't show is it's a steep uphill climb into Iredale's, and now the karts are going downhill. I mean, this is a fearsome circuit. I mean, this is downhill. Then we're into the Stuart S's. This is the flat bit of track, but as soon as you come out of the Stuart S's, you can see the undulations. You're going up over a yump and then down, hard in towards, so downhill, flat out. Then find your braking point. Even trickier in the wet. Griffin defends, still going downhill, and now off camber, heading back uphill to paddock. Briefly, you hit the apex, which is sort of level there, but now downhill once again to the checkered flag, Josh Griffin. Well, Colby Patterson takes the win on the road. Griffin is 2nd, Newstead is 3rd. Patterson with his 5-second penalty. Now, where is Max Gilman? There he comes across the line. The gap 8 seconds, so Patterson easily slots into 3rd. Gilman is 4th. Baker 5th. Wortley 6th. Then it's Neeson, today, Austin Oman, Otis Cleary there with Otis on the front of his car. That's how I knew that. I've learned how to read, Anthony. Look at that.
Very good.
4-letter words anyway, and Otis is a 4-letter word. It is. There we go. Josh Cormack, Harper Das, the last 2 karts running, with Fraser Anderson retiring and Max Abrahart failing to start.
at that. Well, there we go. As the Bambinos make their way into the circuit, there is a look at the pending Paul Klassen results, of course.
Pending Paul Klassen. We spoke to Paul Klassen.
We did indeed, yeah.
And you'll hear from Paul Klassen during the course of the day, you know, as one of our features that we filmed yesterday.
Yep, there is the race results as they finish on track. Obviously, Colby Patterson crossing the line first, but on paper will obviously go down 1 or 2 positions into P3. It was Griffin from Newstead, Gilman, Baker, Wortley, Neeson. Today, then it was Oman, Cleary, Cormac, Das, Anderson and Abrahart not finishing the race, with Abrahart not actually starting the race. There is the 95 Harper Das going past your screen. That is the first race of the day, and that is the last of the actual heats over the weekend, of course. We now go into the pre-finals, because it's now time for some Junior X30.
So we had an entry of 37. That, I think, has been trimmed to 34 altogether. So we had 1 or 2 withdrawals late in the day. So that's why we do not have repechage for you. A glance at the heat results very quickly yesterday in time qualifying. Well, Marcus Luzio and Harry Burgoyne Jr. won the 2 qualifying sessions. They were split. We had 3 heats in total. Harry Burgoyne Jr. won the opening heat race from Oliver Stewart and Sam Shaw. Dan Ginchard won the second heat, the championship leader, Dan Ginchard, from Luzio and Shaw again. Then in the third and final heat, Burgoyne Jr. took his second win from Luzio and Oliver Stewart. And I think, as we mentioned, Oliver Stewart, Oliver Stewart's nan was so kind to give us some shortbreads, some very tasty shortbreads, and to give you some chocolates from Golspie, which I ate on your behalf. Thank you very much. Should we have a little look at the start? Moving swiftly on.
Well, no. I think we should move swiftly on. I think, you know, I was gifted some chocolate. You did eat it. There we go. But yeah, well, let's move swiftly on, shall we?
The starting lineup.
Yes, indeed.
In a minute.
In a minute, yeah.
Now in a minute. Okay, well, let's have a quick look at the championship standings. Daniel Ginchard leads after 4 rounds. This is a 7-round championship, so at the end of today, we've still got 2 rounds to go in this championship. Ginchard leads. Archie Walker, winner at Mansell, but that was for a different class. That was Rotax. I'm getting all confuzzed.
All confuzzled.
All confuzzled. Archie Walker is second. Bart Harrison is third in the point standings. Oliver Stewart, courtesy of a double race win at Lark Hall, is fourth in the point standings. Olivier Algieri, our opening round winner at Shennington, is 5th in points. Looking back to a year ago here at Rowrah, and 2020, of course, 2 finals at Rowrah. It was a double-header. Josh Rowledge, Bart Harrison and Daryl DeLeon were the top 3 in the first final. Oliver Greenall, Bart Harrison and Josh Rowledge in the second final. So of all the drivers that are here, Bart Harrison, the number 3 plate car, the driver for Mick Barrett Racing, is the best placed, and has got the most current form. In terms of a current form guide, he is the man, so to speak. But 34 drivers, it's going to be very, very tight indeed. One of the heat races yesterday, Marcus Luzio had a fantastic start, was leading by about 3 seconds at the end of lap number 1. Dan Ginchard was second, and Ginchard just went steaming in. Came steaming up and past him. It was absolutely fantastic to watch. There is the view of the assembled masses down at the demi-grid area. You can see, well, Harry Burgoyne Jr., the 3rd kart on the front, the Strawberry Racing Tony kart, number 68, the Scotsman. Marcus Luzio, his Strawberry Racing teammate in the number 11, you can see on the far right of your screen. So you've got the first few rows of the grid. Now the drivers in the far left, the front 2 rows, the number 20 and the number 14. That's Lorenzo Cordal and Josh Agenbar. They're actually starting on the 9th row of the grid. So you've got the first 8 rows on the right-hand side of your screen, and then you've got the remaining runners on the left-hand side of your screen. I'm trying to see, on our paddock trot yesterday, Anthony, did we run into any of the Junior X30 drivers? We may have done.
We may have done.
But let's have a look at the starting lineup.
Let's look at the starting lineup indeed. Yes, as you called it, Harry Burgoyne Jr. starting on pole position. Marcus Luzio, like I say, alongside, had a great day yesterday. Dan Ginchard and Oliver Stewart rounding out row number 2. Sam Shaw and Bart Harrison on row 3, with Theon McLaughlin and Olivia Algieri on row number 4. Archie Walker and Harvey Ryby on row 5, with Brandon Templeton and Charlie Rippin on row 6. Nathan Clifford and Mackay Singh on row 7, with Jessica Edgar and Aidan Lynn on row number 8. Lorenzo Cordell and then Josh Angenbar on row 9, rounding out the top 20. Kanato Lee and Harry Cottrell on row number 10. Milo Pilfold and Charlie Webb on row 11, with Jack Cox and Freddie Allum on row 12. Matthew Hyde and Gabriel Stilp on row 13, with Connor Duncan, who I don't think is actually going to be taking part today. He had
his wrist.
Yeah, his wrist from yesterday, so he is still here at the track, but Joseph Rippin there will be starting on his lonesome on row 14. Brandon Carr and Reese Newburn on row 15, with Kieran Gohill and Reese Lomax on row 16. Sienna Gordon and David McIntyre round out the grid on row 17.
Yeah, newcomer to the championship, privateer driver from Scotland, David McIntyre. Here we go. Well, the Junior X30, some fantastic racing this year. We didn't speak to Bart Harrison on our on our paddock show yesterday, but he made his presence known in the McBarrett awning when we went in there, jumping around the place, waving £5 for some strange reason, known only to him.
No,
but it was good to see that he was having a good laugh with his mates, which is what we want to see off track. Hard racing on it, lots of fun off it. Burgoyne on your left, then Lucio. Ginchard, watch the number 49 Argenti Motorsport driver. He absolutely loves these conditions, does Dan Ginchard. It's not proper wet, they're all on wet tyres. It's not raining, but the track is nice and greasy. Oh, and there's a spin at the start there, and that is not a clean start. Now, that looked like it was Bart Harrison getting clipped by Olivier Algieri on the... as they came around to the start, so that is a false start. I'm not sure if we can see that again, but as they came around paddock, and that is the number 83 going quite slowly. There's Oliver Stewart there and Dan Ginchard having a bit of a conversation with one another.
Well, that's David McIntyre, and he's already, his nose cone is just come off. It's come off already.
And of course, he was right at the back, and of course, everybody else checking up in front. He's got spray, he's got steam. Let's have a look again. Now, look at Harrison Algieri on the top right of your screen there. It was, I think, Harrison probably got sideways. Algieri getting pushed from behind. Oh, great camera there. Let's have a little look. Yeah, you can see there that all the drivers in the outside row of the grid are pushing. Harrison there getting a bit of wheel spin there. He gets clipped around. Algieri's getting pushed behind, so there's going to be plenty of nose cones down there. Harvey Ryby in the number 71 kart. You can see the 42 of Harry Cottrell, the S8 racing machine, moving off there. So
look, this replay here, you'll really see the nose. Oh, it just appeared there. But yeah, you'd have seen the nose there of McIntyre again. It just dropping off. But right, we'll try again. Now, this is what Mr. Burgoyne likes to do. He likes to really back the pack up.
Well, and that is his right as the pole sitter.
Yeah, he has that right.
And then they're going to come into the tram lines, and this time we are go. There we go, into turn number 1 as the rain returns. You can see on your camera, on our cameras, that the rain is falling again, but they're all over the curb still. That's sketchy, that's really sketchy. Well done, drivers. And now, bumping. You can see the helmets going as they all lock up into McRae's hairpin. The leaders are away cleanly. Oh, there's Sam Shaw in the number 7 kart. Oh, Harrison's in trouble again. That's his teammate, the number 16, Brandon Templeton, also involved. Oh, dear.
That was Milo Pilfold facing the wrong way there at Iredale's
the white
as well.
egg. The white egg was going around. He's undercooked at the moment, let's just say that. But up at the front, Burgoyne Jr. in the 68 leads Ginchard, leads the premium karting number 7 of Sam Shaw, but not much longer. There's a good move from Sam Shaw. Oh, stands on the brakes, and Ginchard can't get the undercut back. So, strong move there from Sam Shaw in kart number 7. They're all chasing Harry Burgoyne Jr.
Yeah, that was a good start then.
Oh, look at the rain.
Look at the rain that's coming down now. Oh, my goodness me.
Now, they're all on wet tyres, so that's not a problem. The problem that we have is the track is flooding. The ground is so saturated here, and I've got to say, as they're coming out of that first chicane, they're dancing over the curves. That is tremendous kart control. There's a move from Marcus Lucio on Dan Ginchard, and now Oliver Stewart there, the number 17 kart for Jade Racing, also trying to go through there, but Ginchard slipping back into 4th place.
Yeah.
and Burgoyne Jr. and Sam Shaw pulling away. So we've got 10.5 minutes to go. The rain is pelting down. Now we have to see, does the track maintain, do we get any standing water? Does the track start to flood? Hopefully not. But I know the marshal officials will be looking very, very closely as Kinchard fights back, gets his elbows out.
Yeah, Lucio comes back on the circuit, but there Oliver Stewart was on track as well. That's allowed the 29 and the 91 to go through. There's a look at some of the standing water that's on the circuit here, but back at turn 1, the Mini Eau Rouge here at Rowrah, they go up the hill. That was very dancing with danger there all the way along the track as they run wide.
You've got curb, then you've got grass block, then you've got like tarmac, then you've got grass itself. There's 4 different surfaces there offline, and they're flat chat, and you can see them drive. Great driving there, got to say.
Yeah.
Archie Walker in the number 91. There he is. Then the 17 of Oliver Stewart. You can see Harvey Ryby in the 71, the 47 of Jessica Edgar. Now, Jessica Edgar. Okay, so Jessica Edgar is George Edgar's sister, and it's Justin Edgar, who's an ex-driver, is their dad. So it was Justin, Jessica, George. Then it was George. Jason Edgar, and he's the dad of Johnny Edgar, who's currently in the Red Bull Young Driver Programme, and Johnny's sister Jo Edgar. They were all here yesterday, locals to the track.
They like Jay.
You can have any name you want, as long as it begins with J.
Yeah.
So it's Justin, Jessica, George, Jason, Joe, Johnny. That's the Edgar family tree here in racing. And Terry Edgar, the dad, and Nanny Edgar was also a mean kart racer back in her day.
There you go.
Moving swiftly on.
Karting runs in the veins.
Yeah, and they were saying that they took about Kart Masters last weekend. They've only won 2 GP plates, but the family have won 10 British Open titles between them.
Oh, there you go.
There we are. Now, there's the number 29 Kart, the Fusion Motorsport entry of Ireland's Fionn McLaughlin. Interesting, and getting to watch the race is one of the only advantages of not streaming the Saturday heats is that we get a chance to go out and watch them. Now, this circuit, the layout is such, you've got that high camera shot that we've got coming into Iredale's hairpin. Well, there's a spectator area there going up the cliffside, and so you've got mechanics and teams. They're communicating with fellow team members that are like where the camera shot is now on the main paddock area at the outside of paddock, and they're just communicating back and forth. What's going on there. Fionn McLaughlin, I think, was yesterday watching one of him. He was getting a little bit overexcited. The part of the Fusion was saying, just calm down, and Fionn looks like he's a little bit more in control of the go-kart today than he was yesterday. There's a good shot of the field streaming through. There's McLaughlin now closing in on Archie Walker for 5th position, and you can see there now. Again, the drivers that are handling well, you can see Oliver Stewart there, hands low on the wheel, bolt upright in the seat. He's not scrubbing off too much speed. You Walker there, the steering input still trying to maintain it. The back end steps out, so you've got to make a brief adjustment. McLaughlin, on the other hand, there was no need to make the adjustment, so that kart is handling better in the wet. Walker is really pushing this number 91 KR Sport kart. He's really working much harder, whereas McLaughlin looks far more relaxed. He's just following the line. Same for Oliver Stewart.
Yeah, as they go through that, a little bit of a oversteer correction there for Stewart into the braking zone of Paddock Bend. Gets the power on though, comes down the hill, is close right up to the back now of McLaughlin as they go up the hill. Clouting those curbs as they go through. That's allowed Stewart to really close that gap. Expect a lunge here into the braking zone. Defensive goes McLaughlin. Yep,
McLaughlin, but now it's a crossover. Watch the crossover from Oliver Stewart.
Can't quite do it. Cannot get the Ben and Jerry's down.
Yes. But up into Iredale's hairpin. Now downhill again. Walker, by virtue of the fact that McLaughlin had to be defensive, he's got a tiny bit of breathing space now. We're watching the battle for 5th, 6th and 7th. We've got 6.5 minutes to go. 33 karts started this race. 33 karts still run. It's Burgoyne Jr. by 1.4 seconds over Shaw, who has got a 1.2 second gap over 3rd place Dan Ginchard. Then it's Lucio in 4th. This battle for 5th between the 91 of Walker, the 29 of McLaughlin and the 17 of Stewart. 8th is Harvey Ryby. Now we're looking at 9th and 10th place. That's Lorenzo Cordal in the 20. Olivier Algeri in the 38. That's 9th and 10th. Then it's Charlie Rippin 11th. Jessica Edgar is 12th. Bart Harrison is 13th. Kanato Lee is 14th. Then it's Josh Agambar, Brandon Carr, Nathan Clifford, Aidan Lynn, Brandon Templeton, Matthew Hyde, Gabriel Stilp, Jack Cox, Charlie Webb, Freddie Allam, Nikai Singh, Joseph Rippin, Milo Pilfold, Reese Lomax, Sienna Gordon, Reese Newburn, Harry Cottrell, Kian Gohill and David McIntyre. That's the running order, and that's the number 14 premium karting machine of Josh Agenbar running very wide, and that, I think, is our first retirement of the race, and that, I think, was, sadly, Charlie Webb.
We will definitely confirm that in a moment.
Well, I'm just thinking, Charlie Webb. Has Charlie Webb moved teams? I could have sworn he was with a different team at the start of the year. Precision Racing. He's now with Fusion Racing, and his luck seems to have maintained its current trajectory, sadly.
Yeah, that was Nathan Clifford down the inside of the 14 of Josh Agenbar, the Premier Karting driver. There, the 48 on your screens as well. Aidan Lynn for Red Waft Racing.
Here's Harrison.
Yeah, Harrison down the inside, not sporting his usual helmet. He's got a different style. He's got more of an orange.
Yeah, he's only got the crosses at George on his crash helmet, but maybe a new lid for today's, or for this weekend, or maybe that's his wet weather lid, because with the visors and everything, that some drivers, they do have a dry helmet and a wet helmet.
Brandon Carr there.
Crash helmet.
Yeah, 5-second time penalty for the Fusion driver. That is suboptimal.
Yes.
That's
down the hill, down the hill, down the hill, into St John's side by side. There goes the number 30.
Brandon Carr.
Passing his Fusion Motorsport teammate, the number 47, which was Jessica Eggen. Now, Jessica's gone backwards a little bit in this race, and there's the Lorenzo Cordal having a peak. That's a striking crash helmet for Lorenzo going through there. You see that one coming in down a dark alley.
Well, indeed. Having a look at some of the big movers up in this race. Biggest mover is definitely going to be the 30 of Brandon Carr, who's now up 16 places into P13. But, of course, has just received that 5-second time penalty, so will then drop back down the order a little bit. But, again, one of the bigger movers out there as well. Gabriel Stilt, the number 12, has done an all-right job as well. There he is on your screen, currently making up more moves as he's getting the waft out of that crop promotion cart.
And Gabriel, we saw his dad Jonathan working on his engine in the back of the Grice van last night. Yeah, it was on our paddock walk.
Yeah.
So we know that engine's been worked on overnight.
Yeah.
And Gabriel there, Kanato Lee getting a warning flag. In this battle as well, you've got the number 48 of Aidan Lynn. That's another red waft cart. There's the Mad Croc of the number 12 Gabriel Stilt, the 14 of Josh Agenbar just behind the and there's creeping into this picture the number 51 of Matthew Hyde.
Yeah, the rookie.
Now at Kim Bolton, Matthew Hyde was absolutely superb. You're pointing at the screen, Anthony. Tell me.
Well, it was there. The 16 of Brandon Templeton tried to go down the inside of Stilpin 2. The Eau Rouge here at Rowrah.
Yes. It's strange now, Matthew Hyde. It's been part of the rookie. Kim Bolton obviously suited him.
Yeah.
On a hot day, Kim Bolton. That was Matthew Hyde's real strong point. Rowrah in the soaking wet, maybe not so much. He's down in the mid-pack. None of this should detract from the fact that Harry Burgoyne Jr. is 1.5 seconds at the road, leading Sam Shaw. Now, Burgoyne Jr. is somebody has decided to park in the barriers.
Charlie Rippin, the 22.
Oh, the MLC Motorsport driver. Charlie Rippin, yes, he has, and he's looking round now. That looks a mechanical problem, not necessarily a driver problem.
Yeah, it's pulled over to the side of the track and trying to get that thing fired up again. There was lots of issues that we saw in the junior class yesterday. I think some of the chains were too tight as we saw carts coming in when we were over there. But side by side here, up into the chicane, and again everyone's slotting back into position. The rain has subsided once more. The spray is still out there. Oh, there you go, the 14 there, just getting a little left out there. Josh Agenbar there, but side by side there.
And that's wheel to wheel. That's Jessica Edgar in the 47 and the 32 of Nathan Clifford, chopping and changing. And everyone else, this group of 5 or 6 behind them, have got to stand on the anchors up at Iredale's. And look at this. This is wheel to wheel. Jessica. Little bit of sticker swapping there as they went into Stuart S's there, but Jessica comes out in front. You were pointing the nose cone on, but of course with that incident at the first start, and then that concertina effect into McRae's hairpin in the first lap, I would say there's going to be plenty of nose cone penalties at the end of this one. Lots and lots and lots.
I have to say.
There's Clifford side wheel to wheel with Kanato Lee this time. Now Kanato Lee is like, and Clifford having a little nibble at the inside of Jessica Edgar's side pod again, going through Eau Rouge. But Kanato Lee didn't start one of his heats yesterday. There was a problem with a mechanical problem with the car on the dummy grid, which prevented Kanato from getting going again. And still B on the outside. He slides it up. Here comes Brandon Templeton in the Mick Barrett, number 16. His nose cone is looking somewhat bedraggled. A bit 3 wide, Anthony. 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't go 3 wide into this braking zone. They slot back into place. A little look further up the order there. Still in the middle of this, well, gaggle of karts as they go down. But I have to say, Jessica Egger, elbows out, has managed to keep this pack all at bay with that time. And now, with only 10 seconds to go, leading this pack currently as they go through in 13th place. This is 13th onwards as they go through, still down the inside of the 32 of Clifford. Gets it done as well.
Kanato Lee, and this is that sometimes this is what happens. You get a race where, you know, things get a bit tasty early on, and then the drivers are getting upset, you know, because they think, well, I've seen my nose cone go down, so I know. And then they just get a bit frustrated, and then things degenerate. Yeah. Which that was at risk of happening there. But here is your race leader, Harry Burgoyne Jr. He got his first podium of the season and the first final at Larkhall. He was a podium finisher in this class last year in his first season out of cadets. But this year is his second season in the class, and he's really, really coming on strong. He's starting to look like he's a dominant force. Sam Shaw, last year 7th place driver in the championship. Again, very, very consistent. He's only had 1 podium finish so far this year. He needs to start picking that up. And Dan Ginchard, our championship leader, is sort of watching things unfold. He's got, well, before dropped scores come into play, you know, he's got, 38-point lead in the championship, so he can afford not to battle in a race like this. Halfway round the final lap, DJ. Yep,
it's good stuff from the front of these drivers again. Just having a calm race, because of course this is the pre-final. This is determining where they're going to start for their final a little bit later on today, of course. So again, these drivers, they'll be like, you know what, I'm third, I'm happy with that, I can deal with that, I'll just deal with it when it comes to the final. There is no point trying to push my kart too much, because of course they've got to, I suspect they've got to keep these wet tyres all the way through the rest of the day, so you know they don't want to use them too much.
Yep, exactly. So 1 corner to go. Harry Burgoyne Jr. lights to flag victory for the Scotsman in the pre-final at Junior X30 here at Rowrah. Shaw is second, Ginchard is third, Lucio a quiet run to 4th. Then it's McLaughlin 5th, Stewart 6th, Archie Walk across the line in 7th. Then a big gap back to Algieri in 8th, Ryby is 9th, Cordal 10th, Brandon Carr 11th, Bart Harrison 12th, and then here's the battle of the 13th that we concentrated on. Jessica Edgar takes it from Gabriel Still, Josh Agenbach, Kanato Lee, Nathan Clifford, Matthew Hyde, Ain Lynn. Top 20 for Mickey Singh and the Dan Holland Racing team. Well done to Mickey. Brandon Templeton is 21st, 22nd for Jack Cox, and it's Milo Pilfold, Joseph Rippin in 24th, followed by Reese Lomax, and this is Reese's first time here at the circuit on the ARC chassis for Class and Motorsport, so he finishes 25th. Then Freddie Allen, Reese Newburn, Sienna Gordon, Kian Gohill, David McIntyre makes it home at the end. Harry Cottrell we saw retiring just at the end for S8 Racing. Sadly, we saw Charlie Webb retire, and Connor Duncan failed to start. I did say that I would Connor's staying in the same hotel that I'm staying in this weekend, and saw him this morning, and he just said, and his dad said, no, we're gonna stay and watch. So I did say that if Connor was around, I boot you out the commentary box and commentate with Connor for a little bit.
Go for it. But, yeah, I'm fine. I'll sit at the sidelines. Yeah.
No, I'm joking. But I mean, Connor. So unfortunately, the young Scotsman has kind of it's horrible. You know, he had that. Yeah. But in all seriousness, Connor was a cadet last year. He knows this is going to be a learning year, so he's racing against drivers that are a lot older, a lot physically stronger. This circuit, I mean, there's some sort of idea of the topography of the circuit. This is not a track you want to try and drive around when you have a damaged wrist. No. You know, this is not fun whatsoever. Ooh, look at that. That's a lovely see-through wetsuit there. Not quite sure about the shape of the hood. I think there is a design flaw there in that, but the MLC Motorsport team picking up Charlie Rippin's kart.
At this point, I'd usually say 3 minutes to go plus 1 additional lap, but there isn't a race on at the moment, so I can't say. But what I can say is that it's Senior X30 coming up next.
Lovely. pre-final time. Oh, Anthony, are you trying to say that it was more relaxing not having me with you in Lark Hall and having Tom Butterworth alongside you?
Well, I've not aged that weekend. I have aged already this weekend already.
Nothing to worry about at all. Senior X30, another almost full grid, actually, another almost full grid. We did have 36. I think the circuit got special dispensation to run a 36 kart outfit. I'm sorry. When I say outfit, I just see Chris Walker from kartpicks.net walk in wearing a very fetching weather outfit. There we are. So the GP plate, the newly crowned GP plate of Harry Platten.
That was an electric final there, wasn't it?
That was an electric final. So he is there now. We have a full look at the starting rundown. So it'll be Platten, the BMR restart team, on the front row of the grid, alongside Thomas Fleming, a double winner last time out at Lark Hall. Then it's Clayton Ravenscroft, championship leader, starting third, alongside Caden McQueen. Caden McQueen 11th in the point standings. Then it's Thomas Turner and Gus Lawrence on row 3. Sam Heading and Caleb Marshall are on row 4. Alessandro Serenetti and Kian Shields, guest driver this round, on row 5. Darryl De Leon and Joseph Taylor share row number 6. Row 7 is Brad Pennell and Archie Tillett. Row 8, Guy Cunnington and Lewis Mackey. Row 9, Marcus Littlewood and Aaron Walker. He had a crash yesterday for Strawberry Racing. Jamie Rogers and Rufus Hunt go from row 10. Row 11, Thomas Wood and Oliver Greetham. Row 12, Gary Edwards from Ireland and Oscar Joyce. Row 13, Daniel Butterworth, the privateer driver on the gold chassis. Then it's Alex Moody, Adam Fitzgerald and Louis Johnson Cool. Rounding out the top 30, Connor Clifford and Ben Watson, with Theo McCurris. Watch for Theo to be making some good progress, and Ben Higgins moving over to the Croc team on row 32. Casper Scusa, a retirement yesterday. He is starting shotgun on the field in 33rd position, Anthony. Ravenscroft leads the point standings, but Thomas Fleming has the momentum. He has won the last 2 rounds. Thomas Turner sits third in the point standings ahead of Gus Lawrence. Harry Platten 5th in the points table. The winners so far this year, Serenetti, Ravenscroft and Fleming, with both victories at Lark Hall. 1 year ago here at Rowrah, it was Callum Bradshaw and Danny Curl who won the finals. Callum, who went on to be last year's World Karting Champion, is here driver coaching for the Strawberry team this weekend, and he said he's quite grateful that he's standing on the sidelines in a hood, not on the circuit getting wet.
Under an umbrella.
Under an umbrella.
Umbrella.
Ella.
No, please don't. Okay, so there we go. Through the smoke of having this.
Nanny June. Looks like it's going to be a green start. We're off and racing. Harry Platten leads in. That's a good start there, and they're all going to get through cleanly. Oh, Brad Pennell getting sideways, and it looks like a bit of a concertina effect coming out of the first chicane. Now, watch for the drivers' heads on the right-hand side there. They go bump into each other. Somebody off at the back at McRae's on the outside, but most of the leaders through cleanly. Oh, that's the number 40. That's Darryl De Leon. Now, we did see Darryl De Leon on our paddock walk last night, and he was saying, I ambushed him, and he said that he needs the rain because he wasn't very quick in the dry. Well, he's just spun in the park in the rain, so maybe he wants to recant that statement.
Maybe so. There's Gus Lawrence, the number 5 on your screen, 4th in the championships at the moment, 2 points above 5th place. But as I go through, Platten leading the way, the GP plate from the number 8 of Mr. Thomas Fleming. He dominated at Lark Hall. He had a fantastic weekend at Lark Hall. He's 2nd in the championships at the moment. And like I say, he's got the waft as the number 48 dives to the inside. That is Brad Pennell, the PF International Karting driver. As they go through up the hill, they go through the chicane, and the spray forming as the rain has calmed down a fair chunk, I would say.
And here's something. So, you know, for all Dan Holland Racing's dominance in lots of the other classes, Thomas Fleming's double win at Lark Hall was actually Dan Holland Racing's first senior X30 win in this championship. You know, since the start of 2019 when Motorsport UK took over. You know, Dan Holland Racing, they hadn't even got on the podium yet. Of course, Fleming won on the road at Shennington, but then was penalised for contact. So, you know, but he's been really the form man of the year. 3 wins out of 3 on-track wins out of 4. He's been allowed to keep 2 of them. Platten yet to win a final in the British Championship. I mean, looking at his record, Harry Platten, he's had 3 runner-up finishes, 3 third-place finishes in the point standings, 3rd in last year's championship. He's got the GP plate. Now he's got to really translate that into victory. I mean, Ravenscroft's championship lead is less than 20 points. There he is in the number 75 car. And again, Ravenscroft, he's been there or thereabouts, but he hasn't had that usual electric turn of speed that we've grown accustomed to over the first half of the season.
No, exactly that. Ooh, side by side there. There's Thomas Turner and Caden McQueen. Turner down the inside. Gets the job done, but get ready for that switchback as well. Gets it done.
Ooh, yep, nearly. No.
Cuts the door. There we go. Now, look, I say, Turner saying, think.
Calm down now. Let's behave ourselves.
Calm down, dear.
Just stay in line. It's early days yet. 9.5 minutes to go. There are two of the Fusion karts slithering round. The 23 of Lewis Mackey and the 27 of Joseph Taylor. So Joseph Taylor back with Fusion Motorsport, a team which he ran in Cadet with back in 2015.
Yes.
Sam Heading, the number 57 kart, he's moved across to Strawberry Racing. Heading, who is just outside the top 10. No, he's just inside. He's 7th at the point standing at the moment. Here they go through the first chicane. There's the PF International number 5 plate kart of Gus Lawrence. Finished runner-up at the GP plate last weekend to Harry Platten. And there is the number 75 of Ravenscroft being chased, or Ben Watson for Classen Motorsport. No, not for Classen Motorsport. He's moved over to Mad Croc now. So that's where he is, Watson. So he has got a penalty. Oh, there's Guy Cunnington, number 52 kart. And Cunnington has got that nose cone, is looking decidedly flappy on the front of that Tony kart.
No one likes a flappy nose.
No one likes a flappy beak, no. But,
well, there you go. Now look at that. Turner's opened up a gap to McQueen now. McQueen's slightly falling back. He's closing on to that 75 of Clayton Ravenscroft, our current championship leader going into this weekend. Whether or not Fleming can correct that or
well, he can
change that.
Certainly make inroads.
Put a dent into it.
You know, I mean, Ravenscroft dominated the first 2 rounds. You know, then the second 2 rounds. I mean, Lark Hall, it was all about Fleming. I mean, in the heat races yesterday, Fleming. Well, Harry Platten won the second heat race, the first heat race. Oh, there was the 3, I think. Yeah, so Fleming won the first race from Ravenscroft and Turner.
Yep.
And the second heat race, it was Platten from Lawrence and McQueen. And then in the last heat race yesterday, Platten won again from McQueen and Ravenscroft. So you've got the same numbers, the same names and numbers sort of up at the sharp end. You know, looking there, Thomas Fleming finished 4th in his second heat yesterday. So he hasn't had it all his own way by any stretch of the imagination. There is still, I would say, looking down there, you've got the top 5 karts in this track, Platten, Fleming, Ravenscroft, Turner and McQueen. They're really the 5 drivers, in my book, that have shown potential race-winning pace. I think they're going to be the 5 that are going to decide who finishes on the podium later on this afternoon.
Indeed, yeah. There is the 57, Sam Heading, the MLR driver.
Oh, Rufus Hunt getting a 5-second penalty.
Ah, lovely. Now it is.
Well, it was about time.
No,
There's Marshall just outbreaking himself ever so slightly and just sort of, you know, nerfing Heading a little bit wide, but doesn't gain a position.
Now, again, my piece of paper here says the 57. Sam Heading on your screens there is from Mark Litchfield Racing,
Yes,
but that looks like a strawberry.
Yes, after Kim Bolton,
right.
Sam Heading said that he had an opportunity to move, and he's thanked Mark Litchfield Racing very much, and then moved over to Strawberry in time for Lark Hall. Right. So he was with Strawberry at Lark Hall.
Right, oh, right, okay, well, there you go.
And there's Marshall at the inside. His second time lucky, Caleb Marshall passes Heading, and Heading now gets his head down. And tries to go through the first chicane. They've got Gus Lawrence right behind him. Then it's Cunnington. Then it's Serenetti. Joseph Taylor in 11th, followed by Mackey. Aaron Walker is up into 13th place. Then it's Pennell. Gary Edwards up into 15th position. The Irishman in the number 87 kart. Then it's Marcus Littlewood, Archie Tillett, Rufus Hunt, Jamie Rogers inside the top 20. Cian Shields. Now, Cian Shields, a Scotsman, he's been racing out in Europe a lot of time this year. Raced in this championship 12 months ago. Been focusing on Europe this year, but he's got Alex Gill as his mechanic. Good to see Alex back in the paddock. Always remember Alex Gill, the driver on the only driver at the 2011 European Karting Championships that outqualified Lance Stroll whilst running on a right chassis in a caravan.
Well, there you go.
True story.
True story.
Lance Stroll with a 3-story motorhome and everybody from the Zanardi team around him. Alex Gill with his mum and dad in a caravan on a right chassis. Gill out-qualified and out-raced Lance Stroll. And now he's turned his hands to spannering. So Cian Shields should be going forwards. He's not. He's dropped 10 places. He's going backwards.
Oh, well, there you go.
Shows what I know about mechanicking.
Exactly.
There's Marcus Littlewood in the number 12 car. So Marcus Littlewood has taken over effectively the seat vacated by Danny Curl. Danny Curl, the double champion in this class, not defending this year. Taking 8 wins over the last 2 years in Senior X30 to Danny Curl and the Jade Racing team. Clayton Ravenscroft has got 5, is the next most successful driver in the class. Thomas Fleming now has 3 final wins, courtesy of his double at Larkhall and around back in 2019. But at the moment, it's Platten. Platten's been able to win pre-finals, but pre-finals they count. They do count towards championship points, but of course the finals are what that matter.
Yes.
All that matters. 4 minutes to go.
Let's see what they can do as they exit through. Yeah, we always see lots of support on the stream for Littlewood. So, not seeing any today. Where's the Marcus Littlewood fan club on the stream?
I tell you who's not a member of the Marcus Littlewood fan club, and that'll be the number 87 Kart.
Gary Edwards.
Yes, say no more. Littlewood was chasing Edwards into the first chicane, and I don't think Edwards missed his braking point on his own, shall we say.
No.
But it is so slippery. And round the outside, and off goes the number 53 Kart of Rufus Hunt. Well, Rufus has already got a 5-second penalty. He's still trying his hardest, though. Good to see from Rufus.
Good effort from all these drivers out there. Senior X30 again providing such excellent races for us out there. And again, to everyone who is joining us on the stream, please do get your comments in. We would love to hear from you. Nana June again says, "Hi, Harry."
Nana June saying she's a bit wet. Oh no, she's saying it's
me, Henry.
It's a bit wet. It's a bit wet.
Oh my goodness!
You've got the comment screen all over on the other side.
Exactly.
My old eyesight is failing me here.
Oh, goodness me. 2.5 minutes, plus, just under 3 minutes, plus 1 additional lap to go. Yes, as the rest of the field slots through there. And I will say as well...
the Littlewood army is in.
Right.
So the spirit of Senna is strong.
Excellent.
Because the Marcus Littlewood's old team used to be called Spirit of Senna Karting. And the whole kart was decked out like Ayrton Senna's crash helmet and the Brazilian flag. It's one of the nicest looking karts I've ever seen, I have to say.
Excellent stuff as well. And again, just to reiterate as well, the Alpha Live YouTube channel as well, we're only about 70 subscribers away from 18,000 subscribers.
Really? So is this where we say click, like, and subscribe?
Yes,
Is that down with the kids?
Down with
That's
the
what the kids on YouTube say. Click, like, and subscribe. And then they go, oh yeah?
Oh yeah.
And that's it. There we go. Platten leads. There's a battle. There's the number 59 Kart. That's the S8 Racing wagon of Oliver Greetham having a good old go. Back at the back, he's chasing Jamie Rogers. That is the battle of a 20th position. Oscar Joyce is right behind them. Then it's Casper Scusa up from the back of the grid to 23rd place. McCouris is still only 25th. And here is a battle further up there. That is the number 73 Dan Holland Racing Kart of Kian Shields coming back into play. That is that's about down in 15th, 16th, 17th positions. Good scrap, but I mean, you're not missing anything at the front, ladies and gentlemen. Harry Platten is leading by 1.5 seconds over Thomas Fleming. 8/10 down then to Clayton Ravenscroft, and then a further second back to Thomas Turner in 4th place. Mr. Consistency, Thomas Turner, has to be said.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, there is on your screen the 69 of Jamie Rogers, I should say. Yeah, he's kind of leading this pack at the moment. A train forming, the 59 just trying to go down the inside. Oliver Greetham there, can't quite do anything. Everyone's slotting back. The 11 is coming into play. Casper Scusa, great running from Casper Scusa at the moment, because up 11 places now from starting at the back of the grid. Now currently in 22nd place as they go through as well. One of the premium karting drivers as well. Oscar Joyce, the 95, is also in this pack, having a bit of a play. The 74 as well of Theo McCouris, the Mick Barrett Racing driver, who's right there in the back of your screen. You can see him there with the blue and orange striped helmet just at the back of this pack. Going to the outside line here. Get ready for the switchback as all the concertina effect comes in, and a hand up and a bit of a... What was that?
And McCouris trying to pass the Oscar Julia on the grass.
Yeah.
Oscar Joyce rather on the grass, and not quite getting it done. So McCouris in the number 74 Mick Barrett Racing kart back up the front. So here's the battle between Rogers in the 69, the 59 of Greetham. It's really good to see that sometimes when you don't cover the heats and you only cover the pre-finals, the finals, the drivers battling in the middle of the pack get a bit overlooked, but not today. There's Rogers. There's the 26 of Connor Clifford. We've just seen his brother Nathan Clifford and Oliver Greetham, and you can just see, you know, this is what makes the British Championship so competitive. You know, we are, you know, looking back at they're battling for the places in the top 20. The clock has struck 0. McCurris up the inside. I mean, and this is all to decide who starts where in the final itself. And you can see Scusa in the MLC number 11 just cutting over and breaking in front of the number 26 Kart of Clifford. Then you've got McCurris in the 74 behind him. Here we are back with the race leader. The final lap board comes out for Harry Platten, and clean air between himself, Thomas Fleming, and Clayton Ravenscroft is closed into Thomas Fleming. Then it's Turner and McQueen next in line. Marshall is 6th, heading 7th. Lawrence is 8th, Cunnington is 9th, and Joseph Taylor rounding out the top 10 ahead of Serenetti, Walker, Pennell, Mackey, Tillett and Shield. That's your top 16. But Harry Platten, the BMR restart driver, you know, sometimes a big win can just give the driver that confidence, and we're really seeing, you know, that happen today with Harry Platten.
Exactly that. It was a 2nd place at Lark Hall. Are we going to be seeing a 1st place in the final later on today for Harry Platten, the GP plate? Jan Exman joins us saying, when is the new start time for the finals? It will be at 1:15 after the lunch break, so stick around. Then that is when the finals are starting. But here into the final corner we go for the GP plate. Harry Platten, your GP plate winner from Kartmasters last weekend, crosses the line to win the pre-final. Will he win the final later on as well? Ravenscroft crosses in 2nd place with Fleming in 3rd. Thomas Turner as well crosses in 4th place. Caden McQueen there, the 6th, just crossing from Cable Marshall. Sam Heading, Gus Lawrence, Guy Cunnington. Then it's Joseph Taylor, Alessandro Serenetti across the line, very close with Aaron Walker. Brad Pennell crosses the line as well there, 13th place with Lewis Mackey. Archie Tillett, Kean Shields, Gary Edwards, Rufus Hunt, Marcus Littlewood crossing in 19th place. Then it's a gaggle of the next gaggle of karts: Jamie Rogers, Oliver Greetham, Casper Scusa, Connor Clifford, Theo McCurris, Oscar Joyce, Alex Moody, Louis Johnson-Cool, Thomas Wood, Ben Higgins, Daniel Butterworth, Adam Fitzgerald crosses in 31st place, with Darrell DeLeon finishing in 32nd and Ben Watson in 33rd.
That's our 2nd pre-final done. The rain sort of eased off a little bit during that race, so the track maintained it. It's still raining, but it's not raining as heavily as it was earlier on, so therefore the track's at no real risk of flooding. So the drivers know where they are. It's full wet setup.
Yeah.
You know, we don't have to worry about the track being greasy. We don't have to worry about, will it dry out a little bit during one of these longer races. No, it's just, you know, it's full wet as you can get. Wet tyres. And yeah, so I mean, full wet tyres, that at least gives the drivers a chance to to set their kart up as they want it. Now, of course, because we are running a little bit late,
yes,
it's worth reminding the viewers of what we've got coming up, our revised timetable. So we've just had race number 16, which is the Senior X30 pre-final. Then we've got IAME Cadets, and there are loads of people on the chat waiting to see the latest instalment of Zach Drummond versus Noah Wolf and all their friends in IAME Cadet. Then it's KZ2. That's at 12:05. The last of the pre-finals will be at 12:25. This is all local time. And that's Mini X30. At the end of the Mini X30 race, we'd ask you all watching to join us for the minute silence here at the circuit for the fallen marshal last weekend at Brands Hatch. Then we're into the lunch break, so the finals will start at 1:15 local time. Bambino, Junior, Senior, then Cadet, KZ2, and finally Mini X30.
There we go then. So again, lots of support at the end of that race. Again, very tricky conditions for these drivers to deal with. But like I say, it always does bring out the best in some drivers, doesn't it, these sort of conditions?
Oh, yes. Now, so IAME Cadet. IAME Cadet up next. Let's just take a moment, strap ourselves in for this one. There they are. There is the phalanx of Fusion and Oliver Rowland Motorsport karts that lead this grid. I was fortunate. I was watching the second heat race yesterday in IAME Cadet with Johnny Edgar, and we were reminiscing about his days in cadets, and he did just say that you know, even when he was racing, even though Fusion and it was IAME Motorsport back with him, you know, there were several other teams that could still compete. To this year, it's absolutely dominated by Fusion and ORM. I mean, looking at time qualifying, the top 16 drivers in qualifying either ran with Fusion or Oliver Rowrah Motorsport. Archie Lovett for Sam Pollock was the nearest one. So here is a look at the starting lineup, and you're going to see how dominant those two teams are. Because pole position, double Lark Hallway. In fact, he's won the last 3 finals. Your championship leader, Zach Drummond. Then it's new Fusion Motorsport signing, Kit Bolofsky, alongside on the front row. Fusion's Noah Wolf, double GP plate holder, starts third. And then it's the first the ORM carts. Lewis Werrell, Mr. Consistency so far. 3 third-place finishes in the last 3 finals. Then it's Anglo-Romanian driver Daniel Sofroner and Henry Domain for ORM. Jacob Ashcroft and George Edgar, respectively. Morgan Moore, 9th on the grid for the Paul Munroyd driver programme, the leading non-Fusion ORM driver. He starts alongside Scotland's Aston Sharp. Then it's Jesse Phillips and Will Murtagh. Row 7, Roman Kamyab and Riley Cranham. Row 8, Northern Ireland's Ben Smith, and Wales's Sky Parker, who's now moved over to Fusion Motorsport. Daniel Kelleher makes his British Kart Championship debut for Fusion, and alongside Honda Racing convert Timo Youngling. Harrison Mackie and Zach Green. Spoke to Zach Green yesterday, he starts 20th. Then it's Henry Carter, Archie Lovett, Finley Buck and Jensen Graham. Ethan Woodward and Kanish Grau, Noah Baglin and Harley Musk. Row 15, Cooper Snedden, one of last year's Bambino contenders, and Joseph Murphy. Incredible the amount of, you know, young talent in this field. We're about to see, a lot of things. Good to see Harley Keeble watching. So the 2019 British Cadet champion now works Tony Kart driver, having a fantastic season out in Europe this year in WSK. We're going to have a false start, which gives a chance. A big welcome back to Harley, watching his cadet racing thing, and say hi to his dad Dean as well. Oh dear! Now number 43. So we're Joseph Murphy in a grid where, you know, you're trying to find the non-fusion, and one of them is in trouble there. We've got 1 or 2 drivers for the PMR driver program. We've got a couple of drivers from Ultimate R. We've got a couple of drivers from Sam Pollock Racing, and again, I was watching. I've got to say, we were watching some of the drivers starting from the grid yesterday, Anthony, along with Will Davis from Motorsport UK, and I was watching the number 31 kart, Finley Buck and his dad Jonathan, and you've got a lot of these drivers. They've got mechanics, you know. Some of the dads do mechanic, but Finley's dad Jonathan, he mechanics with Finley, and you know, just sitting there watching. They were sitting there quiet, and you know. They were all pep talks and stuff like that, and Finney's dad said to him, he goes, "Yeah, have fun, son." Yeah. That was the last thing he said to him before they said, "Oh, and there's Lewis Werrell pulling off."
Oh no.
Oh no, Lewis Werrell for ORM pulling off at the side of the circuit. He looks up. That's going to make his job very, very difficult. We've gone green, however, and it's a trio of Fusion drivers. Drummond, Bolofsky and Wolf lead him into the first corner, minus the number 6 plate kart of Noah Wolf, and minus 2 drivers in the background who have gone for a spin. Yeah, it looked like 2 of the Oliver Rowrah Motorsport cars that had gone off in the background as well, but here at the front it's Drummond from Wolf. Again, a thing you say nearly every weekend here in the IAME Cadet class as they go through the 95 there. Kit Bolofsky as well, right there in P3, and the rest of the field come all the way through into this, look at that sea of karts as they go round the Iredale's hairpin, down the back straight, in towards the stewardesses. Oh, and all these different racing lines through, you know, the stewardesses complex. The one thing that the wet weather does do is it does break the field up there. And who is that? That is Ethan Woodward, it looks like, trying to get his kart restarted. So we've lost Joseph Murphy, we've lost Lewis Werrell, and it looks like we've lost the number 83 kart of Ethan Woodward. But I mean, this is you know, again, the driver's there, the number 93 of Morgan Moore, and Morgan Moore is really, so he stepped in, well, effectively now has stepped into the seat vacated by outgoing champion Macaulay Bishop. Kit Bolofsky did have that seat. Now Kit Bolofsky's moved to Fusion, and so Morgan Moore is now the PMR sort of team leader, as it were, and he's going to take it to all these teammates up front now. I was not at Larcourt, as you well know, Anthony. No, yeah. the battling between number 5, Zach Drummond, and the now GP plate holder, Noah Wolf, was legendary.
It was indeed legendary, and it saw a photo finish between these two drivers across the line in one of their finals. Their second final, they finished, only about a tenth between each other, but yeah, no. Oh, there's a spin, the 75 goes round.
15, sorry, Timo Youngling.
15, it was it's 15, yeah. Timo Youngling going for a spin, obviously newly signed with Oliver Motorsport in the cadet class as well.
Well, he's still going to be racing in Cadet Honda, but he's just trying this out. You know, he spoke to his dad last night on our paddock walk.
We did indeed, yeah.
Who was, quite,
big difference being in a big team now compared to being privateer.
He can sit back and just watch.
Yeah.
There's Zach Green, the number 53 car. Now, he's running out of the MK Racing awning, so he is a privateer. He is a privateer driver. He does that kart is brought. Strawberry have been helping with the karts, but he's running as a privateer. We spoke to Zach, and we spoke to his dad, Jamie Green, as well, which is very enlightening to see. Now, let's have a little look. What you spotted something?
Well, Kenny Powell draws the screen and says these three.
Hello, Kenny.
Yeah, hello, Kenny.
Oh my God, it's Kenny. No.
Yeah, I do know what you're going on about. Yeah.
South Park joke. Anyway?
I agree with that one. But it said these three karts at the front, they're going to pull away if they're going to work together. But for how long? Well, you'll be surprised. In this pre-final, they'll work together pretty much all the way to maybe the checkered flag.
And in the wet, if you do get a gap, it is so much harder. Even if drivers behind start working together, it's so much harder to close in. You know, so much harder to close in. And there's a little bit of door handling there.
Yeah,
the number
Harrison
27.
Mackie.
Yeah, he's
Harrison Mackie at the front of that pack.
3 wide. There's Ben Smith in the 47 going through. You've got the number 21. Oh, he made a sound effect again, Anthony. That's the Noah Baglin right in the middle of that. There's someone splashing through a puddle. They went all Peppa Pig and went into a muddy puddle.
Baglin. Yeah, it was Noah Baglin.
Yep. Now
21.
Kip Belowski, new fastest lap of the race. So you've got Wolf and Belowski 1.3 seconds clear of Daniel Sofronia. So Sofronia, the Anglo-Romanian driver, we spoke to his dad on the paddock walk last night, and he was quite happy. He said, "We'll take P5. You know, this is great for us." Sofronia only 8th in the championship standing at the moment. Oh, there's a bit of door handling going on there. Now I know you got in trouble for saying the C word on the broadcast at Lark Hall. We can't say contact really, but there was a little bit of rubbing going on there.
A bit of side podding, a bit of podding action.
Yeah, a bit of Poddington peas, and there's the number 88 kart in the thick of that. That's the Sam Pollitt Racing number 88 of Archie Lovett, and Archie is down in 19th place. But yeah, so the leaders half a second apart, Wolf and Belowski. No, Wolf, this is good. Zach Drummond is only 4th at the moment, and he's nearly 3 seconds behind. And oh dear, there be the number 81 kart of Cooper Snedden.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, it was so glad to see Cooper, because Cooper Snedden's parents used to bring us Iron Brew, used to bring me Iron Brew in the commentary box, because they're from Scotland and they know that I drink it, and that possibly explains why I am.
I think Henry's hinting.
No, I'm not hinting. I'm just explaining. It was nice to see Cooper back in the paddock.
Yeah.
It's not nice to see Cooper off the side of the circuit,
track,
out of race.
No, it's not good, is it? 7 minutes to go then, plus that one additional lap here. Further up the field, the 16 diving down the inside. That is William Murtaugh, currently 13th in the championship, entering this weekend, going down the inside of his teammate, the 17 on your screen, George Edgar. Now as they go through there on your screen, who's that going to the inside of that? Lunge City, isn't it?
That looked like it was the number 11 kart of Aston Sharp. And George Edgar coming back at Sharp. And again, speaking to the Edgar family yesterday, the number 17, it's just that seems to be like a lucky family number. If it's all possible, they'll run with the number 17 if it's available. And George Edgar, who won the opening round of the championship at Shennington, hasn't featured on the podium since, but is 3rd in the point standings. Coming in today, Zach Drummond led the points table with 624 points over Lewis Warrell. Now, Lewis Warrell is not going to score for this race because he's out. George Edgar is 3rd. Henry Domain is 4th. Noah Wolf 5th in the point standings. And Jacob Ashcroft 6th in the points. Speaking of Henry Domain, so our good friend Ian Rogers at motorsport-timing.co.uk, he was
for all your timing needs.
For all your timing needs, he was saying, and this is giving away Ian's age a little bit. He was saying that he used to race at Carver Barracks Kart Club against Henry Domain's granddad.
Yeah.
Yes. And Ian Rogers just locked us in.
I think it did sound like he had just locked the door. But yeah, no, so 5.5 minutes to go. There's side-by-side action here, the 26 and the 53. Jesse Phillips.
Noah Wolf setting a new fastest lap,
Zach Green.
102.60. So now that is going to be, where is Wolf? Well, he's leading the race. He's pulling away from Kit Bolofsky. Sky Parker gets a warning flag, the young Welsh lady.
Jamie Green there saying think. We spoke to Jamie Green on our paddock.
No, we spoke to Jamie Green.
We spoke to Zach Green.
We spoke to both of them.
We did speak to both of them, yeah, but it's Zach Green who's currently on track at the moment.
Yes,
yeah, I don't think Jamie Green could fit
No,
in
Zach Green is the important one here.
Yeah,
Let's be quite clear.
Yes, yeah.
But he's there on the green and white Tony Kart.
Yes.
But again, no teammates.
No.
And he's there running in 14th position. So
did we get to the bottom if he's running his private?
We did, he is.
He is.
Strawberry is just giving him a Tony Kart.
Yes.
But he's not running with them.
No.
Because we went into the awning, which wasn't the Strawberry awning.
No,
it was the MK Racing awning. He's just renting some awning space from Hannah Lang's team.
Exactly. Oh, that doesn't look like a note. That nose.
Well, again, it's this is a. There's going to be penalties at the end of this one. There's going to be. I can't wait to see the actual race result sheets afterwards. Yes. It'll be a sea of 5 seconds. Away from all of this, Noah Wolf. I mean, okay, so this is his first season in IAME, raced in Honda last year.
Yeah.
But I mean, he didn't feature on the podium in the first 2 rounds, and then had 2 second-place finishes at Larkhall. That history-making double GP plate win last weekend. What a confidence boost. He's thinking to himself, well, I suppose Zach Drummond, the number 5 plate car, maybe coming in with all the Fusion drivers in IAME Cadet. You're looking at maybe Drummond, maybe Roman Kamiab, who were in this championship in this class last year. Maybe they're the team leaders. And then suddenly Wolf, bang, in he comes, big win, huge confidence boost. And you think, well, no, maybe I'm the team leader. And it's showing. He's doing a fantastic job. Have to say, very impressed by Daniel Sofronea. Just keeping his powder dry, the only thing that's been kept dry here at Rowrah this weekend. Top 3 position, trying to move up into the top 3-4 in the championship. We've got 3 minutes to go. A little bit further back, you've got Morgan Moore running in 7th, then Ashcroft in 8th, Murtar 9th, Aston Sharp running out the top 10. Then it's Ben Smith, George Edgar, Jesse Phillips, Jensen Graham, Zach Green, Noah Baglin, Riley Cranham, Sky Parker, Daniel Kelleher. Impressed by Daniel Kelleher. First time we've seen him in the championship this year, running inside the top 20. He's in front of Archie Levitt. Then it's Henry Carter, Harrison Mackie, Finley Buck, Timo Youngling, Kanish Grau, Harley Musk, and sadly, Snedden, Werrell, Woodward and Murphy are out of the race.
Jesse Phillips as well now, just receiving a 5-second time penalty also.
Yes, that will drive at the finish on the podium at Kim Bolton will drop out of the top 20, I think, with that penalty as things stand. Still 2.5 minutes to go, though, here in IAME Cadet, the pre-final at Rowrah. This is their 5th round out of 7 this season. And Noah Wolf commanding the lead. Kit Bolofsky, he does not feature in the championship top 10. He's only 14th in the championship. Yes, he wants to win a race. Will he then try go barging up the inside of a brand new teammate who is in championship contention to take a win in a pre-final? I think probably discretion would be the better part of valour. And so Noah Wolf is, the only person that can beat Noah Wolf now is Noah Wolf.
Yeah. Well, let's find out. Less than 2 minutes to go, plus that 1 additional lap. Here on your screens is the 93 of Morgan Moore, currently in 7th place at the moment. A nice little scrap there with the rest of it. Ashcroft there down the inside, gets the job done, but has to concede the spot there. Slots back out as they exit out of Sunny Bend, but again down the inside into Paddock Bend. Nice move there, gets it done. Well calculated.
Yep, and that, then he gives the signal. And again, Jacob Ashcroft, very, very talented young driver. Dad Barry will be pleased with that. As Kit Bolofsky now. What are we looking at?
He's closing in.
He is closing in. Maybe he wasn't listening to me. Maybe Kit Bolofsky's thinking, well, if I can see a win, I'm going for the win. Come hell or high water.
Oh, there it is on your screen. Kit Bolofsky has definitely closed that gap. Noah Wolf has got company in this race.
Yes, he does. So game on. 1 minute to go. And now Bolofsky's got the momentum down the hill. Bit of sunshine now, even. I was going to say, there's sunshine on a rainy day. Makes my soul slip. I got to sing.
What have we told you about singing in the comments?
Well, I didn't get a chance to sing to you at Larkhall. So I wasn't there.
You didn't. It was,
so
it was a lovely weekend.
I was going to make up for it now. Here we go, though. Bolowski, does he look to the inside? 30 seconds to go. Or are we going to see coming out of the first chicane down towards McRae's hairpin? Will we see Bolowski make a move? Because I don't think Wolf realised how close he is. He's not defending.
Now, again, maybe Bolowski's just going to work together here just to try and pull that gap up. Of course, it's not the last lap board yet. If we are going to see anything, expect it to be on the last lap. But, you know, is he going to battle? He doesn't need to battle. Well, again, it's only pre-final.
If I was Bolowski, if I'm going to go now, because Wolf hasn't looked over his shoulder. Wolf's not in defensive mode yet, so Wolf's not covering his line. You can surprise him. Round the outside. Look at that wide line. They cut the corner off, straight line through the Stewart S's. That reticel barrier right on the exit of the Stewart S's. That makes me nervous. But the reason it's there is because the karts were going over the curb and digging out a trench on the underside there. So the circuit put that there to stop the karts doing that. So the clock strikes 0. Next time around, we're going to see that with the great clear eyes. You can see the whites of their eyes. You can see just how focused they are. Head down, Bolowski just watching the rear bumper, and he's not looking down at the track as Kit Bolowski. No. He's looking at the trajectory of the kart in front. Fantastic stuff.
Yeah, there's Sofronet, the 44, just behind there in third place, some 2 seconds a little further down the road. No lunges as of yet. He's just following the line. I think we're not going to see a lunge here from Bolowski. I think Bolowski's just going to slot in behind. He's going to finish second. He'll be starting on the front row, albeit on the outside line.
Looking at the sector times, that's a great first sector from Noah Wolf.
Yeah.
Head down. We haven't seen Wolf look over his shoulder.
No.
We've just seen Wolf focus. Now again, they've got team members sort of signalling, telling them where they are, so they can just glance up at the bank on the outside of the paddock bend there to see, you know, where their mechanics are. So that Noah Wolf's been getting information that way. Couple of corners to go, and Noah Wolf looks like he's about to continue his red hot streak. Now he looks over his shoulder just to see, oh, it's only my teammate, so I'm not going to defend. Wow. Man of the moment, Noah Wolf takes the pre-final win in IAME Cadet. Kit Bolowski, a great result. His best of the season so far in P2. Great result for Daniel Sofronet, a third. Quiet run for championship leader Zach Drummond in fourth. And a really good battle for fifth place, won by Henry Domain over Roman Kamiab, Morgan Moore and Jacob Ashcroft. Aston Sharp and Ben Smith round at the top 10. Here come the rest of the field across the line as Timo Jungling gets a 5-second penalty. But I mean, for Zach Drummond, okay, his nearest rival in that race, his nearest rival in the championship, Lewis Rowrah, retired before the start.
Yeah, he wasn't in it.
Noah Wolf was 5th in the championship, 70 points back coming into this weekend. Now he's going to be clawing back, but Drummond can afford to drop the occasional point here and there, you know, and not panic.
No, exactly that. Again, it's just been a tough old race for that one, isn't it? So there is a look at the pending class race results. They'll head in towards Screws. Did you mute the wrong microphone there, Henry? I just muted yours.
Well, no, that's fine. I was trying to mute my microphone, but I muted yours.
While I was talking, thank you for that.
Sorry, that's so professional of me. And you know me, ever the professional. Do apologise. I'm now going to tell you what, Andy, can you mute my microphone, please, so I can have a drink?
Excellent. There we go. I've muted your microphone. Now, there you can see that the barriers are being moved. We're cutting off that part of the track, which can only mean one thing. Oh, it's time for some gearbox karts. It's time for KZ2. Well, there we go. So, KZ2 about to come out now. The gearbox karts lined up there on the front of your screen. And starting on that front row, then you can see the number 8 of Alan Kenyon and the number 2 of Ryan Cannon. Very quick karts, these ones. Now, we were saying the last time they were out was Mansell Raceway, wasn't it? And my goodness me, did we see some fireworks there.
Yeah, so this is a 4-round championship, and we are at the 3rd of these 4 rounds today. Ryan Cannon was the final winner at Mansfield. Tom Longfield and James Glenister battle right to the end, and it went a bit wrong, and Ryan Cannon just inherited the race win. A glance back. We'll come to some of the race results a little bit later on, but we've got, race 18 is what we're looking at, and this is KZ2. 13 drivers. Now, on our track walk yesterday, we spoke to Joe Charlton.
Paddock walk.
Paddock walk. We did the paddock walk, the paddock show last night. We spoke to Joe Charlton, who was drying his socks.
He was indeed.
He's
right
got,
next to my head.
He's got chassis trouble.
He does.
We spoke to Tom Longfield. He's got tyre trouble in the rain. So it's going to be they were both saying we don't want it to rain, we want it to stay dry, because there's been an issue with some of the tyres that they're not happy with. But I mean, it's the number 2 of Ryan Cannon, who currently runs 4th in the points standings. Dan Gould in kart number 10 is 2nd in the points standings, but Dan was a late withdrawal from the race meeting. He is not out there. Here is your starting lineup. Cannon and Kenyon. Alan Kenyon, 5th in the standings, starts on the outside of row number 1. Bradley Barrett, best grid slot so far of the year for Bradley. He's on row 2 alongside Tom Longfield. Longfield running 3rd in the points table. Joe Charlton, last year's champion, only 9th in points. He starts 5th alongside the current championship leader, James Glenister. The last time Charles and Glenister were alongside each other, it ended in tears. Miles Murphy and Charlie Turner are on row number 4. And then on row 5, Josh Price, who we saw on a storming run in the first heat yesterday. Watch for him in this one in kart 28, starts alongside Ashley Lewis. Then it's Darren Allen and Hannah Lang on row number 6, and starting shotgun on the field, row number 7, Ireland's Lee Ward. So Dan Gould, 2nd in the point standings, not here this weekend, a late withdrawal. That means that Tom Longfield is effectively 2nd in the point standings, and he is only 7 points behind James Glenister. Glenister won the opening round at Shennington. It was Ryan Cannon. Last year here at Rowrah, Joe Charlton just held off Tom Longfield and Ryan Cannon in a classic race, but neither Charlton nor Longfield are particularly happy with the way things have gone this weekend. They said they don't expect us to be battling for the win. This is going to be a standing start. This is going to be utterly spectacular. Wet tyres, slightly drying track, 34 gear changes a lap, I was told. They run half this lap with one hand on the wheel. It's one of the most physically demanding tracks anywhere in the country. Engine notes rise. Lights, 1, 2, 3, 4 red lights. Lights are out, we're off and racing. It's a good start from Cannon. It's a good start from Kenyon on the outside of row number 1. And now they're going to get those karts slowed down. Charlie Turner, the number 61, almost runs wide. And at the back, Lee Ward getting sideways, but they all safely through the first corner. Look at Joe Charlton on the outside in the number 1 plate kart. He's got an old chassis. He says isn't really up to task, so he's just going to throw the kitchen sink at it all. And here comes Longfield. Just about saves it.
Oh, slices through the field again and gets back onto that inside line. Down the back straight they go into the Stewart S's. Heavy on the anchors. Goes everyone through they go. They miss out that chicane. They go straight past it. This track a little bit shorter, 1,030 metres in length compared to the 1,040 metres that the normal direct drive karts would go round. Out of Sunny Bend into Paddock Bend. We're nearing the end of lap 1. There's Miles Murphy in the bright yellow kart here at the back of the field. The squabble there you can see as Lee Ward, the number 7, going up the order as well.
There's the number 33 of Darren Allen battling away. Good to see that while we're doing this thing, lots of praise. Bod Cole, there's Bod the Bear, saying the good job on the paddock show last night. Yes, the paddock show will be returning. We've just got to get legal clearance for having my mug on TV. That's apparently scares the kids.
Scares me. I've got to put well for you in the comment.
Well, I know, yeah, but you're getting paid to be here. So here we go. Here's Miles Murphy. Now, Miles Murphy, we saw that, again, Miles, crash helmet designer to the stars. Miles Murphy on that Demon Tweaks number 6 there, driving for Moore Racing, Tom Moore Racing, not Sam Moore Racing. We had this argument last time.
That argument,
yeah, Tom's wife not happy with me. No, go on me. But Cannon leads, and Cannon pulling away. There's Josh Price on that number 28 comp kart chassis, again the ex-British touring car driver. Price was very strong in the first heat yesterday. Good battle now for second between Kenyon and Bradley Barrett. That Sodi Vitesse kart of Bradley Barrett really coming on strong in the second half of this season, and Barrett is having a little look at the inside. the privateer Sony card of Alan Kenyon in the number 8. There's wheel-to-wheel stuff here. Barrett's on the outside line. Who's bravest under braking? It is Kenyon at the moment. Here comes Joe Charlton. Joe Charlton is throwing that kart
really
round.
is.
I mean, we talk about hustle and bustle. He is throwing that, and even though Charlton and Longfield are not happy with their kart, they're ahead of current championship leader James Glenister, who's only 6th. In fact, no, he's just passed Longfield, so that's Glenister into P5, and Darren Allen getting a penalty, a 5-second penalty, probably out of alignment at the start. But looking at this, well, Cannon is clearing off in the distance. Great scrap for second, Anthony.
Yeah, diving down the inside, the 27 of Bradley Barrett, getting the job almost done, side by side into the first chicane. Oh, look at that. Barrett had the momentum, had the legs, had the position as well. Managed to get that done. That's allowing Charlton to close in as well there, but again, he is struggling with that kart, isn't he? Again, it's just not getting the grip that he wants out of those corners. He just can't get it sort of turned in. There he is on your screen, the number 1 plate. Like I said, we spoke to him last night quite early on the break, so that allowed the 4 of James Glenister, the man who was side by side with him last time again.
No, don't expect Charlton to cut Glenister any slack.
No.
But Glenister forces his way through. Now, I was going to say, there's Murphy and Price battling. This scrap for second that we've been watching between Bradley Barrett and Alan Kenyon. It's great news. Glenister gets a 5-second penalty, so a 5-second penalty for our championship leader. Now, for someone like Longfield, who's not happy with their wet tyres, and for someone like Charlton, who's not happy with their older chassis, because their current new one is stuck in customs,
yeah.
you know, from Italy. This battle is slowing the field down. It's keeping them in contention. Now, you just watch Charlton. This is sheer bloody mindedness from Charlton. He looks over his shoulder. He sees Longfield. Longfield there tucks in. Now, is he going to try and dive up the inside? Now, watch Charlton. He goes to the inside. He launches that kart on the curb. Is he going to do that again? Takes some curb, throws it round the corner, then minimises the wheel spin to get down there on the power. But Glenister has just got that little bit too much. But that battle in front of him, if Bradley Barrett and Alan Kenyon continue their scrap, then that is going to really help keep these guys in touch.
Yeah, Cannon has kind of pulled away massively at the moment. He's clear by some 2.5 seconds at that front with 7.5 minutes to go. Still ages in this race. There is, on your screen, Charlton from Longfield. Murphy, the number 6, is just there in the background. We saw Murphy go around the outside of someone on the Sunny Bend a few laps ago. Again, great commitment from the driver who designs nearly probably 50% of the current F1 grid's helmet as they go around. Bradley Barrett, though, fastest lap of the race, 54.0. Keep an eye on what Barrett can close that gap in on Cannon. It's now only 2.1 seconds, so he took 4/10 out of him on that last lap. And with 7 minutes to go, that's a very doable task in this pre-final.
Got to say, impressed by Alan Kenyon this year. 8th in last year's standings, 5th at the moment in the points table. Looking at that, I mean, he hasn't yet finished on the podium in a British Championship race since the start of 2019 when Motorsport UK took it over. You know, there's been lots of podium sitters over the 2 years. I mean, you know, but Kenyon's not one of them. So consistency has been his key so far. Now Alan is getting some real pace about him as well, which is good to see. Yeah, he's dropped to 3rd, so Barrett is through into 2nd place. Glenister closing in on Barrett. There's Charlie Turner, the number 61 at the back of this group. Like Barrett, a Rotax convert. And again, it was fascinating talking to Tom Longfield. He was a fascinating character anyway, but he was saying he can't understand why more of the top level, like direct drive drivers don't move over to KZ2 like Barrett has, like Turner has. I mean, Josh Price was, before he went into car racing, he was always a direct drive in Rotax specifically. You know, why they're not moving over to the KZ2 cars. He said that Tom Longfield, and again, for those of you that missed the paddock show last night, go back and watch it, you know. After this. But Tom Long was saying that he gave Caden McQueen a run out in his kart at Wilton Mill at the end of last year, and after one session, Caden McQueen was a second off Tom's best times.
Yeah.
You know, so he said that these direct drive cars, why they're scared to come into gearbox, I don't know. I mean, the racing is absolutely fantastic, and yeah, you know, you go out to Europe and race. There's a lot of a lot of the X30 drivers, they race in Europe anyway, but the European gearbox scene is huge.
Yeah.
And that's what Max Verstappen came through.
Yeah.
You know, that's what Verstappen did, and look what happened to him. But there goes Glenister passing Kenyon for 3rd on the road. But if you add 5 seconds to Glenister's time, that drops him back to 9th.
Oh, I tell you what, I've just noticed Bradley Barrett, that gap 4/10 of a second now to your race leader Ryan Canyon for the lead.
Well, there we go. Bradley Barrett on a mission. The Scody team? No.
The
Sodi Vitesse team. Here comes Bradley. And Ryan Cannon at Andy Fairless Racing J chassis is under pressure. Dum, dum, dum,
No.
You knew I was going to do it. You set it up.
I almost did it myself. Here we go.
Here we go. Yes.
Yeah, out of the S's they go into the braking zone. Defensive straight away from Cannon. Nat's going to hinder his exit now because you see the much wider line. You can get that power down. It's not worked out for Bradley Barrett this time around. He does set the fastest lap of the race. Under braking. Oh, closes right up. Kisses that rear wheel with that front row.
Gives a little peck on the rear.
A little peck on the cheek. There we go. Into the braking zone there of the top end there. Gets
through Stewart's.
Yeah, or is it Stewart's?
Down the hill. That's a great bit. And you can see the kart control there. Barrett sliding that Sodi kart. Oh, in hard on the brakes. What are you not seeing as much of now, Anthony, on the screens as you were at the start of this race?
Crashing?
Spray.
Oh, okay, yeah.
The track's drying out.
Right,
so,
yes.
Barrett is getting much more aggressive because the track is getting greasy. He's still got full wet tyres. He can start pushing the envelope. You can see the rear end of that kart sliding. So Barrett is getting more aggressive on that kart. Oh, that was an oh in unison there as Barrett just missed his braking zone. But 3.5 minutes to go. Looking back outside the top 9, Darren Allen runs in 10th. Ashley Lewis is 11th. Then Lee Ward in 12th. Hannah Lang 13th. So all 13 starters still running. Yeah. Led by number 2, Ryan Cannon.
Into St John's they go. Out they go in towards Sunny Bend. And again, just working those steering wheels very, very quickly as they go through. And again, lots of gear changes. Like you were said, what is it? 34 gear changes per lap.
Now, that's in the dry. I'm not sure about the back. There's a move. Barrett having a little nibble. Oh, Ryan Cannon there sitting firm. And but Barrett's got the momentum. Barrett's got the momentum. Watch the crossover move now. Watch him try and undercut.
As they go through. No, couldn't quite do it there. Stays behind. Just doesn't have the waft out of the corner, but he's got it under braking there. Again, see that switchover move, but again, it's hindering his exit as he goes out. He'll really catch up, he'll reel him in as they get to the end of the straight, but he's just not getting it enough alongside as they exit the corner. Out of Stewart's they go. Down the hill in towards St John's. This is where the pit entrance is for anyone who wants to know.
Yep.
Then into Sunny Bend again. Very close, but again, really close in under braking. Just can't get the power down at the corner.
What Bradley Barrett is doing a lot more of, he's using his tyres a lot more.
Yes.
Now, so Cannon is, you can see, he's he's not driving defensively. He's just using his track position. That number 2 kart is rooted. The back end's not sliding out. He's not scrubbing off speed. Of course, he's not scrubbing off any rubber. Barrett is absolutely all over the place. So if the final is wet, Barrett is not in good shape.
No.
But so Bradley is hoping that this is the last time he uses these wet tyres, because my word, he is using them.
He is indeed. Yeah, you could just see. Now, Cannon is positioning that kart beautifully to defend. Is not leaving enough space for a gap down the inside, but he's not suffering by going all the way out to the exit. So, he's positioned that kart lovely, and that's, I think, just what's working really well here for Cannon as they go through. But these two absolutely nose to tail all the way through this, working furiously, gear change after gear change, braking zone after braking zone. Oh, a little bit wide there from Barrett.
He's tried something different there.
He is.
It hasn't quite worked, although has it? He's going to gain ground down the straight through this complex. Don't forget, this is Bradley Barrett's first year as a KZ2 kart driver. He is so confident on the gears, under braking, behind the experience of Scotland's Ryan Cannon. As a first-year gearbox driver, 40 seconds to go. You're watching this behind them. Glenister still runs 3rd on the road. 4th is Kenyon. Charlton is 5th. Longfield 6th. Murphy 7th. Price is 8th. Then it's Turner, Lewis, Allen, Ward and Lang. Glenister's 5-second penalty will drop him from 3rd on the road, currently down to 6th, ahead of Miles Murphy, but behind Tom Longfield.
Now, contrary to what you see in most other grids when you see the two leaders scrapping at the front here, is that you see the rest of the pack start to close in very quickly. But I have to say, not so in this, because Glenister is actually falling behind in third place. He's currently 4.2 seconds further down the road, so the gap is increasing. 6 seconds left on the board. They've still got 2 more laps to go as the sun once again peeks through the clouds here in the Lake District.
Now this
Lake District.
The Lake District. Yeah, easy for you to say.
Yeah.
You haven't been drinking today, just last night.
Oh dear me.
But no, up the hill again. The track is going to dry out. Now, as you can see, it's so wet offline though that even if you get a dry racing line, then the off track is going to be very wet for a long time. And down the back straight, where you do get the wind, the wind does come in from over the sides of the quarry. Down the back straight, it is really getting dried out quite a bit. Down in this area, which is the wind struggles to get to this area through Sunny and St John's, still very, very wet, very greasy. But so you're into the really horrible. There's Barrett to the inside. I know you wince as he has a look up there. So he's abandoned that inside line. The clock strikes 0. Cannon looks over his shoulder. This is the last lap. What can Bradley Barrett do? Cannon is going to defend to the inside on this straight, so Barrett's going to have to swing out wide about here and now try and either go round the outside or cross over. Cannon on the apex. Oh, he runs wide. Here we go, Anthony.
Yeah, that's a much better exit there from Barrett. He got the inside line. No, he's got the outside line here. Now switches back through. Cannon holds on to that one, but he's got the momentum. He's got the momentum. Side by side in towards Stewart they go. Cannot defend because there. Cannon down the inside once more.
This is good
Great
stuff.
driving from these two. Cannon holds on to it. That again just shows experience around this Rowrah circuit. Into St John's they go, and again heavy on the brakes, hugging that inside line. Great stuff from Cannon.
Yep, Barrett's got one more opportunity. Are we going to slingshot it up the inside? Not this corner, the crossover. It's going to be very, very quick run to the line. Bradley's going to try though. Oh, Cannon takes it by 0.14 of a second. Good racing. I mean, the KZ2 class this year, Anthony, has been nothing short of spectacular from start to finish. It's been excellent all the way through, and there's another example. Two different contenders. It was Glenister and Charlton at Mansell, then it was Longfield and Glenister at Mansell. Now it's Cannon and Barrett. Glenister finishes 3rd on the road, but Alan Kenyon will move up into P3. Joe Charlton will take 4th, and then Glenister will cross the line in 5th, just 300. He will overall, with his penalty applied, Glenister will be 5th, just in front of Longfield. Then it's Price, Murphy, Turner, Lewis, Ward and Lang, with Darren Allen rounding out the field. But again, that's good, that's 15 laps. That's 15 laps of hard racing. And, all 13 drivers finish the race. And yeah, as Bod Cole says, who's watching up from the People's Republic of Tyne and Weir, clean as a whistle, or as, clean as a whistle, like... That's my Bod Cole impression.
Is it?
Yeah.
I've never met Bod Cole, so I'm going to take your word for it on that one.
Then you're a poorer man for it. Never having met him. That's all I'll say.
Let's have a recap then of the schedule then of what's going to be coming up later today. Of course, we've had a busy old day so far. We've just finished the KZ2 pre-final. Coming up next in just a moment will be the Mini X30 pre-final. That's our next race. And then we go for our favourite part of the day, is the lunch break, approximately 35 minutes in length. After
the minute silence.
Minute silence, of course. After the Mini X30 race, we are having that minute silence, of course, to remember the marshal who we sadly lost at Brands Hatch after that terrible incident. Yes. And then, of course, we start the finals, starting at 1:15 with the Bambino final. 1:45 is the Junior X30 final, then the Senior X30 final at 1:15. There we go. I say all the twos there in one. IAME Cadet final will come up at 2:45. Then it is the KZ2 final, where if you like KZ2 and you like gearbox racing and you like that race and you'll like that KZ2 final, coming up at 3:15. Then we round it out the day at 4:45 with Mini X30 for their final race 25 of the weekend. Don't miss out anywhere. Coming up next, it is Mini X30. Well, Mini X30 about to make their way onto the circuit, and well, They had an interesting day yesterday, didn't they, Henry? As they go through, I'm kind of looking.
Well, yeah, they did. I mean, Macaulay Bishop won both heat races. You can see them there in the number 68 kart. Alongside him is our current championship leader, Leo Robinson. Robinson and Bishop shared the wins last time out at Lark Hall. So Robinson won the opening 2 rounds, then Bishop struck back. The championship gap between them, there's 20 points between them at the moment coming into today. Other contenders, you got Wes Swain, Jack Hobson, Henry Jocelyn, Cameron Pratt-Thompson. That's the rest of the top 6 in the point standings. But really, the battle for the championship is between these two. Now, Bishop loves this track, so does Robinson. Last year, Robinson was very quick. Well, they were both very quick here when Robinson was in Mini X30 last year. Bishop was in IAME Cadet. Behind them, you can see the number 26 of Henry Jocelyn. He's had a real upturn in fortunes. He's moved across to the McBarrett Racing team. And he had a bit of a problem in one of his heats yesterday, but has done well there. Yes, you're looking at the results from yesterday, Anthony.
I am indeed, yes. Now, we were saying, yeah, Macaulay Bishop, he won both his first and his second heat with Leo Robinson as well, second place. Wesley Swain came third in the first heat. Henry Jocelyn finished third in that one. But let's have a look at the grid for our Mini X30 grid. There it is. Macaulay Bishop and Leo Robinson starting on that front row with Henry Jocelyn and Wesley Swain alongside on row number 2. Eden Spanswick and Tommy Harfield round out row 3 with Joey Brown and Cameron Pratt-Thompson, the 33 on row number 4. Jack Cunningham and Lewis Bird on row 5 with Jack Hobson and Mason Rudman on row 6. Thomas Behrman and Taylor Orridge, the 66 plate on row 7 with Charlie Morris-Jones and Isaac Phelps on row 8. Ashton Wiggins and Brandon Truman rounding out row 9.
Now, Ashton Wiggins, he's getting plenty of support online.
He is.
Have to say, when we were watching yesterday, he came up to you and he was very depressed. He told you, you asked him how he went, how he was going.
Yeah.
And he said he was very depressed.
He was.
And we asked him why. And he said because he had no power.
He said he had no waft in his red waft kart.
So the red waft kart had no waft. It was 0 waft racing. Hopefully that problem has been eradicated overnight.
Thank you very much.
We're watching. So welcome to our viewers from Brazil. Muito.
Support coming in.
Muito well.
Support
from
for
Brazil. Taylor Orridge. Yes, we're down to one Mad Crop car.
Massey joins us.
Massey Pugache from the Algerian Karting Federation, watching their man Leo Robinson. So, Bishop in the 68 kart. Then it's Robinson in the 2, Jocelyn in the 26, Swain in the number 8. And they will go around again. Now, where's Swain? Has got the white nose cone on his Fusion kart. And Taylor, so who's that? So Taylor Orridge, the red head rocket.
Has he got a red helmet on?
No, he's got ginger hair.
Oh.
You fool. Dearie me. God.
Well,
Anthony Jordan, he's just insensitive to gingers, I can't say.
Do you hear yourself think sometimes?
I don't think.
No.
No.
Some have a filter.
He's a red. Some have a filter. No. So Taylor Orridge. Now, Taylor Orridge. He's the only Mad Croc really there. We've lost from the field Aiden Hassan, who was ninth in the championship. He's not here this weekend. We've still got a tremendously strong grid. And again, look at that track drying out. Still everyone on wet tyres, but it's going to be very, very greasy, which is going to really ruin these wet tyres. Bishop, Robinson, Jocelyn, Swain, Spanswick, Harfield, Joey Brown, Pratt-Thompson, Cunningham, Bird, Hobson, Rudman, and the rest. Lights out. We're off and racing in turn number 1. Very greasy. Bishop has the lead. And look at that. Good start from Wes Swain as Henry Jocelyn. Oh, he finds a gap between the reticel barriers and goes through. So he doesn't crash, but he's lost an awful lot of ground. And it's Bishop with the lead. Swain up to 3rd.
Yep, good start there.
Oh, dear. That's the number 15 of Mason Rudman, one of the drivers off track there. And there's the number 6 of Jack Hobson, getting turned sideways up at Iredale's.
Yeah. Now, back here at the front, the rest of the field go through. Oh, 19 down the inside, Jack Cunningham.
Yeah.
Now, the needle.
Now, so here we go. Why is Leo Robinson not running his GP plate? And you know this. I will let you explain, Anthony, why Leo Robinson is not running his G plate. I will interrupt only if something kicks off on track. Continue.
Excellent. Okay, right. So,
no. Sorry, carry on.
Right. Okay. So, Leo himself isn't superstitious about these sorts of things.
No,
it's
he's
his
not.
mechanic. And what is his mechanic's name?
Sam Fugit.
Sam Fugit, right. So Sam Fugit came up to us in the scrutineering bay saying, oh no, he's not running the GP plate because I don't like running the GP plate.
Well, it wasn't quite he'll run it at club meetings and he'll run it at other places, but in the British Championship, and again, because
bad omen.
Bad omen. So Sam Fugit won the GP plate a few years ago with another driver, and then that other driver didn't have any very good luck running the GP plate. So Sam says, from now on, the British Championship, I shall not run it. He'll run the number 2 plate, and Leo can run the GP plate to show that he's a British Grand Prix winner at other events, but not these events. He's running his 2. There you go.
There we go.
Not because he doesn't want to, Curtis, on the chat.
Yeah. 10
anyway.
10 minutes plus 1 additional lap. Leading the way, Macaulay Bishop, who's sporting some very nice wet waterproof trouser dungarees.
He's from here. He's going on a family fishing holiday.
Yeah.
And he just saves putting his waders in a suitcase.
I say it's Hobson down the inside there. Nice little look there. Now, who's that? Number 8, Mr. Wesley Swain, 3rd in the championship at the moment. 3rd in place. I think he's got a new front nose on that.
Well, Well, he's either that or there's been a problem with his old nose and they just run out of graphics kits. There's a move. There's the number 10 kart of Lewis Bird up the inside of his new teammate. So Lewis Bird now part of the PMR driver program. He goes past the number 69 PMR kart of Eden Spanswick, the Anglo-Moldovan driver. There's the number 19 Fusion kart of Jack Cunningham, all in a line, and this is the battle for 6th, 7th, 8th with Joey Brown.
Spanswick goes round.
Oh, they're locked together. They're locked together, and Spanswick manages to sort of steer his way then through. Look at all the marbles that he goes over, the KZ2, and there's bits of bark there and all sorts that he's picked up on his tyres. There's Thomas Behrman. Now, we spoke to Thomas on the Paddock Show last night. Poor Jack Cunningham. I mean, so Spanswick had half spun, and sort of Cunningham had nowhere to go. Here's a replay of the action. So they,
I think it was slightly helped.
Well, there was obviously some form of braking issue or lack thereof from the number 19 kart there, which put him into the rear of the number. There's
Charlie Morris-Jones.
There's Charlie Morris-Jones and the recovering Henry Jocelyn having nowhere to go. So around the outside goes the 35 Jade kart of Isaac Phelps. He's getting helped by the recovering Eden Spanswick. Eden Spanswick there just eases Phelps wide. They're 3 wide with Jocelyn, Morris-Jones, and the number 66 of Taylor Orridge. Taylor, the redhead rocket.
Now, you've got to remember,
going through,
Isaac Phelps and Charlie Morrison-Jones. Now, they had a bit of a disaster at Larkhall. They had a bit of a coming together in one of their races.
Yes.
Yeah, so they both didn't finish one of their races.
Best we not mention that then, I suppose.
No, best we not mention that. But hopefully, they've learnt their lesson from that. The team have had a good chat with them, and they said, right, guys, you can race, but race fair, be clean, side by side, up into the S's they go, or into the chicane, and everyone gets out of the chicane cleanly there, albeit Spanswick there just in the background recovering, moving up the order at the moment. Oh, there we go, Mick Barrett racing 26, Henry Jocelyn. Well, there we go. Now you say he was getting tips from Ben Barnacle.
Yeah, Ben Barnacle was here this weekend, yeah.
And I have to say, it's probably working.
Well, to be fair, Henry Jocelyn, he was sort of like pushed off at the first corner. That sort of delayed him, and then on his recovery drive through the circuit, other karts have spun in front of him. So he's obviously very quick, but now he's just mired in this pack, and of course the karts are sliding around on this greasy track. So on a greasy track surface, the wet tyres don't dig in to the tarmac and displace the water as much, and that's what gives wet tyres grip. There's the number 55 MLC Motorsport kart of Brandon Truman, also going through, and he is down in 15th place. So we've lost Ashton Wiggins, sadly, the 57. Jack Cunningham is also out, so we're down to 16 runners, and this is the battle for 10th down to 16th on your screens. I mean, up at the front, Macaulay Bishop leads by 2.3 seconds over Leo Robinson, and Leo Robinson is 1.8 seconds in front of Wesley Swain in third position. Swain, in turn, is over a second clear of Tommy Harfield for KR Sport, and Harfield then another second or so clear of Cameron Pratt-Thompson. So the leaders are all quite spread out. This is the best battle on circuit. Oh, actually, 8th and 9th, Jack Hobson and Thomas Behrman, they're very close together. But then it's this scrap, and you can see the number 24 KR Sport machine of Tommy Harfield going through there. And Tommy Harfield has now got 2 PMR drivers, Cameron Pratt-Thompson and Lewis Bird, chasing him down. So that's the battle for 4th, 5th and 6th. There's the ST Racing number 74 of Joey Brown. Joey Brown running for John Stewart's team. And yeah, John Stewart, ex-driver, and now running his team. And Joey doing well for him in 7th position. 5.5 minutes to go, Anthony.
Yeah, I'm wagging my finger at you again.
And holding a pen.
And holding a
which
pen.
means that it's doubly important, what I'm about to say.
It's doubly important, right. It's getting a bit close here now between these drivers. But I just want to say, Macaulay Bishop is leading the way. Now, he's pushing that car at a fair rate of knots, I will say. He's pulling away. 2.7 seconds is the gap at the moment from Leo Robinson. Now, they're all running on wet tyres at the moment. But, like we say, the track is drying. It is not wet out there. It is greasy.
Yes.
Which means, is that chewing the tyres up slightly?
Well,
heating them up too much?
I mean, Macaulay's just done a lap of 58.83, which is the fastest lap of the race.
So he's pushing those tyres quite a lot.
And there are still, many drivers are still putting in green sector times. Although, you know, yes, and again, Macaulay's going very, very quick. There's a move. That's Cameron Pratt-Thompson passing Tommy Harfield. Tommy Harfield, the number 24 KR Sport car, coming back. Now Tommy Harfield's going to try and ease over, and he does. Oh, and good stuff there. And again, Cameron Pratt-Thompson, he's got that sort of fishing wader style wetsuit on as well.
It's very common.
It's I mean, Macaulay Bishop is a trendsetter.
He has paved the way forward for a set of wet weather racing gear. But because I suppose when it's not raining, all the water comes from the track, doesn't it? But when it starts raining, there you go.
It comes from the sky.
It comes from the sky.
Yeah.
You get wet, and then it gets into all your dungarees, and then it's
if you're still wearing dungarees in this day and age, Anthony, that's your business. And, if you want to share it with the people, then that's your choice. There we go. Here we go. It's a good scrap. It's 4th, 5th, and 6th. Harfield, Pratt-Thompson, and Bird. Now through the first chicane again, another new fast lap. Wow. 58.60. Last time the lead gap is now up to nearly 4 seconds from Bishop, and there's Harfield being pushed wide there by Pratt-Thompson. Pratt-Thompson swings wide to the outside. Now, Tommy Harfield was wise to that, smart driving. So Harfield saw Pratt-Thompson easing wide, and instead of taking his nose, he thought, right, okay, well, I'll stay on the outside as well. So as Pratt-Thompson tried to turn in for the crossover move, Tommy Harfield hadn't turned in yet either. Side-to-side contact.
It was good driving as well, because he backed him up into his teammate Lewis Bird as well. Lewis had a go as well, but he's managed to open that gap up. Oh, God, every time they hit that curb, it really does hurt my spine. All orange with a 5-second time penalty. The 66 plate is down the inside. Goes Pratt-Thompson.
That was.
I nearly said the word.
That was wild. I mean, there was contact there, and there's no denying it. There's, you know, we were trying to think of other words we could use instead of contact, but look at that there.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I mean, Pratt-Thompson at the inside, Harfield trying to cut across, you know, that unfortunate Harfield. Luckily, Harfield gets going again. No damage done apart from to his overall race position. Now Pratt-Thompson has got Lewis Bird sitting on his rear bumper, the second of the Pullman Racing karts, trying to, looks over his shoulders, Pratt-Thompson, he knows where Bird is. We saw Taylor Orridge getting a 5-second penalty for contact coming through the field there, so that's going to push Taylor Orridge, who was up into the top 10. That is going to put him down to about 15th again, because of course there was that huge battle of karts that he was part of. So unfortunately, Orridge's top gear from the rear hasn't really paid off this time. Henry Jocelyn is up into 11th place now. Harfield has recovered from that incident, is in 9th. Bishop now 3.2 seconds in front. Leo Robinson puts in the fastest personal best. I tell you who is going quicker is Wesley Swain.
Yeah. Now, again, this brings me back to my previous comment that I hadn't actually finished yet because it all
Sorry.
Pete Tong a bit.
And I interrupted you.
Yeah,
Do
you did as well. No, so
how rude of me.
Now,
Won't do it
Bishop.
again.
Yeah, thank you. Now,
Promise.
yeah, excellent. Cool. So Bishop, of course, he's leading. Now it's over 3 seconds, 3.2 seconds. Again, he's pushing those tyres. He's using them down. Is Robinson not pushing those because he's expecting rain later in the final and he's maintaining those wet tyres because that track, there is a dry line forming now.
There is, but and of course that is going to give there. But I mean, you look at the timing screens here, and apart from on the last lap, we're on lap number 11 now, on lap number 10, apart from Macaulay Bishop, every other driver in the race set their personal best lap. So the track conditions are getting better. They are pushing their tyres still, which personally I would say is, you know, not the wisest thing to do. Macaulay Bishop has just gone around in 58.32. So on a dry-in track, Bishop he's owning the field here. I've got to say at the moment, he's got the only drivers within 10 seconds of Macaulay Bishop are Leo Robinson, Wesley Swain and Cameron Pratt-Thompson. And Pratt-Thompson is 9.96 seconds back. So the two Fusion drivers, Robinson in the 2 and whereas Never the Swain shall meet Swain in kart number 8. You know, they're the only karts that can stay in the same zip code as Bishop at the moment. But, like you said, very, very good point you made, Anthony, is that who's got the most tyres left, because the forecast is that this afternoon the rain could return and the Mini X30 race is going to be the last race of the day.
Yes, it will be. Of course, it will be the lunch break after this one. Of course, a minute silence as well after this race. There is the recovery 24 on your screen of Mr. Harfield. He has now got the company of the 66 of Taylor Orridge, who is sporting that 5-second time penalty. It's Orridge down the inside. Oh, is he going to get that job done? No, he can't. It slots back behind. But again, that just shows good momentum. It shows good pace. It shows good positioning. Oh, okay.
No shortage of guts
yes.
in that number 66 kart. I've got to say, Orridge, he just closed in and thought, right, I've caught them. I'm going to go straight at the inside, go into the first corner. But look, nothing happened. Now we've lost Isaac Phelps from the race. He has retired the number 35 Jade Racing Team entry. So we're down to 15 runners. And here comes Orridge again. And, there's a Harfield giving it back. Now, I suppose Orridge has got a 5-second penalty. Harfield is already a little bit upset, perturbed, miffed at having been forced out of 4th place. So you think that Harfield probably wasn't quite receptive to a mad lunge from Taylor Orridge, and there was the result.
Yes, I suspect your thinking is probably correct there, sir.
See, I do think occasionally.
Yeah, sometimes.
Just not before I speak.
No, exactly. Last lap board is out. There is your current race leader, the 68. One racing driver, Macaulay Bishop, the 68, down the back straight he goes in towards the Stewart S's,
weaving around to try and cool his tyres.
Yeah. Now look at that gap as well. It's come down. It's now only 3 seconds. So again, he's eased back now. But has he pushed too hard?
Well, he is easing back because again he was 0.3 of a second slower than Leo Robinson on the last lap. So other drivers are still putting in personal bests. Bishop isn't, and that's not because suddenly the cart's gone off. It's because now he is tyre saving mode big time.
Oh yes.
Out at the final corner, Macaulay Bishop takes the victory from Leo Robinson and Wes Swain in Mini X30. That is the pre-final over and done with. Then it's Cameron Pratt-Thompson 4th, Lewis Bird in 5th, Hobson is 6th, in kart 6th, Joey Brown 7th, then Thomas Behrman in 8th place. 9th is going to be Harfield, just in front of Orridge, with Henry Jocelyn 11th, followed by Eden Spanswick, Charlie Morrison-Jones, Brandon Truman, and the last finisher was Mason Rudman. Isaac Phelps, Jack Cunningham and Ashton Wiggins failed to finish, and there we go. That is an impressive drive there from Macaulay Bishop. One would have to say though, would he have things all his own way if the track was dry? And I would think the answer to that would be no. So it's not game over by any stretch for Robinson or Swain. But it's a 3-kart scrap at the front of the field in Mini X30 at the moment in the dry, and in the wet, it's the Macaulay Bishop show all the way, you have to say.
Yeah, definitely. But again, it's all going to come down to that final later on today. The Mini X30 final is our last race of the day. That will be airing on your telephonic devices wherever you are in the world at 3:45 local time here.
Yes. Now, we are going to a lunch break here. Normally, we've got some features that we will play you. However, before we do that, we're going to try and coordinate this so that the commentary that you're hearing on the Alpha Live YouTube stream and is also going out to the paddock here at Rowrah, Cumbria Kart Racing Club. So we're going to try and coordinate this as best we can. The marshals, there we go, the Orange Army, the volunteer army from the Cumbria Kart Club, like at every kart circuit around the country, every race circuit around the country, Anthony, they give up their weekends, come rain or come shine, to allow everybody to go racing. Now you can see at the start line there, in the black coat there, that's our race director Nigel Edwards. In the multicoloured jacket, that's our Rowrah circuit owner Malcolm Fell. We would like to, the marshalling team are all sort of gathering on the circuit because last weekend, Anthony, as many of you will know here at the circuit and on the stream, one of the marshalling family, well, one of the marshalling community lost a member of their family, and the marshal team, they do consider themselves a family, whether it's cars, karts, bikes, or anything like that. Without the marshals, the boys and girls in orange, nobody would be able to go racing whatsoever. And of course, there was that horrific accident at Brands Hatch last Saturday that cost a race marshal their life. So what we are going to do, the marshals here are going to assemble on the start line, and we are going to have a minute's silence for them. So while we watch on the stream, we will remain quiet as circuit owner Malcolm Fell coordinates there. So a minute's silence to remember the marshal that sadly lost their life at Brands Hatch. So thank you very much for joining us. Hope that you maintain silence through this minute, and then we'll see you this afternoon.
Maintain the pace, please. I please ask you to observe a 1 minute silence, please, for the marshal who lost his life in a grand patch whilst in the line of duty, giving competitors the chance to race. 1 minute from now, please. Thank you folks on behalf of Motorsport UK for your time on this matter.
Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. You were watching there the minute silence, or the moment of silence, here at Cumbria Kart Racing Club for the marshal that lost their life at Brands Hatch last weekend. We thank you very much for joining us this morning. We will be back at just before 1:15 local time in about 30 minutes' time for the finals. But before then, we'll have a little break. They might even have a feature or two for you. Be nice. Enjoy. Bye.
Zach Drummond, our driver of the day from Lark Hall. Well done. That's a lovely trophy that you're holding in your hand, and a brand new toolbox for, I suspect, Dad, who's going to be using that one. How do you feel?
I'm so delighted that I got it out of this competition. Who were there? Some amazing drivers like Oliver Stewart. He was nominated for it. He was quite a good driver. He won both finals as well, so it's quite an achievement for me.
Well, again, from yourself, it was a home circuit as well, so you don't live that far away from the track, and you showed a great performance. You had a tough old day, though, fighting with Lewis Wera as well. It's close in the championship, but from our point of view, it's a great result for yourself.
Yeah, it was really good how I won both finals, but I did have to work quite hard for them. Yeah, he's a good driver. We have a good fight, and yeah, just battle away for the win and see who wins.
Now, talk us about that one finish, because you were side by side with Noah Wolf across the line, and there was absolutely nothing between it. Photo finish, an absolutely fantastic race. That was very close to the wire, wasn't it?
Yeah, there was one opportunity left, and I know I would have to go for the switchback. So I tried it, and I just got it in the line. So very delighted that I got the win.
Anyone you'd like to thank for that weekend?
My mum, my dad, visitors for coming, my team, my sponsors, and that's about it.
Excellent. Well, Zach Drummond, our driver of the day from Larkhall for the Wera Tools British Kart Championship. Very well done.
Thank you.
Alistair Roberts, Managing Director of Vital Equipment, and at these events I'm in charge of doing the fuel analysis. There isn't any specific challenges. All the competitors now know what the system is. So when it comes to fuel ordering, when it comes to fuel testing, everybody, you know, sort of goes along with it because they know the system, because we're in the third year of doing this. I think there's a number of factors with it. First of all, health and safety. Going to a filling station and taking more than 10 litres from a normal filling station is actually illegal. And then the competitors have to carry it in their vehicles to the circuit. And the question is, if they had an accident, would their insurance cover them if they're carrying 25 litres of fuel or even more? But actually using the fuel, the one thing is that the fuel they're using here is a 95 octane fuel, specially blended for the championship. And the first thing with it is always consistent. The batch of fuel we're on now was produced last year, and the quality of it is as good today as it was 18 months ago. Okay, it's more expensive than pump fuel, but the other side of it, it means that we can analyse it. We take a sample out of one of our drums to put it in the fuel analysis equipment, and then take samples out of the cart, you know, fairly regularly to test it against, to make sure they're not cheating. So it doesn't allow anybody to use any really fancy fuels, because then that could put the cost up, because there's fuels on the market that are over £6 a litre. We get the choice that we can either take samples out of the top 3, or we take random samples. Where the carts come in, we give the mechanic a 50 centilitre bottle, which they take fuel out of their tank, and then we bring it and put it in this infrared analysis piece of equipment to compare it against our sample. It works on a fingerprint basis, and their sample has to match the one in our equipment. I mean, if it doesn't, then we know then there's put something else in the fuel, and it could be possibly cheating. Yes, I do, because I think on health and safety grounds, not having to go to a filling station, which we mentioned before, and it also, again, makes it a level playing field, so nobody's tempted to use, you know, sort of more exotic fuels, which some of them are illegal, some of them have got lead in them, so that for the environment, you know, they're not very good. So by going to a control fuel, it takes all that element away. On that basis, I think it's a benefit to the sport.
Well, the norm is quite a standard team that we always use. It's normally the club officials that supply the main scrutineers, and then myself, normally here as commissioner, and then having another scrutineer who's doing the eligibility to be the chief of the championship. So we're always in, it's always the same people that are there. So there's not a lot to actually arrange on that side of it. Equipment side of it, you need to make sure obviously you've got everything that you need for that particular class, especially when there's multiple types of classes being raced at a particular meeting. There's a lot of things that come back to us from obviously teams grumbling, and you have to be careful you don't just take the teams grumbling as being a way of them hiding things that they might be trying on as well. There's a different things. A bit of a smoke screen comes out from it, and really nothing's happening out there, but they're just trying to push you to look at other people all the time. So you have to be careful of that one. But at the same time, there's a lot of things that come back to us about little Johnny's doing this, and you need just to look into it to make sure that they are either false or if they are correct. And if they're correct, then obviously you have to find a way of pouncing on it and stopping the problem when before it gets out of hand, really. I think a lot of that, the respect and everything that you spoke about, is something you have to earn over all the years that you've been doing it. A lot of the mechanics nowadays, I've probably known them since they're 8 years old. It's a little bit of a worry sometimes because we're all getting older. But that you've earned that respect out of them over the years, and you have to have a little bit of fun with them as well, because it's no good jumping all the time, because nobody likes that. You have to make it a nice atmosphere to be in. When they come into scrutineering, you have to make sure that they know they're coming somewhere where you're not going to just, oh, we've got to go and see him again, and you don't want that attitude. So yeah, as long as you've worked with them over the years, you've got a bit of a rapport with them, and they're quite happy then to be in here. They have a laugh and a joke with you as well. You take it on the chin as well, when they take the mickey out of you. And it's nice, they know that they can talk to you as an individual and not as a official. And I think that's where the main part is, that we're all human and we all have to work together. And as long as you're fair with them, they'll always be fair with you. No, it's not. It's very easy, that one is, I'm afraid, and you've hit the nail on the head. Successful meeting is when everybody goes away having enjoyed themselves, all raced on a level playing field, and nobody's been found to be either underweight or done anything that's incorrect. And that's a successful meeting.
It's very exciting to be here today for the second round of the 2021 British Kart Championship. It is wonderful to see so many people turning up, record numbers of entries for the championship, over 500, and this is the largest entry that we've had at any single round of the British Kart Championship since we took over at the beginning of 2019. So very, very exciting day for me personally. Shenington was my home track when I was racing as a junior, so it's wonderful to come back here on a lovely sunny day compared to last weekend with a torrential rain and wind at Clay Pigeon. I think there are a lot of signs that show that we are getting really, really strong, consistent support. The teams, the big teams, are behind us and at all the different rounds. We're seeing privateers coming out in great numbers and indeed having fantastic success. It's not just dominated by the teams. I think the all-time winning level is the second highest level of winners is actually privateers, which is really, really good news. We're seeing fantastic support from commercial partners. Wera Tools has come on board as the title partner this year in 2021. And we're also seeing increased media coverage, not only live streaming on social media, but also now on Motorsport UK TV, which is really, I think, a great confirmation that there is a global audience for the British Kart Championship, and we like to think that it's the best in the world for finding talent moving up into elite sport. Well, listen, you know, COVID has changed everybody's lives in the last 18 months, but the resilience of the kart community to fight through all the difficulties and to bounce back, as we have done this year, and indeed complete the championship last year. Although it was curtailed in terms of the number of months, we had a full championship, which was amazing. And this year, we're starting a little bit later than maybe perhaps we'd originally anticipated, but we're looking like we're going to get a full, exciting championship season. And that's all down to not just the drivers and the teams and the families that are supporting them, but also very much about the officials, the volunteers, the marshals that make all of this happen. Well, motorsport is very different from most other sports that particularly kids would take part in at the weekend, because it needs to be very, very carefully regulated, monitored and managed to make sure that it's safe and it's fair. And when you're dealing with high-performance machinery, we need to have safety at the forefront. And our community of volunteers, officials, scrutineers, all of the marshals, are the army of people that come out tirelessly weekend after weekend to make that happen. So the enjoyment of these kids, most of the paddock here is full of young kids which are enjoying the thrills of karting. None of that could happen without all of the hard work and the dedication that we get from the volunteers. So I'd like to say an enormous thank you on behalf of Motorsport UK to everybody that volunteers their time to make sure that motorsport not only takes place but is safe, fair and fun. Thank you very much, and good luck to everybody for the whole championship in all the different classes. And you can see in front of us here a wonderful array of trophies. I know that young drivers are going to be eyeing these, looking through the doors here, picking out which one they think they're going to win this weekend. Very exciting times, very exciting championship. Thank you.
The 2021 Wera Tool British Kart Championships season enters its second half, event 6 of the new season, and we're here at the Lakeland Stadium in Rowrah. Now, Rowrah is one of Britain's oldest karting venues. They've been racing karts around these hallowed bits of tarmac since 1959. This weekend, it's the turn of Bambino, IAME, X30 and KZ2 classes to hit this historic tarmac. As you can see, the Lake District in the north of England has its own different microclimate. Raining one minute, sunny the next, windy almost all the time. Now, the last time we were in action was at Lark Hall. Austin Newstead won a fantastic Bambino final. Zach Drummond has won 3 in a row in IAME Cadet. Leo Robinson and Macaulay Bishop shared the wins in Mini X30. In Junior X30, Oliver Stewart won twice on home territory, but Dan Ginchard still leads the championship, while Thomas Fleming took both wins in Senior X30, and it's Clayton Ravenscroft who still narrowly leads the points. The last time we saw the KZ2 gearbox karts was at Mansell Raceway, and who can forget that fantastic final win? It was a win for Ryan Cannon, but James Glenister leads the title chase. Glenister and defending champion Joe Charlton clashed at nearly 100 miles an hour at Mansell Raceway in one of the most memorable bits of karting that I've ever witnessed. Charlton won this event a year ago. He is out for revenge and to get his first win of his defending championship season. Let's find out what happens. You can catch it all here on Alpha Live. Please don't go away or miss a thing. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Lakeland Stadium at Rowrah. This is Alpha Live's coverage of the 2021 Wera Tools British Kart Championships, the 6th event of the year. Myself and Anthony Jordan are going to be bringing you the finals of all today's racing. Bambino, IAME, X30 and KZ2. Anthony Jordan will be also bringing you all the interviews from the winners at the end of each final. Here we go. It's going to be a good one, Anthony. Don't forget to like, click and subscribe on the Alpha Live YouTube channel and comment in to say who you are cheering for and where you are cheering from, and we will endeavour to get you mentioned potentially on air. Let's have a look at the starting lineup, Mr. Jordan.
Let's do that indeed. Yeah, final time for Bambino, the first final of the weekend, and it's going to be Colby Patterson starting on the front row with Joshua Griffin alongside Austin Newstead, your championship leader, starting on the second row in third place with Max Gilman alongside Jack Baker and Grayson Wortley on row number 3 with Harry Neeson and Austin Oman on row number 4. Max Tadej on row 5 with Otis Cleary on row 5 alongside in 10th place. Then it is Harper Das and Maximilian Abrahart on row 6 with Josh Cormack and Fraser Anderson rounding out the 14-car grid.
Now, looking at the results of the pre-final, so Colby Patterson had a penalty. That dropped him to 3rd in the results. Max Abrahart didn't start. Hopefully he is out there now. Fraser Anderson had to retire as well, so we hope that we've got all 14 contenders out there. Quick glance at the points, Anthony, like you alluded to. Austin Newstead is your championship leader on 257. Grayson Wortley has 235 alongside Jack Baker. There is a look at those foreboding clouds over the quarry that is the Lakeland Stadium. 1963 was the Cumbria Kart Club formed, but 1959 is when they first raced a kart round here. And it's a beautiful, beautiful scene here at in Cumbria when the sun is shining, but when the clouds are grey and moving in, it does give you an eerie sense of foreboding. Out onto the circuit we go, looking down the order. I didn't see, sadly, the number 61 kart of Max Aberhart. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. No, 13 drivers, so hopefully that Max is okay. And he's there, but I mean, we should possibly have championship point standings that are brought up during the course of the finals. We will try and call upon them once or twice just to see how things are getting on. Let's go, Max Taddy. Tough weekend, but Auntie Lisa is super proud of you. That's from Lisa. There we go.
Yeah, it's Auntie Lisa, that's who that's from.
Yep, so there we go. Now, let's have a look. So I'm sure that all these youngsters, aged between 6 and 8, are getting plenty of support. What it is nice is that the restrictions have been lifted here, and family members are allowed back in the paddock. So the paddock is much busier here because you've got more family members here in attendance, and you know that always makes such a difference, especially these youngsters. You know, they want their mums and their dads and their brothers and their sisters, you know, and their aunties, their uncles around them, because this is a big thing for them. You know, they're only 6, 7, 8 years old.
Yeah.
So
indeed. Well,
yeah.
Again, if you are watching at home, sitting down on your sofa with your mobile telephonic device in hand, get your comments in, and we will give your driver a shout out if you do spell his name correctly. Because if you don't spell it correctly, we don't say it.
Yes. So now, standing start. Now the Bambinos, they have grooved tyres regardless of the track conditions.
Yep.
So the track is drying out. There has been no rain during the lunch break. How long the skies stay dry for is still uncertain, but there we go. Number 33. We need to get Josh Griffin's dad. Off you go, Josh, Mr. Griffin.
Get off the grid.
let Josh do his thing. There is the green flag waving. Now we wait for 4 red lights to come on. When they all go out, we're off and racing. We're off and racing. Here we go from the pole position. Colby Patterson doesn't get a great start. Josh Griffin on the outside, but Patterson has the racing line into the first chicane.
Yeah, Max Gilbert immediately diving to the inside there as well, and side-by-side moves down the inside of the 33 of Joshua Griffin, moves up now into P3. Great start from the 50 of Max Gilbert.
3 wide there they were, and sadly Griffin, they're getting muscled wide there by the number 16 of Austin Oman. So Austin making good start, Griffin going backwards. Now he's going to try and move back up at the inside, going into Iredale's. He does that, good move, but he has still work to do to try and catch up to where he started.
Yep, exactly that. Well, here we go then. Back with this scrap that we saw in the pre-final. Oh, down the inside there goes the 18, or that could have been the 16, I believe that was, of Austin Oman. I believe it was, just getting past Joshua Griffin as well. So Griffin going backwards here halfway around lap 1. 11 minutes to go in this final. Of course, these races 12 minutes plus 1 additional lap for the Bambinos. It's 15 minutes plus 1 additional lap for the rest of the classes.
Yeah, now even though these Bambino karts are going a bit slower than the rest of the karts, and of course the driver's so much younger, 12 minutes around Rowrah is a physically demanding task. I mean, you just have a look at, the cameras do a great job of showing some of the elevation changes, and you can see some of how vicious some of these curbs are, but there isn't a single corner on this circuit. Oh no, Max today in kart 66, a mechanical flag. Oh, and of course, and it's very, very difficult to get, if you get a mechanical flag here at Rowrah, it can be very difficult to get up there and then through and back out onto the track there, because the walkway is a little bit narrow. I mean, will we see, they're doing laps of about 1 minute 15 seconds, 1 minute 13 seconds. As Colby Patterson makes the move on Austin Newstead for the race lead, will we see Tad today come in and then, get whatever repair, if it's possible to repair the kart? Of course, we can't see the number 66 at the moment. He's dropped right down to the back, so he's obviously had a spin. If we can see him come into the pits, possibly we'll be able to see what is wrong with the kart, and if it can be possibly repaired, because I have seen karts there. He is. Oh, it's a rear bumper coming off. Yeah. Now, I don't know if that can be cable tied on. What his dad or his mechanic will be doing now is frantically running around to try and see if he can fix that back on and get him back out there without losing a lap, if at all possible.
Well, he's not come in because another technical flag has gone out, so that's a disaster there. But eyes at the front here because it's shaping up to be an interesting final here because our top three there, the 24, the 74 and the 16, Oman, Newstead and Patterson there. Now we saw Newstead, he took the race lead. He's just taken the race lead there again, side by side. Retaking it, Patterson slots back into place. Now, look at that. Omen follows suit as well. Line astern into the braking zone of the S's. The concertina effect will kick in. Down the inside goes Omen. Gets the job done almost. Gets his front nose cut off slightly there. Slots back into third.
Yes, now Patterson comes into this weekend 5th in the point standings. He on 228 points. Newstead, who's won both finals so far this year, has 257 points. This is a 4-round championship. We started off at Clay Pigeon in the wet, then we went to Lark Hall where it was very, very hot. Now we're here in the middle. Here comes Max Cadet into the pits, and here is a great scrap for the lead. And look how the lead group has concertinated together. This is great stuff. We've got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We've got 8 or 9 karts. In fact, 8 karts separated by 1.4 seconds as we start lap number 4. 8.25 minutes to go. Well, Anthony, the final at Lark Hall was absolutely superb. This looks like it's going to be just as good.
Well, let's hope so. 8 minutes plus that one additional lap into the braking zone. Slightly deep under braking goes Patterson. Newstead takes the lead now in towards Iredale's. There we go. There it is on your screen now as they head into the Stewart S's once more. 3 wide into the braking zone. Slots into position down the inside. Look at that from Oman. Austin Oman, great positional driving, takes the lead.
And just look how much Colby Patterson, the number 24 car, has been shuffled back because that's the number 22 now of Otis Cleary going past me at 2, 4. There's another battle for the lead. There goes Newstead into top spot. And yeah, so it's now Newstead from the 16 of Oman. Then it's the number 50 kart of Gilman. One driver not featuring in this lead battle is current driver who's joint second in the championship, number 70 Grayson Wortley. He is down in 10th place and he's nearly 5 seconds off the lead. However, though, if they keep battling like this, ladies and gentlemen, then you can see the drivers behind potentially catch them. There's a long, long gap back to second place. They're in fact 5.6 seconds. It's 8 karts, 1.3 seconds at the moment. And here comes Gilman in the number 50 kart on the outside of Newstead. Oman has the lead back, and here comes Otis Cleary, the 22. Oh, wheel to wheel, a bit of nudging and bumping and barging there between him and Jack Baker. Baker, another driver, second, joint second in the championship with Wortley, now falls to the back of this lead group. So even though Austin Newstead hasn't got things all his own way, his nearest championship rivals are not in a great position.
No, again, side by side here. Newstead down the inside gets the job done as well. Oh, there goes the 33 of Joshua Griffin as well. Around the outside has been nerfed out slightly wide there, now dropping down a couple of positions. So it's still the 74 of Newstead leading by the 16 of Austin Oman there as they come out of the final corner across the start-finish line. The 24 plate of Patterson is still there now as well in third place. This battle is far from over with 6 minutes plus that one additional lap to go. Oh, come on, Bambino, this is excellent stuff.
Yep, at the back of this group there you've got the number 33 kart of Josh Griffin. He's one of our Scottish drivers this weekend. We've got the Scots putting in a very, very strong in KZ2, and there's a little bit of a, well, that was the Colby Patterson just launching one up the inside of the number 16 kart, the similarly liveried kart. Now there's no teams in Bambino karting, they're all classes privateers. You're not allowed to run teams in Bambino in the British Championship, and that was the number 16 Austin Oman there, and a technical flag again for Max Taddy. So he's gone back in, come back out, and the sticky tape didn't quite work. That's a shame. That's a real shame. We can't see Max today on the screen, but he is back out there having lost a lap, but that bumper has obviously come down again. Here he is again. Oh, let's have a look.
It has dropped, yeah.
Well, I mean, fair play to his mechanic.
Yeah.
He has got it up there, but I mean, he has got the bumper back up there, but I mean, the technical flag has come out again. Maybe we'll see what happens. Maybe the clerk had said that. Well, we'll have to see what happens. At the moment, Max Taddy today is on circuit, and he's actually on the lead lap. He's just over a minute behind the driver in front there. There's Otis Cleary on the outside there, just getting a little nudge from Austin Oman.
I have to say, Otis Cleary, what a run that we've seen from him, because look at this, he's up into P3 here. I mean, he had a disaster at Larkhall. He showed incredible pace, did Otis. He actually got nominated for Driver of the Day as well, did Otis, because of his performance at Larkhall. And here again, he's showing great performance here. Into third place, he just had a disaster in there where, again, it was just a spin, and it all went P-tong for him. But here, back now in third place, getting that racecraft back into form. And here, showing a great performance now out of the final corner, back across the start-finish line. Less than 4 minutes to go. There is your top three. Newstead, Patterson, and it's now Otis Cleary, your top three.
Yes, and again, the Wera Tools Driver of the Day nominations will be made later on. That's something that the nominating committee will discuss later on, probably halfway down the M6 this evening.
Yes.
Via telephonic device. Tomorrow on the Wera Tools British Kart Championship Facebook page, there will be a short list of 6 drivers, one from each competing class, that you then, the viewers, not you, not Anthony, me, but you, the viewers, will be able to vote on. And the Wera Tools, the trophy is absolutely outstanding.
Oh, it is tremendous. I'd like to win one myself.
The tools don't go amiss either that they're given. But there's the back of this league group, which is Harry Neeson in the number 10 kart and Josh Griffin in the number 33. And I've got to say, Grayson Wortley and Josh Cormack in 9th and 10th, they're not closing in. Fraser Anderson is 11th and Harper Das is 12th. Max Tad today is still on track, and I haven't seen the technical flag come back up from Max. So that may have been sort of they saw, oh, he's 66. We don't forget we had a technical flag. He must not have come in, but he has come in.
But he did come in,
and the bumper is still up.
Yes, so he's still out there racing away, which is good to see. 2.5 minutes to go then, plus that one additional lap. It's spicing up here at the front for Bambino.
It is indeed, like last night's curry.
Oh, yes.
Bubbling under.
It wasn't very spicy, though.
Oh, thank goodness for that. Austin Newstead in the number 74 kart, trying to make it 3 wins out of 3. Now, looking back at the history of the Bambino class here in the British Championship, last year was the first time that the Bambinos had around an official part of the British Championship. I mean, Edward Haynes has won 2 finals. Luca Holmes-Ballack has also won 1. No Bambino has ever won more than 2 finals in the British Championship. Could we be about to see that statistic change and Austin Newstead become, and I hate using this word, it's a very Americanish word, but the winningest Bambino driver? Yeah, is that actually a thing? That's how they say it. You know, it's the winningest Bambino driver in the history of the British Karting Championship. Well, he's got Colby Patterson, Otis Cleary, Austin Oman, Jack Baker, Josh Griffin, Max Gilman and Harry Neeson, who are all trying to stop him with 90 seconds plus a lap to go.
Look at this, an absolutely fantastic train snaking their way down the track
move.
there.
That's a move.
That is.
Patterson, in the background there, we've lost 2 of them. 2 of them at the number 17 of Jack Baker and the number 33 of Josh Griffin. That's not good. And this championship is just falling the way of Newstead all the time. Wortley not in contention here, and now Baker, his other main rival, spinning out to the back of the pack as we get to the final minute of this final. So I mean, Newstead, he'll want to win, but I mean, Colby Patterson is not a championship threat. But of course, that's not going to factor into the mind of an 8-year-old.
No.
Have gap. We'll put Kart in it.
Yeah, gap found. Kart put. There we go, and back out they go, but they haven't managed to swap those positions. They have stayed in position. Oh, look at this, down the inside goes the 16 there of Oman on Cleary. Gets that job done. Cleary now back down into P4, but still plenty of action to come because 20 seconds left on the board, still 2 more laps to go. The top 4 now with a breakaway over the start-finish line, up the banking, and now they go down the infield straight towards McRae's hairpin. Again, sweeping to the outside. Cleary following suit as well. The other 2 behind, just closing in. Who is that? That's Max Gilman as well. The 50 is just closing up as well. And it looks like Harry Neeson as well. The number 10 plate started in 7th place on the grid. Now up there in 6th place in this big pack. Here comes Otis Cleary.
Yep.
Yeah, down the inside. He's got that momentum. He's got the waft, but he just couldn't get the spot.
Pat Patterson just squeezed to the inside there to make sure that Otis just couldn't put his nose cone up the inside as they under braking at the end of the back straight for the Stewart S's. The clock has struck 0. Newstead having to defend, coming over the crest, down the hill towards St John's Bend. Newstead still defending now. Can Patterson size him up coming out of Sunny Bend here? Not quite. Will he dive to the inside going into paddock? No, because Newstead is hugging the inside line as well. Colby Patterson goes in very deep now. This is going to be Otis Cleary's chance, the number 22, to get a monstrous run as we start the final lap. We've still got 6 drivers in contention for victory, Anthony.
We do indeed. Up they go through the chicane into that infield straight. The hairpin of McRae's is coming up next. Defensive goes Newstead. Sweeps to the outside. Patterson follows. Cleary doesn't. He stays on that inside line. That suffered his exit slightly on the outside as they go through. Still line astern all the way through into the braking zone now of Iredale's. Look again, Cleary right to the outside. Oh, a big lunge down the inside there from
Austin
the 16
Oman, yes.
Austin Oman, yeah, but he slots back into position. Here comes Max Gilman, though. He's got the waft on the outside. He's got great position here as they go into the Stewart S's. They go line astern again. No position changes. Everyone slots back in.
Yep, now Austin Newstead has got 3 corners to go. He's going to have to come over the crest, down the hill, so he's defending going into St John's. Now, can Patterson hang tough on the outside line? No, he can't, because I would have even dived at the inside coming into Sunny Bend. 1 opportunity left for Colby Patterson. Newstead has the defence of the inside line. He can't, Patterson can't get through. It's going to be 3 out of 3 for Austin Newstead, the first Bambino driver to win 3 finals in the British Championship, of course, subject to post-scrutineering. And Anthony, as they cross the line there, I mean, I'm wondering if we'll be able to get a replay of that. That is what I love to see. Newstead was celebrating, but virtually every single one of the top 6 drivers, as they crossed the line, they were all fist bumping and pumping. Yes, that was a great race. Yes, even the number 51 there, Fraser Anderson in 12th place, he was giving it a fist pump. Yeah. That is what we want to see. Yeah. And as they come out of the final corner, this is it. Now look at this. This is young Kart. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3, 4, and even the number 10 at the background was giving it a bit of a nod and a wave and a start there. That's great stuff. Yeah. That is absolutely great stuff, and a great race. The top 6 separated by 1.1 seconds. If only we had that kind of sportsmanship and that happiness in all the classes.
Yeah, no, I know exactly what you mean. So, I mean, it is fantastic stuff for these guys, isn't it? It's just so close. All the way through that pack, absolutely 1 second all the way through, but it was absolutely fantastic.
So, that's the end of the first final. I mean, we've got a long way to go. Race number 20 on the programme. And if the rest of them are half as good as that one, we're in for a good day. What I will say, though, is that Grayson Wortley, who finished on the podium at both at Clay Pigeon and at Larkhall, here they come into the paddock area. Oh, there's Will, Uncle Will, for the Motorsport UK Media Department. There's the number 21 kart of Josh Cormack. And... you know, we'll see that there's Austin Newstead and one of our scrutineering team, Ben Moore. They move up behind the number 1, so he'll get his photograph. There he is, P1, Austin Newstead. That's what you want to see. And I've got to say, you know, it's simple things. You know, we've had to do all the interviews, we've had to do all the paddock with the drivers, either wearing masks or with crash helmets on. Now, for the first time, we can actually see the joy and the elation on their faces as they get out. And there's the cheeky chappy from the intro video. We were saying there, yeah, that was, and it's number 16. Oh, no, it's number 24, Colby Patterson, who was that. There is Otis Cleary. There, and again, a fist bump from all of them. You know, this is great. And I mean, they're on their summer holidays tomorrow. Don't forget, age 6, 7, 8 years old. These kids, the Bambinos, they go back in September. They will go back and they'll be still in junior school. Yeah. Some of them will still be in infant school. That's, you know, years 1, years 2, year 3, things like that. You know, they're still learning how to write joined up, you know, and spell their names. But yet they go out and they do this on a Sunday.
Yeah, no, it is amazing for them. It's one of those great... You muted my microphone once again. It is one of those great feelings. You know, you're at this age, you know, you're racing in a British kart championship like that, and then you go back to school and she's like, so what did you do this weekend? Oh, yeah. Well, I went motor racing.
Yeah, and again, you get, you know, so we had a feature on the scrutineer. So there's the fuel man at the back of the screen. There they go, smile and wave, you know, hello. And you know, you had this feature on the scrutineering. So you've got team members for the British Kart Championship there. They take the transponders off, the timing transponders. The top 3 have been moved to a different area, obviously because that's where the podium is, and that's where the photos. And there we go. That's a big hug. That's all you want. You want to, at the end of the day, you want a hug from Dad, don't you? How proud you are.
Ah, there you go.
That's all right.
That's the best bit of racing, isn't it?
Who needs words or an interview when you've just got that?
Yeah.
I was going to say straight from the horse's mouth, but I don't want to insult Mr. Newstead. There he goes. Let's listen in. Let's listen into some of the ambience.
I think that was Otis's dad just going past there. He must be very happy. That's that's the best finish we've seen from Otis this year in the British Champs. The ambience being slightly ruined by the Junior X30's revenue there.
No, but that's all right. At least you haven't got to worry about the Bambino swearing on camera. He goes, oh, well, there's Dan Parker walking through with some medals. Now the Bambinos are going to get their presentation now, or the Bambinos get they get their presentation now, because again it's a long wait for them. So the official trophy presentation, there goes, and of course every Bambino gets a medal. And there is your Bambino getting his, there's Colby Patterson getting his medal. Here's Otis's medal. Say, smile, Otis. Well done. Big thumbs up. No, I don't want a fist bump. I want my trophy. Give me my trophy. Thank you. There we go. Hey, well done, young man.
Good lad.
Now, where's Austin Newstead? There's Austin. Oh, yeah, a sec. We have our staff member take the wetsuit off. There we go. Now we're going to try and get our sponsors in. There we go. Interviewed. There we go. Fist bump. He's more receptive to a fist bump. He's got these. There we go. So, your Bambino winner for the 3rd time in 3 finals. Thumbs up. Thanks to everyone. Austin Newstead. The rest of them looking like, I want my medal. Oh, well done to them all. There's Harper Dash just speaking to his dad there. Harper came home in 11th place. But you know, and again, this is, you know, and of course you can see every Bambino, and that's the important thing. So, you know, every Bambino gets a medal for competing. You know, there are winners, there is a podium, there is a championship, but at this age, you do get something. But as you get older, obviously, then it's just. You know, if you don't come on the podium, then all you go home with is a book of excuses. But no, in Bambino, this, look at them. Oh, let's have a listen.
There's a camera. Oh, hello.
Hello. No, that's weird. What are we talking about? We'll go down in history.
It'll go down in history.
What about winning one race in the championship without all your points?
Quite right, sir.
Whoever wins, yeah. It's about the point, yeah. Because you could win a race, but then one other one could not finish and lose. Yeah. It's all to play for. Yeah. You know,
All to play for. I love this. This is great. I'm going to go find my son and give him a clutch now. You want to scoop up? He goes, I want to give you a clutch, Anthony. This is brilliant.
Did not start. I did start. DNS means I did not start. DNS means you started. So DNS.
I love
I started. I started, didn't I? Means did not start. I started, so I've got my points. For starting. Well, that makes no sense. So I'm still winning.
That's more intelligent conversation going on there between us two.
You know what?
I'm not doing big
in 10, 12 years' time, when these guys are in senior X30,
they'll look back
and
at this.
some of them have been signed to young driver programs, stuff like that, we're going to replay this and that competition. That's fantastic. Great work there from our camera guy there, our roaming camera guy down over in the pits. And you talk about, you know, we put these kids up on a pedestal all the time. We talk about them like they're a superstar, and I mean, and quite rightly so. You know, they do this is a high-profile championship. You can see the corporate sponsorship around the place. That a lot is expected of them, and they deliver. But then when the helmets comes off, you see them, and they think, yeah, they are just their kids. And for families watching back home, do you remember what your kids were like when they were 6? You know, what they were capable of, what they were doing, and they have the little conversation there between them all. Just superb, absolutely superb. It can bring a tear of joy to your eye, and yeah, that's great stuff. There's Max today's kart, and there is the scene here. Now, so Anthony, that fell that you can see there, the hill also was a fell. You know, it's in Wales that could be called a tump. You know, that's it's visible.
I'd call it a hill.
It's a hill. Yeah, you call it. You know, whatever you want to call it, it's visible.
Yes.
That means the cloud is not over it. If we look at that camera shot again, and that is behind the Stewart S's, if we look at that camera shot again at the end of the next race, the hill is not visible, then that would tell us that the rain is on its way. But oh my word, we are literally the more the cameraman pans back, the more upsetting the view gets. I've got to say, you know, that is but seriously, of course, a lot of these drivers this morning in the pre-finals, they used an awful lot of their wet tyres up.
They did.
Track's dry at the moment. The juniors will be going out very shortly. There's on they'll be on slick tyres. Oh dear. There's
yeah.
I mean, we're umming and ahhing here because I mean, for once, I mean, I was a bit upset. Normally, we commentate from the Cumbria Kart Racing Club race control building there.
Yeah.
Normally, we're in the second floor on the right-hand side corner window in the restaurant.
Yeah.
Which you can see absolutely everything. Unfortunately, we are now directly below that in the part of the building with no windows on the bottom side. However, it is nice, dry, enclosed and windproof. After the weather we've had this weekend, I'm actually quite glad.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with that one, yeah.
Yes.
It's nice to be tucked away.
Race 21 up next. Let's see what we've got in store for that. Junior X30, 33 drivers. I saw Connor Duncan on the lunch break, so and that's good to see. He stayed and he's watching his friends and rivals race, even though he's injured. So he's out there, out and about. But yes, 15 minutes of action. Junior X30 coming up next. So the view from atop the spectator area on the exit of Iredale's hairpin, you can see the bark gravel traps there with the pools of water in. That just shows you just how much. Oh dear, that's Mr. Stewart's. That is with the jade top on.
Yes.
Walking out and looking up there, and there are spits of rain. There are 33 Junior X30. Oh, puddle watch. Oh yes.
Oh dear.
Drip, drip, drop, little April showers. Dun, 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 dun,
what have I
dun,
told you
dun,
about
dun,
singing, Henry?
But I've got to get more singing in because I couldn't sing to you at Larkhall. You know what I get like when I can't sing to you, Anthony. Please tell us who's starting where.
Let's do that, shall we?
There you go.
Here's the grid then. Harry Burgoyne Jr. starting on pole position for Strawberry Racing. Sam Shaw, premium karting driver, alongside the best start I think we're going to see from Sam Shaw this season so far. Dan Ginchard will start on the second row in position 3 with Marcus Luzio alongside Fionn McLaughlin and Oliver Stewart round out row number 3. Archie Walker and Olivier Algieri on row number 4 with Harvey Ryby and Lorenzo Cordell on row number 5. Jessica Edgar and Bart Harrison, the 3-plate, the seeded driver, starting in 12th place on row 6. Gabriel Stilp and Josh Agambar on row 7 with Kanato Lee and Brandon Carr on row 8. Milo Pilfold and Nathan Clifford round out row 9 with Matthew Hyde and Aidan Lynn rounding out the top 20 on row 10. Mackay Singh and Brandon Templeton on row 11 with Jack Cox and Joseph Rippin on row 12. Freddie Allen and Reese Newburn on row 13 with Sienna Gordon and Reese Lomax, the Classic Motorsport driver, on row 14. Kian Gohill and David McIntyre on row 15 with Harry Cottrell, Charlie Rippin, Charlie Webb and Connor Duncan, who is not taking part in this race but is watching from the sidelines round out the grid on row 17.
So championship positions coming into today. Dan Ginchard on 599 points. Oh dear. Oh no. The white egg. Don't believe. I don't Adam and Eve it. Milo.
Yeah.
I mean, we were debating whether he was going to go with the wrapped helmet, not the painted helmet, the wrapped helmet, the Mini Herb wrapped helmet, or he was going to be the white egg. He said about the white. Maybe the white egg would bring him more luck, but no, not the case. Here we go, though, lights are green. We're off and racing 32 junior drivers. Oh, and Olivier Algieri sideways over the curbs through the first chicane. He had a bit of help there, but he managed to hold on. And again, oh no, that could be a big one. Watch out, boys and girls. Oh dear, that is a big one. And there's a driver upside down there. Camera cuts away. Let's have a look. So that it's good to see who it was. I think it was a purple and white cart, but the driver was moving around under the cart. There were several other drivers, and the yellow flags are out. So the yellow flags are out at the moment. There's past Milo Pilfold standing at the side of the circuit. There's 5 or 6 carts off at the side of the track. Drivers up and out. There's one driver being attended to on the track surface. We've got 40 minutes to go. We're going to come out there now. Let's have a look. Sam Shaw has the race lead. Sam Shaw has the race lead. So Harry Burgoyne Jr. has fallen back a little bit. So this is the Battenberg flags. So it is Harry Burgoyne Jr., then it's Sam Shaw, so I apologise. The Poles have managed to hold on to the race lead. Marcus Lucio runs third. Dan Ginchard is fourth. Now, out of the race, we've got Brandon Carr has not come round. Nathan Clifford has not come round. Neither has Aidan Lynn, Rhys Lomax or Charlie Rippin. It was Nathan Clifford in the number 32 cart that was upside down. The cart is now obviously has been righted. The driver who was by there on the circuit has now been moved aside. There at the back of the field is Rhys Lomax and Charlie Rippin have gone through. So Nathan Clifford in the KR Sport number 32 that was upside down, he is now out of the cart and has been moved away, so he's walked away, and that is a good sign. So we haven't gone to a red flag, we're still racing, the time is still ticking down. Brandon Carr for Fusion Motorsport has just crossed the line. No, he hasn't. So we Nathan Clifford, Aidan Lynn and Brandon Carr out of the race. Clifford is okay. At the back of the pack, Rhys Lomax, Charlie Rippin have been delayed, but they are still running after that incident. The order is Burgoyne Jr., Shaw, Lucio, Ginchard and Oliver Stewart.
So
and I think as we're still waiting, the track is clear, so the drivers are okay. We can now have a little look back to see what happened if we did catch that. We're going to be going green. We're going to be going green again, so we may look back there. But the main thing is the drivers are all okay. Oh, we're not going to go back there.
It sounded like we were going to go.
It was a very, very sketchy start. Olivier Algieri in the number 38 Dan Holland cart, he got sort of pushed wide at the start, and then he continued to be pushed wide. Let's have a look at that again as they came out of the first corner. So as they come to the start, watch for the Dan Holland cart about fourth back on the right-hand side. Now comes in, he gets forced a little bit wide. That pushes him offline, coming through there. He's still trying to scramble back online. As they come out of the first corner, Algieri is still wide, and then he gets sent across the circuit, and then we wait for, and at the back there, people trying to jump over each other. That's what happened to Clifford. So he obviously clipped Brandon Carr, but he's okay. People watching back home.
Yes, so again, it looked like a lot of terminal damage there for Brandon.
Brandon Carr out of the race, Nathan Clifford, Aidan Lynn out of the race. There is Connor Clifford walking back. I think that's Connor Clifford walking back. Yeah, that is good to see. He's okay. Right. Now, next time around, I would imagine we're going to get the green flag. We've got 11.5 minutes to go. We have 29 drivers still in the race. The points table: Ginchard, Walker, Harrison, Stewart and Algieri. Olivier Algieri is down in 25th position. Lucky to still be in the race, and we've gone green with 11 minutes to go, Anthony.
Yep, green flags back out. Race restarted with, like you said, 11 minutes to go, plus that one additional lap into the section where we just had the Battenberg flag come out for that collision, but everyone through this time around, side by side. Stewart down the inside, the 17, gets that job done.
Yep.
Out they go.
And so at the back of the pack there, we've got somebody coming out there. That's Rhys Lomax.
It looked like Rhys Lomax.
It's been a tough weekend for the Classen Motorsport team. I was speaking to Ash Classen, who said, Henry, just like that, you know, that's how she speaks. She went, you know, you've got to try and make us sound fast. I said, well, unfortunately, it did not really happen. But Reese has never been here before. That chassis, that ARC chassis has never been here before. It's been a tough one. There goes John Stewart. Now, he's a man on the mission.
John Stewart or Oliver Stewart?
Oliver Stewart. John Stewart's the team boss. Oliver Stewart
is the driver.
Looking for 3 wins in a row. Now, I mean, the only 2 drivers that have ever won 3 finals in the Junior X30 class, Oliver Gray and Oliver Greenall. John Stewart has won 2 finals and looking to win 3. And I mean, it might be worth remembering that Oliver Gray and Oliver Greenall, they've only got 3 wins. They're the last 2 champions. So if you win 3 races in this class, then you're almost, well, you're not guaranteed a championship, but Oliver Stewart's got a bit of ground to make up, but he's certainly the form person at the moment on that number 17 Jade kart.
Now, I was just watching these 2 drivers here at the front, Ginchard and Shaw. Now, they were throwing some very fierce gestures at each other, just saying, yes, okay, now follow me. It's just like, yes, I know, go.
Well, yes, that's because Harry Burgoyne
he's
is
clocking
gone.
out. Yeah,
he's clocking out,
yeah. He is indeed clocking out. Here comes Stewart, though, on the back of Sam Shaw. Sam Shaw's not going to like this if he goes for a lunge, because you saw how furious he was when Ginchard got past. But let's see how he reacts if Oliver Stewart does manage to get past, because Shaw, very quick driver out there. He just wants to catch up to that race leader, and that's what he's trying to do. But these other drivers are making it impeccably difficult for that to happen as they go through. 9 minutes to go. Oh, down the inside there. Who was that? That looked like Lorenzo Cordell to me.
Yep, number 20.
Yeah, Marcus up to you as well. Just behind there is Mr.
The number 12 is Gabriel Stillman.
Yeah.
The number 3 goes. So Algieri in the number 38 car. He's trying to come back through. And also, you've got the number 3 car of Bart Harrison. So Harrison started, he started behind Cordell and Olivier Algieri. So he's been held up. Now he's going to try and, because Bart Harrison, the double podium finisher last year at Rowrah, there were two rounds. It was a double header at Rowrah last year. Harrison on the podium both times. He's got a lot of work to do and not much time. He's 15th at the moment to try and make it 3 podiums in the last 3 visits. Dan Ginchard now getting into his stride and setting a new fastest lap. The gap between him and Burgoyne was 1.5 seconds at the start of the lap. On the left-hand side of your screen, they've gone to the first split of lap number 6, and it's down by a tenth to 1.4.
Yep, so that gap closing in. 8 minutes to go. That's all we want to see as a close battle for the lead. There is the 18, Jack Cox, a very famous picture that we saw from Kart Masters where he's upside down.
Yes.
But then it flipped it back over and kept going.
Excellent work. So
it was, yeah.
Yes, I mean, Sam Shaw still yet to win a final in Junior X30. He's got a couple of runner-up finishes, a couple of podiums, but hasn't got the win just yet. Is it worth having a little look as we reach the halfway point of this race at the current championship positions?
Yes,
courtesy of Motorsport timing. Dan Ginchard leads now, but look at Oliver Stewart. Oliver Stewart working his way into second place. There go Kanato Lee picking up a place on Fia McLaughlin. So Oliver Stewart passing Archie Walker in the championship. Bart Harris is still 4th, but Ginchard, again, that consistency just still piling on those points. We're at the point of the season where Ginchard doesn't necessarily need to win every race. He just needs to be in and around his rival, as Walker losing a place there to the MDL kart of Jack Cox, rather.
Yep, Mackay Singh as well getting involved in this one. Right there, you can see the 76 right behind the 71 on your screen of Harvey Ryby. They go up the chicane there, but Burgoyne Jr. responds with a fastest lap of the race, 48.52. That gap is now back up to 1.5 seconds as they go round. So Ginchard not closing in as fast as he would be liking to. That made sense, didn't it?
Yeah. Oh, there's Olivier Algieri now. He's obviously got his... He's got his dander up, I think is the word to say, because he was nerfed off at the start. Then he did get turned around. He had karts flipping all around him. He was in a good position. He had a couple of rough rounds as Olivier Algieri. He was talking to Kim Bolton. He said, "Look, I just don't get it round here. I'm not quick. I don't get. Lark Hall was okay, and here he's been on the pace, and then he finds himself forced out of things through no fault of his own. So he is being aggressive, and Archie Walker is having none of it.
Yep.
Wheel to wheel, tyre smoke as they come through the first chicane at the start of lap number 10 with 6 minutes to go.
Yep, good stuff there. And getting that job done as well. Sliding back into position. Oliver Stewart, fastest lap of the race. Now up into P3, has managed to get past Sam Shaw. Sam Shaw now into 4th place, as we see there. Premium Karting's driver. Dive down the inside.
Archie Walker just sort of said, right, I've had enough of this.
Yep.
Yep. Olivier Algieri sort of waving his hands around the place. He's dropped a few positions. There's number 42 kart, Harry Cottrell, for the S8 Racing crew. S8 Racing, you know, there's not as many S8 Racing drivers in the championship this year as has been in years past, but Harry Cottrell really having a strong run. Algieri's all over the place now. He's lost his cool a little bit as Olivier, and he wants to be careful because he's still got time to sort of refocus and move back up. And here's a battle. Here is a battle coming into McRae's. The leaders are going up the hill, but that is Theo McLaughlin. Gabriel Stilp in the 12 kart. There's the 11 of Marcus Luzio. Jessica Edgar is there in the number 47 kart. This is her home track. The family car dealership is literally up the road. These 5 karts all being led by the number 20 Cato Motorsport machine of Lorenzo Cordal, who's doing a fantastic job in the top 6. Lorenzo, 17th the championship. This is by far and away his best result. I mean, looking at the list of penalties from the nose cone penalties, you know, from the pre-final, Harvey Ryby, Algieri, Cordal, Harrison, Carr, Clifford. I mean, they go on to 2 pages. There was, well, I mean, that first race, the top 7. There was 8, 9, 10, 11. There were 12 drivers in that first pre-final that did not get a nose cone penalty, which says quite a bit about the way that race went. Theo McLaughlin at the inside to pick up a place there.
Yep.
4 minutes to go.
Yep, just getting past Lorenzo Cordal there, moving up into P6. Like you say, yeah, 4 minutes to go, plus that 1 additional lap. Oh, Jack Hawks, 5-second time penalty in the number 18, currently running in 11th place. That is not what you need in the final, is it?
No, Archie Walker's dropped down to 15th. Bart Harrison is still 16th. I mean, Micah Singh is up into, or Mikai Singh, up into 13th position. Great result so far for the number 76 Dan Holland Racing kart. We've got action at the front.
Yeah, Stewart's managed to move up into 2nd place and is clawing in Burgoyne Jr. Stewart here, USA, there's not been a 3rd place or 3 finishes in a row for a while.
Yeah, and the only drivers that have ever won 3 finals in the Junior X30 class, the 2019 champion Oliver Gray and the 2020 champion Oliver Greenall. If Oliver Stewart, well, he's got the right first name.
Well, yeah, he's got the
seriously,
right first name.
if he wins, if he'll become the third 3-time Junior X30 winner in the championship. Both the previous 2 went on to win the championship. Now, of course, you know, Dan Ginchard thinks, well, you know, they would like something to say about that, but that would be incredible. Name symmetry. Harry Burgoyne has also got something to say about that.
Why, yes.
You know, now, we spoke to Harry last weekend at Kartmasters, and when he spoke to him, he was a little bit down in the dumps.
Yeah.
It turns out that's because he knew he had his tyre on the wrong way round and he was going to get excluded.
Oh.
But you weren't to know that.
No.
Or Chris McCarthy wasn't to know that. And the viewer wasn't to know that. We were saying, oh, why is Harry Burgoyne not very happy? And he was like, oh, yeah, well, it turned out I knew my tyre had been put on the wrong way round. So I said, when I spoke to him yesterday, I said, right, if Anthony interviews this weekend, you must do happy and do his little jig.
Yes.
And he went, no.
No.
Well. Anyway, but he's leading. The number 68 from a family of hardened stock car racers.
Yeah.
You know, the Burgoyne, I mean, the short oval Brisker Formula 2 stock cars, the Burgoyne famous family racing name, and young Harry is following in the family tradition here by doing very well. But Oliver Stewart just come to life, you know.
He has, yeah. He's slowly clawing that gap. It's now down another 0.2. 1.2 seconds is the gap now between Burgoyne Jr. and Stewart. Stewart is slowly reeling him in. Now, of course, Stewart had a disaster at Kartmasters as well because he came across that line thinking he'd won his final and unfortunately didn't know about the penalty that he got at the start of the race.
But, I mean, we talk about, Jade dominated the senior X30 class the last 2 years with Danny Curl.
Yeah.
But up until Lark Hall, no Jade racing driver had ever stepped on the podium in a Junior X30 final. That's all changed now, and suddenly it looks like, you know, the red and white Birrell Arts Jade Racing Team Army is the wagon to be on.
Yeah.
You know, we've still got a Tony Kart lead in this race with Strawberry Racing's Harry Burgoyne Jr. A minute to go, Anthony. The gap is 1 second. It's coming down. I mean, we're looking at split times. Last lap 15 for Harry Burgoyne Jr. 48.06. Oliver Stewart 47.82.
Archie Walker with a 5-second time penalty. That's not going to go down well in the KR Sport tent. But back here at the front, yeah, like you say, that gap now less than a second. There's still going to be 2 laps left of racing in this. Oh, goodness me, what could happen between these two?
Lorenzo Cordal and Marcus Luzio having a great scrap over 7th place. Canato Lee is into 6th. 5th is Fionn McLaughlin. Now looking back further back, yeah, Walker 16th, Joseph Rippin is 17th, Webb is 18th, Charlie Rippin is 19th, Josh Agambar rounding out the top 20, Algieri 21st, Harry Cottrell 22nd, Reese Lomax on his making his debut at Rowrah 23rd, Templeton 24th, Gohill 25th, Newburn 26th, Sienna Gordon 27th, David McIntyre 28th, Freddie Allam is 29th, so everyone who survived the first lap is still in the race. And Harry Burgoyne, well, he won 3 times in Cadet IAME back in 2019. He had 1 podium in his debut Junior X30 season last year, and he's had another 3rd place finish at the first final on the Saturday at Lark Hall this year so far, but he has never done any better than that until now. Final lap board is out. Harry Burgoyne Jr. under pressure from Oliver Stewart. Dan Ginchard watching on. Can Burgoyne hold on? This is where the nerves come in. This has been a long time coming now for Harry Burgoyne Jr. from one of the most successful cadets in the championship. Then a tough first learning season in Junior X30. Now it's coming together, but he can't put a wheel wrong. Through the Stewart S's, he'll crest the rise and dip down towards St John's Bend. We've had plenty of people cheering on the Scottish drivers on the live chat. Well, one of Scotland's finest is a corner away. Paddock Hill Bend, now down the hill towards the start-finish line. It is Harry Burgoyne Jr. who has the race win. 2nd for Oliver Stewart, 3rd for Dan Ginchard, Sam Shaw is 4th, 5th is Fionn McLaughlin, Lorenzo Cordal is 6th, Luzio 7th, Canato Lee is 8th, Stilp is 9th, then it's Ryby, Edgar, Cox. They've crossed the line. Oh, one of the premium karting drivers holding their heads. They come on. There's number 45 finishing there. Fist bump from Cian Gohill. He finishes 25th. And Harry Burgoyne Jr. Well, we may not get a little Highland fling or a jig from Harry Burgoyne, but I guarantee you that when Anthony Jordan makes his way over to speak to the winners in the Parc Ferme at the end of this one, we will see a big beaming smile from young Harry. It's a Scottish 1-2. Oliver Stewart finishes 2nd. Dan Ginchard for Argenti Motorsport finishes in 3rd place. Looking down the order there, the main thing of that race is that Nathan Clifford is okay after flipping his kart. There is there just behind the score is what's left of the number 32 KR Sport machine. And yeah, Nathan has long since departed back and wandered back to the paddock. But yeah, so, you know, metal you can fix and plastic you can bend back into shape, bodies you can't. There is Gary Walker and Paul Klassen, the scrutineering team. Klassen moves the drivers into positions 1, 2 and 3. Here's Harry Burgoyne Jr. There's Oliver Stewart. And a little way back will be Dan Ginchard. Ginchard still leads the point standings. Difference in driving. Stewart much taller, you know, the 2 drivers. Handshakes all round, good to see. Anthony Jordan is legging his way across the circuit. There's a smile, well, sort of a smile. Come on, Harry. Will Davis from Motorsport UK Media Department. He's taking the photos ready to be put onto social media. Of course, Chris Walker from kartpics.net taking all the official photographs that you will see in the various websites and publications around the world. Ginchard just didn't quite have the pace. Yesterday, when it was wet, Dan Ginchard was up the road. But has to play 2nd fiddle or 3rd fiddle here to a pair of Scottish drivers. The rest of the field coming in. There's a view. And Anthony Jordan there in the foreground. Not quite sure what he's doing. He's holding his microphone. He's kneeling down. Oh, that's the best side of Anthony Jordan you can see, has to be said, as he bends over there. I'm only joking, DJ. He can't hear me. I can say what I like about him. Sam Shaw finishing 4th place. It just, again, he didn't have the pace of the leaders, and he looked a bit frustrated as he crossed the line. And there's the rest of the drivers sort of getting out of their cart. So yeah, so the far right-hand side of the screen, hands on his hips there. Dan Holland race suit down around his waist. That's Olivier Algieri chatting to, I think it must be his dad over the Nando over the Naldo over the barrier there. In fact, is that Naldo pushing the Wera Tools barrier down? Banner? Well, no, he'll be okay. Saves Will Davis a job later on, I suppose. We look the other members of the field. There's Bart Harrison just taking his helmet off, but Anthony Jordan has finally caught up with Harry Burgoyne Jr.
Yes, thank you, Henry. Yes, Mr. Burgoyne Jr. once again, we're chatting to you, but standing on that front spot again. What a final that was. It looked controlled, but talk us through the start, because it seemed like a bit of a busy start.
Yeah, at the start I got a good gap in the first lap, and then the Battenberg came out, so I was a bit annoyed, but in the Battenberg I got a gap again and managed to lead the race all the way through.
Now, talk us about your experience here at Rowrah, because it's a fantastic circuit, very twisty, a lot different to most of the circuits that we come to in the UK, very undulating. Is it one of your favourite circuits? Is it up there in your top 10?
Probably, yeah. Yeah. So, I think it's a good track. It's just hard leading out front when you've not got anyone to follow. It's just a good race.
Now, of course, with the championship nearing the end, we're about halfway through the championship now. Of course, Dan is leading the way at the moment, but eating into that one. Are you looking forward to the end of the season? Do you reckon you could catch Dan?
Yeah, I reckon I could catch him and try and win the championship.
Excellent, that's what we like to hear. Anyone you'd like to thank?
My mum, dad, Strawberry Racing, Shocks Performance, and all my fans at home.
Excellent, well done, Harry Burgoyne Jr. on another race win.
Cheers.
Excellent stuff there from our race winner. Let's bring Oliver Stewart over. Oliver, come forth, come forth. Well, what a final for you that was, because it looked like you just lit the candle out of nowhere there and the power came to you. The waft in that Jade racing cart came to you and, yeah, slowly pulled that gap in.
Yeah, I wanted to give them a good result after last weekend's disappointment. You know, the team deserved that win and so did I, but that's the way it goes. And to be honest, the cart was set up perfectly. Harry got a good gap at the start and I managed to try and reel him in, but it was too late, unfortunately.
I mean, it's still a second place, a great result for you. Again, you were talking about last weekend at Kart Masters, yeah, a disaster, but don't think of that as a downside to it, because you showed great performance there this weekend, great performance here this weekend. It's still good things yet to come. In terms of the championship, it's closing in as well, second in the championship standings, closing that gap now to Mr. Ginchard as well. What do we think for the end of the season?
Well, it's a double header, so there's a lot of chances to score a lot of points. It'll definitely be a close one. You know, I'm confident I can still win, but it'll be a hard one coming from second and I think 20 odd points behind, but we'll see.
Excellent stuff. Well, a great result there. Second place for you today here at Rowrah. Well done, Oliver Stewart.
Thank you. And I'd like to thank Jade Racing for their meticulous preparation all weekend, all my sponsors and my family sitting back at home.
Excellent. Glad you remembered that, because I totally forgot to ask it. Well done, Oliver Stewart there. Excellent. Mr. Ginchard, come forth, come forth, come forth. Come all the way over. Well, there we go then. You've had a pretty quick weekend all the way out. You've been pretty quick. Struggled in that one, but your pace here today has just been absolutely fantastic, on point, and still great performance, managing to put it on P3.
Yeah, I mean, the pace wasn't the strongest we could have been, but, you know, it's just still really good points. So by the end of the weekend, I've actually extended my championship lead, so that's all I was really looking to do.
Well, yeah, you have done that as well, but yeah, halfway through the season now, still plenty of rounds to go. It's going to be a tough old season, but at the moment you're looking comfortable still.
You know, it's never comfortable. It's looking positive at the moment. See if we can carry that through to the end of the season.
No, excellent. And again, talk us through that start of the race from your point of view, because again, you were there on the second row of the grid. You may have seen a little bit more, but yeah, when that Battenberg flag came out, it was a bit of a hectic start, I'd say.
Yeah, I think Harry really nailed this restart, which is fair play to him. You know, he got a gap, and we were all fighting for second while he could get away. But you know, it was quite clean. You know, the marshals and officials did a great job always.
Excellent stuff. Anyone you'd like to thank ahead of this weekend?
I'd like to thank Kart Republic, Argenti Motorsport, Curtis Gregory, Aventus Power, Danny Sweeney, and Puma.
Excellent. You've said that before, haven't you?
Yes.
Perfect. Well, excellent stuff on a third place finish for Dan Ginchard.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff. Well, exciting races from the Junior X30s. Plenty more coming up, because now it's time for the Senior X30s.
Yes, indeed. Well spoken there, the top three in Junior X30. We look ahead to the big boys, Senior X30 now. And a grid, well, 33 strong starting lineup. which we'll be going through very shortly. There's a view of the clubhouse and restaurant area at Rowrah. Now, a quick recap of the season so far. The Senior X30 season started off at Shenington with Alessandro Serenetti taking the win. Then it was Clayton Ravenscroft's turn to dominate Kim Bolton, led every lap of every race on a scorching hot weekend in Peterborough. He then took over the championship lead, but Thomas Fleming did the double at Larkhall in Scotland to move into P2 in the championship and to make sure that there's a less than 20-point lead between from Ravenscroft back to Fleming. Thomas Turner, who has only had one podium finish so far this season, but who has been incredibly consistent, he is third in the championship, and Gus Lawrence, who has yet to feature on the podium, he is fourth in the championship. Harry Platten, he won the pre-final, and Platten, apart from Shenington, 3 podiums in a row for Harry Platten. Now, there is the hill that Antti and I talked about beforehand. It was visible at the end of the Bambino race before the X30s. The top of it is no longer visible, which means the rain is en route. When it will arrive, who knows, but you can see by the trees there that the wind is blowing, and you can see the wind is blowing those clouds towards the circuit, and unfortunately it looks as though the clouds will be depositing their contents potentially over us before the day is out. This race, the Senior X30 race, will be followed by IAME Cadet, then KZ2, then Mini X30, so including this next race, 4 races still to go. When will it's not a question of if, but when will the rain arrive? You can see the Motorsport UK flags here and the banners bristling away, the Wera Tool branding on the back of the Motorsport Timing digital start line board as we await 33 Senior X30 drivers. Now, of course, this class the last 2 years has been dominated by Danny Pill. He has 8 wins. Clayton Ravenscroft has 5 wins. Thomas Fleming has 3. Mark Kimber a pair of wins. Thomas Turner, Gus Lawrence and Callum Bradshaw and Alessandro Serenetti have got 1 win apiece in this class so far. KR Sport have taken 5 final victories, 8 wins for the Jade Racing team, and they just came up a little bit short in the junior race. But Jade yet to be on the podium in 2021. There is a look down at the dummy grid area. 33 karts all on slick tyres. Will we see a full slick race, or will it start in the wet and finish, start in the dry and finish in the not so dry? Can Harry Platten finally take a first race victory in this class? He has had 3 second place finishes and 3 third place finishes in his Senior X30 career to date. There's Clayton Ravenscroft having a little look up at the sky there. Having a little look there. There's Harry's mechanic, just adjusting the pressures, and of course with there's Jonathan Paler, the blonde-haired mechanic for Dan Holland Racing. He is mechanicking for Thomas Fleming, and you know, will be every bit of gust of wind, every degree of ambient temperature that drops outside, that is adjustment to the tyre pressure that's needed. JD Rogers there in the number 69 car, sort of casually looking over at the pole sitter, and alongside Rogers I think you can see the number 52 of Guy Cunnington. And it's a fantastic setting here, Anthony.
Yeah.
But as you rejoined me in the commentary box, the rain is on its way, would you have to say?
Maybe, yeah, probably. I would say so. Maybe. We'll find out.
We'll find out, yeah. So here is the starting lineup in Senior X30. Harry Platten and Clayton Ravenscroft share the front row of the grid. Thomas Fleming and Thomas Turner share row number 2. Caden McQueen and Sam Heading are on row 3. Gus Lawrence and Caleb Marshall start from row number 4. Alessandro Serenetti and Bradley Panetta are on row 5. Joseph Taylor and Aaron Walker are on row number 6. Row 7, Gary Edwards and Lewis Mackey. Row 9, Archie Tillett and Kian Shields. Then it's Guy Cunnington and Jamie Rogers, Marcus Littlewood and Rufus Hunt. They complete your top 20 ahead of Oliver Greetham and Casper Scusa, Louis Johnson-Cool and Theo McCorris. Oscar Joyce and Alex Moody, Thomas Wood and Ben Higgins. The final few rows of the grid comprised of Daniel Butterworth, Connor Clifford, Nathan's brother, Anna Fitzgerald, and watch for Daryl De Leon starting at the back, and Ben Watson. Well, if the 15-minute, if the Junior X30 final sort of got a little bit rambunctious at the start and then calmed down, I have a feeling, Anthony, that this one could build and build and build as the race progresses, because nobody has had the pace in the dry to stretch this one out. Not Ravenscroft, not Fleming, not Platten, not Turner. They've all been quite equal.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. They have been, haven't they? It's been mostly wet this weekend. Yeah, this is the first real dry sessions we're seeing, and the fact that we're seeing them in the finals really shakes it up, because no one's had that real practice to get this in. Yeah,
and we've got support for Thomas Turner, we've got support for Gus Lawrence, support for Marcus Littlewood coming in on the Comet live chat from the Alpha Live YouTube channel. But here we go, into the tram lines, lights are green, we're off and racing. It's a good start from Ravenscroft on the outside. Can Clayton Ravenscroft go around the outside of the front row? I think he has, you know. I think, no, he's gone wide and he's slipped back to 5th position. Oh, very dirty offline under braking there, and it's the GB race, Harry Platten, who's gone, and Fleming is right behind him saying go, 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 go. Fleming now to the inside, coming out of Iredale. It's side by side for the race lead, coming down the back straight. They're 3 wide back in the pack. They're all through cleanly. It's Fleming who now leads. Platten's down to 4th. I wonder if their spots are right. Oh, 3 wide back in the pack there as they sort themselves out. That was the number 15 Kart of Aaron Walker trying to get there. But I mean, Ravenscroft had a great start, then went wide and has lost a few positions. Platten led and is now down to 4th place. It's Fleming looking to go 3 in a row, but it's number 4 Kart of Thomas Turner. Thomas Turner, always the bridesmaid, never the bride so far, it seems, in 2021. He is making his bold claim for victory, and look at Caden McQueen.
Yep, Caden McQueen, this is a great start from him, now up into P3. Great running so far, has to keep this momentum all the way through. He keeps it indeed, because he dives down the inside of Thomas Fleming, moves up into P2, immediately goes defensive, follows Thomas Turner's line as they go down the straight in towards the Stuart S's. That is a great move from Caden McQueen. Good start to the race. Out of the Stuart S's they go. The top order at the moment, Thomas Turner, Caden McQueen, Fleming. Then it's Platten from Ravenscroft, who's there as well. This is a great start from the entire field as they go through, like you said, a calm beginning, leading to a furious end, I imagine.
Probably with the threat of rain all around.
Oh, it is raining.
And it is raining.
It is raining a lot.
Look at them through the tiptoeing through the S's. Oh, there's one driver. That's one of the Dan Holland karts. That looked like Caleb Marshall running wide there. So, on slick tyres, how wet will it get? The rain has arrived. Turner leads. McQueen second. It's going to be a skating rink out there. There's Platten in 3rd. Gus Lawrence in 4th. This is... Oh... No one gambled on wet tyres. Ravenscroft, the number 75, going wide there. They all scramble around. There's the 52 of Guy Cunnington, the 96 of Serenetti. Somebody has skated off into the barriers at Ardales. It's 95. The number 95 kart of Oscar Joyce for premium karting. Now it's a question of how long do they stay out there for. Let's just see. I mean, when it's rained this weekend, it has come down in bucket loads. The slippery surface flags are out. You can see the background there. People running in the paddock either for cover or to get the wet tyres for the next couple of races. Turner power sliding. McQueen right there. Well, I mean, fair play, Anthony. They're all coping quite well. Look at them moving around with the carts. Yeah. This we'll see they're throwing themselves from side to side in the seat to just try and adjust the weight distribution to help them.
Yeah, that looked like, again, one of the PF karts had gone off into the first chicane.
No, that was Bradley Pennell. Gus Lawrence is loving these.
Oh, yeah,
Gus Lawrence is picking up.
They had plenty of practice at this, at PF.
Last week. Yes.
They did. They had exactly the same position, because we said, I'm glad it happened in the senior race, because, you know, they've had the skill and knowledge to be able to deal with these sort of conditions midway through a race on slick tyres, and they're demonstrating this now as Alessandro Serenetti gets out of the corner, albeit with a little bit of a nudge there.
There's Cunnington. Look at the number 21 Mick Barrett racing kart of Archie Tillett there, just sideways. Now we'll start to see. You've got to stay. The idea is you stay off where the rubber goes down in the slick conditions. Okay, that's where you've got to avoid in the rain. But of course, you have to turn the corner at some point. You want to try and get the kart slowed down under brake in the straight line. Then turn, and when you feel a bit of a bite to the front end, then apply the power as much as you can without the back end stepping out. It's like you've got to pretend there's an egg underneath the accelerator. If you press too hard, the egg will crack and you'll spin. So you've got to be so gentle. And you see the driving positions normally in the slick in dry conditions, the drivers don't move around. Exactly. Now, there goes Casper Scusa, but again, Scusa spins. He keeps it buried. The back wheels rotate, and he's out of the gravel before the kart gets bedded in. Turner leads. McQueen on his rear bumper. Caden McQueen has not won a British Championship round in seniors yet. Lawrence, look at the kart control there. Gus Lawrence braking, ready to turn right, and the back end of the kart is facing left. Fantastic. Now we're going to see why this is the best championship. Now we're going to see why these are the best drivers. This is why it's the British Championship. It's the only British Championship. It's got the best. It's for the best, and we're seeing now why in incredibly difficult conditions.
Oh yeah, these conditions are honestly the worst to try and drive in, because drivers are just now experimenting with where to position the kart, what to do, and you'll find a lot of them will just latch onto some of those inside curves, just pull the kart around as much as possible. They'll try not to run wide too much, because like you saw there, Caden, he gets those rear wheels onto that slippery curve there, buries the throttle, and it steps out from you. Like I say, it shows the best from the rest of these conditions.
So I will ask you, cast your mind back. Wilton Mill, last year. Rotax round. Senior.
1 on wets.
Yes. 33 on slicks. Catherine White on wets. Won the race. Who was the driver that finished second on slicks?
Caden McQueen.
How far ahead of the rest was he?
Quite a fair bit.
10 seconds ahead of everyone else. Caden is a master of driving on slicks in the rain. It's because his dad. It's because Andy Saylor's dad there just is a cheapskate and don't want to spend money on wet tyres, basically. But hey, I tell you what, it's going to pay off now. So McQueen on that mad kart. I'm only joking, Andy. But no, McQueen is a master. Thomas Turner, though, you look at Thomas Turner's results. I mean, he won a round at the British Championship back in 2019. So in 2019 at Rowrah, Danny Curl won both finals. Ravenscroft was second both times. Thomas Turner was third in the first final. Last year at Rowrah, Ravenscroft wasn't racing. It was Callum Bradshaw, Hodgson and Curlson in the first final. None of the drivers have finished the podium, and either finals are racing this weekend. Thomas Turner, the last time he won a senior X30 round of the British Championship was at Lark Hall in July 2019. Since then, he has had multiple podiums. He has had 3 second place finishes and 4 third place finishes, but he hasn't won in over 2 years. Are we about to see that change? There goes championship leader Clayton Ravenscroft. He at the moment is all the way back in 10th position. Now, it's spread out, yes. Are we seeing karts flying off the circuit? In fact, Thomas Wood has just retired the number 62 ST racing kart. 32 other karts have started, all running. This is masterful stuff. Oh, and there's the number 27 of Lewis Mackey. Is that?
No,
Joseph Taylor. Sorry, it was Mackey in the 29. There was a little bit of contact there between him and the number 73 of Kean Shields. And just look at that view, the umbrellas in the paddock. That's a great view. You can see the rain falling all the way across the circuit. The karts are very, very spread out there. But I mean, look at over the crest that you've got to hook the left-hand part of the kart on there. Just a bit of grip to drag you round. Too much curb though, and it spits you round.
Yeah, no, exactly that. It's such a fine line. It's a dance, really. You're one of the dancers. Your kart is the partner. The track is just one of the onlookers who likes to throw a marble out at you while you're in mid-flow. And
all you got to do, all you got to hope though, is that your kart isn't like that German girl in the Heptathlon who had the horse that didn't want to jump. That's what you don't want. You want the kart to cooperate nicely with you.
Oh yeah, you're watching the Olympics, aren't you? I've not watched any of it.
You stupid boy. Well, all right, carry on. There's Sam Heading and Guy Cunnington. They're battling the two Strawberry Racing teammates. They're battling over 11th and 12th position. So we've got 6 3/4 minutes to go. So Thomas Turner, 1.68 seconds ahead of Caden McQueen. Gus Lawrence, third, 4.14 seconds down. Fifth is then it's Fleming, 4.4 seconds down. Then it's Platten in fifth. Brad Pennell up into 6th place. Serenetti is 7th. Caleb Marshall is 8th. Ravenscroft is 9th. Archie Tillett runs 10th. Sam Heading is 11th. Guy Cunnington 12th. From the back of the grid, Daryl DeLeon in cart number 14 for KR Sport is up into 13th position, ahead of Aaron Walker, Gary Edwards, Dan Butterworth, leading privateer, doing a great job in 16th. Then Casper Scusa, Ben Higgins from the back of the grid up into 18th place. Taylor is 19th, and Oliver Greetham rounds out the top 20. And Lewis Mackey has sadly just brought in the number 23 Fusion kart to retire. Nanny June will be very upset, crying into her gin.
Yeah, that'll be that's a disaster for Lewis Mackey. Now, at the front of this field, Thomas Turner is still leading the way currently. Caden McQueen, now that gap is fluctuating at the moment. It's always between around 1.3 to 1.4 seconds. He's not managing to close it up that much. I say that. He has just done put it down to 1.2.
I tell you what,
5.5 minutes. I don't think he's got the waft.
Well, it doesn't matter. Oh, there's the number 26. That is Connor Clifford off in the park. That is up at Iredale's. I tell you what is going to happen. They're going to hit traffic. The leaders are going to catch the tail end. The field is so spread out in these conditions. There's a 56-second spread between 1st and 31st. And the leaders are going to catch traffic. And of course, you're tiptoeing round on slick tyres on a soaking wet track. The last thing you want to do is, there's the top 3. Now the top 3, and look at Gus Lawrence closing in. Well, Gus Lawrence, number 5, he hasn't won, well, he won a round when he was with V Motorsport. He was Lewis Hall's old team, V Motorsport, which are no more. Back in 2019, he won the first final at the final round at Wilton Mill. He hasn't had a win in the best part of 2 years. He's gone to the PF International team. He came 2nd at Kart Masters, the GP plate last weekend, and he was not best pleased with it. So behind Platten, he is a win here would be a good way to sort of, you know, get out of his midsummer funk, as it were. 4th place, there's the number 8 kart, Thomas Fleming. There's your GP plate. It looks like the first win is still going to have to wait for Harry Platten. And Bradley Pennell up at the P6. Well, the top 6 are separated by 9 seconds. And look at Lawrence in the number 5, just taking a far different line.
Yeah, he's going for that much tighter inside line, is it? Which, again, when you think about it, isn't on the racing line, because under braking, you're off the line.
Well, I tell you what, look, McQueen's taking a very, very wide line into these corners.
Yeah.
Lawrence taking a very tight line in. If Lawrence misses a braking point, look at that. If Lawrence misses braking point, he is going to T-bone Caden McQueen. Not deliberately, but just because the different lines they're taking. Fascinating to watch. They're digging up the turf because they've got to hook that curb going over the yump.
Look at Thomas Turner's driving style. You see, he chucks it in, he throws it really wide, really flicks the throttle, and then he moves, he jigs his body, and that's to move the weight over, isn't it?
And McQueen's taking the same line. Lawrence, very, very different indeed. And, you know, there's an idea. So it's not raining heavily now, but they turn in, and it's horrible. And I've raced on slick tyres, and it started raining, and there is nothing worse than you going into a corner, you're braking in a straight line, the kart is jigging all over the place, you finally get the kart to slow down, you turn the wheel, and nothing happens.
Yeah.
And nothing happens, and you're thinking, oh no, you see the barrier in front of you, and finally something bites, and you get a bit of turn. Look at that, turn, bite. Now he can put the power down. Lawrence, though, that's a very good setup. Lawrence is able to take a much tighter line and still get the power down without the back end, you know, stepping out and understeering. He's almost got off the lead. And McQueen followed him in. McQueen was copying Turner's lines, and when Turner outbraked himself, McQueen went in. Here comes Gus Lawrence. It's neck and neck with the race lead. 2.5 minutes to go, and Fleming is coming through in 4th. Lawrence for the race lead.
Oh, I can't quite do it there. Again, that just shows you couldn't get the power down on that racing line. It was too slippery, but look at this. 3 karts for the lead. Wet track, slick tyres. Who's going to take it?
That was, I mean, Turner was flirting with disaster at the end of the back straight to black previously, and of course that's the problem. McQueen was just following him round, and Turner outbraked himself. McQueen, by virtue of following him, outbraked himself as well. Now we're into it. Now here comes Thomas Fleming. Thomas Fleming looked for 3 wins in a row. Clayton Ravenscroft, your championship leader, is all the way back in 10th place. This is a prime opportunity for Thomas Fleming and for Thomas Turner to really make inroads in Clayton Ravenscroft championship lead. They've got to hold their nerve, and they've got to pray pray that they don't rotate those karts.
How is Thomas Turner still leading this race? He was off the track in that gravel pit there, and he is still leading this race. Don't make the same mistake this time.
No.
Look at
He's got it. He's a totally different line in this time. Thomas, no, that outside line, I'm done with that. I'm absolutely done with that. You can keep it.
I'm not doing that one again. Into the braking zone of St John's again. Much wider line. That line is definitely faster. That one's working.
Yep, but the problem is though, if Lawrence is close enough, he can get to the inside and maybe get side by side. Because look at Turner's lines, and there's Fleming. Oh, and that's exactly what Lawrence is going to try and do to Thomas Turner. You know, McQueen taking a wide entrance, Fleming just getting in at the inside and parking it. And then McQueen is. There goes Fleming. Now he's going to come back on. He's going to come back on in front. Yep, he's still in front. Here comes Lawrence now. Thomas Turner now taking the Gus Lawrence line. There's somebody parked in the gravel on the exit. That, I think, was the Cato Motorsport number 88 of Alex Moody, who was not there. And the rain is coming down a bit more. You can see the track is getting wetter and wetter and wetter. And I tell you what, 30 seconds ago, Harry Platten has not given up his hopes of a podium either. I thought his goose was cooked, but not quite, it seems.
No, not quite at all.
This is good between, and again, you're looking at this. You've got 5 of the top 8 in last year's championships. Harry Platt was 3rd of the championship. You know, they got their national seeding. You've got 5 of the top 8 in last year's British Championship battling in the trickiest conditions that you can imagine.
Yeah, exactly that.
Quality racing.
This is the best of racing that you're going to see anywhere in the world this weekend.
Final
lap board is out. Turner leads from Gus Lawrence as they go up the hill now. The rest of the field going through, but look at Thomas Turner. He's managed to pull another gap now.
And I think Lawrence is too far back. Unless Turner makes a mistake like that, Lawrence is too far back. I mean, Lawrence can make a lunge, but he's too far back, and he would cost himself second place. So Thomas Turner has now got to be careful. Here comes what has Gus Lawrence saved down the back straight for the final time. Turner checks over his shoulder. Don't drive it in too deep. Lawrence is sideways under braking. Just couldn't quite get it. But I tell you what, he's close enough to make a move coming into St John's. He's close enough. Is he going to do it, Anthony?
Well, let's find out, because he pulls out of the slipstream alongside. He can't quite do the line. Look at that. He's dancing with that throttle as he goes down the hill into the braking zone of St John's. Again, he goes to that inside line. He switches to the outside here, but that has just opened up enough of an advantage, it looks like, for Thomas Turner. One more very long corner to go here, but Lawrence, he's got the momentum. He could have the run here. To the line. Turner's going to take it from Lawrence and Platten.
Great racing. People get sick of me saying, you just think the British Championship is the best. That is why I say the British Championship is the best, because it is the best. The drivers are the best. It's not a PR thing, it's a fact thing. You just saw 5 drivers, and they, dicing on a track that is like an ice rink. And they didn't put a wheel off track, apart from Thomas Turner almost once. Superb racing. Thomas Turner takes his first win since the end of 2019. Since July 2019. That is a 2-year win drought over for Thomas Turner and in Senior X30. Gus Lawrence second by 0.2 of a second, and on the last lap, Harry Platten passes Caden McQueen and Thomas Fleming for 3rd place, and that is, it's an unwanted thing, but Harry Platten has now got 7 podium finishers in this class without a win. That is more than any other driver who has not won in Senior X30. 7 podium finishers, but not yet a win. That win, though, is, I'm sure, not far away. Caden McQueen 4th. Then Thomas Fleming rounding out the top 5. Bradley Pennell in 6th. Alessandro Serenetti in 7th. Caleb Marshall is 8th. Clayton Ravenscroft finishes in 9th place. Archie Tillett rounds out the top 10 ahead of Sam Heading. Daryl DeLeon, well, from 32nd to 12th for Daryl DeLeon. When we saw him on our paddock show last night, he said he wanted rain. That is why he wanted rain. Guy Cunnington finishes 13th ahead of Aaron Walker. Privateer driver number 54, Daniel Butterworth. Special mention to him. Well done, Dan Butterworth there, top 15. Gary Edwards in 16th, headed Joseph Taylor, Casper Scusa, Cian Shields, Ben Higgins, Oliver Greetham, Theo McCorris, Rufus Hunt, Adam Fitzgerald, Jamie Rogers, Ben Watson, Louis Johnson Cool, Marcus Littlewood, Oscar Joyce, Connor Clifford and Alex Moody, the last finishers. Lewis Mackey and Thomas Wood, sadly retired. Oh, take a breather, ladies and gentlemen. That was excellent. Thomas Turner came into the today third in the point standings, and he will certainly have helped his chances no chance. So after 2 years of Danny Curl walking away with the Senior X30 title, this year's championship is shaping up to be an absolute barnstormer. We've got 2 rounds to go. Ravenscroft, Fleming and Turner all in with a big, big shout. So we look at the circuit now. Now, to me, it looks like the rain has stopped slightly. Next race up will be IAME Cadet. That's not for a little while yet, and we'll have to see now. Now, of course, looking at the chat there are people saying they want to see the IAMEs going out on slicks in the rain. Well, I mean, there's a difference. So I mean, obviously, Cadet IAMEs aged between 8 and 12. They're kids. And all the officials here, we have a responsibility to look after children. The seniors, age 16 and above, you know, most of them classed as adults, you know. So, you know, there's a difference that the officials will, you know, it's an official call. I mean, if the meeting is declared wet, then every driver has to go out on wet. Now, I don't know what the meeting has been declared officially. It was obviously open. It was wet this morning, and then I think it was declared open during the lunch break. Now the rain has come. If it's declared, if the meeting is declared open, then drivers have a choice if they go on slicks or wets. If the meeting is declared wet, then they have to go on wet. Simple as that. And obviously, when you're dealing with youngsters, you know, there's a safety. I mean, those Senior X30 drivers, yeah, they were dicing with disaster at every corner. Yes, the speeds are lower when you're on slick tyres in the rain, but of course, you know, if a driver spins in front of you and you're on slicks on a wet track, then you're helpless, but apart from to slide into them, which of course then brings a, you know, could be a potential incident, and we don't want to see that. So we'll have to see what the deal is, what the track conditions like. I mean, I think at the moment, looking at the track, the decision has been made for the IAME teams and mechanics, because you do not want to be going out on slick tyres in those sorts of conditions at all. But yes, the cloud is coming in, and you can see the hard-working marshalling team here at Cumbria Kart Club. Now that marshal there sweeping away, that is the mess that Thomas Turner left on the outside of the circuit during the one mistake he made during that race. All it was, that one mistake almost cost him a race win. You know, even in these mixed conditions, it boiled down to he had to be perfect to win it, and he made one mistake, and that one mistake, Gus Lawrence was there, and McQueen were there, and they almost pounced, and he almost lost it. Now we have a look. So who is a little chat with... we were going to go and have a little chat with the winners. We'll try and hook that up there. Now, there are a few drivers there at the next race. You know, Jensen Graham getting a few bits of support. Kit Bolowski getting plenty of support. Noah Wolf getting plenty of support. And we're waiting to be given the signal for the next race. Anthony has departed the commentary box. Probably gone outside to pick his nose or something like that, knowing Anthony. No, I'm only joking here. So 3 races to go. IAME Cadet, KZ2 and Mini X30 And we just wait to be given the signal for the start of race 23 on the programme. Big thank you to everybody who is tuning in on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, on motorsport.tv, on the Wera Tools British Kart Championship Facebook page. This is event 6 of the 2021 Wera Tools British Kart Championship from the Lakeland Stadium in Rowrah. And you can see this is an old quarry. To the right of your screen there is a lake, which is the deep part of the quarry. You know, fantastic picturesque circuit. They stopped mining slate here in the 1940s. It is raining again out on circuit. Oh, and that looks like it's raining quite heavily. Yes, indeed. So the rain is pouring down, and the next 3 races looks like they will be on wet. The final 3 races of the day undoubtedly will be on wet tyres. A quick glance at the Senior X30 Championship standings. Clayton Ravenscroft still leads on 774 points, but his lead is down to 13 points. Oh, look, there's Anthony Jordan. So what happened was this, is that he went over to have an interview with the winners, and then the camera decided to not play ball, so we decided to keep Anthony out in the rain. He's now, and then made him run across the circuit. There he comes in back. He's going to be into the commentary box in a minute, looking like something the cat dragged in. Clayton Ravenscroft still leads the Senior X30 Championship with 774 points, 13 points ahead of Thomas Turner, who has 761. Thomas Fleming rather on 761. Thomas Turner on 756. So with 2 rounds to go, 18 points separate the top 3 in Senior X30, with Harry Platten 4th, Gus Lawrence 5th, then Sam Heading 6th in the championship, Guy Cunnington 7th, and Caden McQueen. That result pushes Caden up into 8th position. Now, so here's Anthony Jordan. You look slightly damp, young man. I put your microphone on for you so that you could.
Glad I didn't say anything I didn't mean to say. We were putting a headset on, but yeah, it started raining again, as you may tell.
Yeah, well, can I stop you a second?
Right.
Someone on the chat has said Dylan K360. Shout out to the camera guys in the rain.
Funny story, you say that. Dylan is one of the camera guys out there.
Now, is he? Oh.
He's one of the cameramen.
So I was going to belittle Dylan and say, now come on, Dylan, if you've tuned in before, you know that Alpha Live camera crew are dispensable. The cameras are not, but the camera operators, yes.
Yeah, Dylan is a cameraman. He is currently out there.
Now, should we let them into a little secret? Is Dylan the person that managed to change the TV channel in the restaurant last night using his phone?
Indeed, yeah. Funny story.
Much to the delight of everybody in the restaurant, apart from the staff, who were a bit bemused.
It was quite funny. We were there, we were having dinner. Well, you guys were. I was working on the laptop at the time.
Yes, you were, because you're a very ever the professional,
Ever the professional. I work at all times, even during dinner. But yes, he managed to turn on the TV with an app on his phone. And then everyone who was currently having dinner in the restaurant that night all suddenly stopped having meaningful conversations with each other, turned and looked like goldfish at a TV screen.
Yep. There's race director Nigel Edwards there. Just so I mean, so Dylan. So no, we're not going to shout out to the camera guys in the rain. Yes, you're lucky that we got you a ham roll for lunch.
Well, no, we appreciate their efforts.
We appreciate the technology behind the cameras that bring you the pictures.
Yes.
Yes.
Not the squishy bit.
That's as far as we go. Okay. IAME Cadet, the next race on our, I think that's called a fill, Anthony?
Yeah.
Let's go, and it'll be up with us very, very shortly. IAME Cadet. "32 drivers." Oh, can I have a shout out for Carla Foley, watching all the way from Barton upon Humber on her birthday? Come on, Noah Wiles from Two Islands Fishery.
Noah Wolf.
No, it's coming from, Noah Wolf, yeah, but coming Two Islands. I know what I was saying. Carla Foley, hello. Here we go, the grid. A change. Kit Bolofsky and Daniel Sofrea on row 1. Noah Wolf and Zach Drummond down on row number 2. Row 3, Henry Domain and Roman Kamyab. Row 4, Morgan Moore and Jacob Ashcroft. Row number 5, Aston Sharp and Ben Smith. Row 6, Will Murtagh and Jensen Graham. Row 7, George Edgar and Noah Bagley. Row 8, Archie Levitt and Jesse Phillips. Row 9, Daniel Kelleher and Riley Cranham. Row 10, Henry, Carter and Sky Parker. Finley Buck and Harrison Mackie are on row 11. Then it's Zach Green and Timo Youngling on row 12. Row 13, Canice Grau and Harley Musk. Row 14, Cooper Snedden and Ethan Woodward. Row 15, Lewis Werrell and Joseph Murphy. 30 drivers. Watch Werrell in Kart 6. You're holding a piece of paper, Anthony. What does it say, pray tell?
Well, it says that the GP plate Noah Wolf got a 5-second time penalty in the pre-final for an incorrectly positioned front fairing, i.e. a nose cone penalty.
A nose cone penalty for Wolf. Well, so, story of the season so far. George Edgar won at Shennington the opening round. Since then, it's been all Zach Drummond. A win at Kimbolton, a double at Lark Hall. Noah Wolf finishing second both times in Scotland. Zach Drummond leads the championship by, well, at the moment, 48 points over Lewis Werrell, who is starting from stone last on the grid. Noah Wolf is now up to 5th place in the championship, came into this round 5th. I mean, it's Zach Drummond has got a little bit of control. A lot of what happens in the championship will depend on what the number 6 kart, Lewis Werrell, does in this race, in these conditions, compared to the championship leader, number 5, Zach Drummond. Drummond starts on the 2nd row of the grid. Werrell starts on the 15th. Lewis Werrell is undoubtedly one of the nicest, most polite young men I have interviewed in karting. He is universally liked by all the drivers. He needs to get a bit nasty now to get up through this field. If he wants to win the British title this year, friend or foe, those drivers he's got to get those drivers. I'm not condoning any sort of contact, but you know what I mean. He's got to he has got to show a level of aggression that has so far kept him on the 3rd and 2nd step of the podium, not the top step. That is what I'm saying. He has got to get those elbows out and go hell for leather, keep it clean, but he has got to find the devil within, as it were. Here we go. Lights are green, we're off and racing. Sofrenair on the outside of the front row. Bolofsky, the new Fusion Motorsport signing, on the inside of the front row. They all scramble through the first chicane on wet tyres in the rain and down to hairpin number 1.
Yeah, good start then from the front row. The 95 pulling away. Kit Bolofsky, great start to that race. And down the inside goes Daniel Sofrenair, the 44, taking back 2nd place. There he is.
Oh, someone having a bounce around in the background.
A bit of debris falling off that as well. That looked like to me potentially Ben Smith.
Yeah, possibly. It was Ben Smith that was on the outside there. Was the number 21 kart as well of Noah Baglin. They come out of it. Now look at the race leader. Kit Bolofsky has absolutely checked out. Now he is not a threat in the championship, might I add. Kit Bolofsky came in to this weekend 14th in the point standings, and he is heading up the hill there. There is Ben Smith in the number 47 kart, and the number 55 of Roman Kamyab chopping and changing positions. The 3 Ollie Roller Motorsport karts, the 44 of Sofrenair, the 42 of Ashcroft and the 65 of Domain. They cross the line, looking down, and already Lewis Werrell from 30th to 20th on lap number 1. He is 6.5 seconds behind race leader Kit Bolofsky, and there is Morgan Moore in the number 93 kart going wide as well.
Oh, blimey, hitting those curves as well. Crikey, they've got to stay off those. They're looking impeccably painful. There we go, 13.5 minutes plus that one additional lap. Oh, look at this, 4 wide on the exit.
Oh, and who's that pulling off?
55.
Oh, Roman Kamyab. Roman Kamyab pulling off. He's got Macaulay Walsh on the Spanish from this weekend. It's great to have Macaulay back in the paddock, but Roman Kamyab's final is over. There's George Edgar in the number 17 kart through the Stuart S's. Well, Bolofsky's lead is 2.2 seconds. That is fantastic news for him because he's got clear track all around. Wolf is second, Drummond is third, We've got a Fusion Motorsport 1, 2, 3, 4. Camiab was fourth. He's now out, so Ben Smith moves into P4. We got 4 Fusion karts needing 4 Ollie Rowland Motorsport karts, and then another Fusion kart with Aston Sharp in 9th. Morgan Moore runs in 10th. Lewis Werrell is now up to 15th position, so he's gone from 30th to 20th to 15th in the first 2 laps.
Well, let's see if he can keep that momentum up. The 6th plate fighting strong as there. The GP plate, I mean, Cumbria, despite the fact that he's pulled over into the side of the circuit, has also been given a 5-second time penalty for good measure as well. That's a disaster for the young driver. But yeah, like we're saying, it's action all the way through this field. You can see there, Noah Wolf now under pressure from his teammate Zach Drummond, 2nd and 3rd. There's Daniel Sofronet, the 44, now currently in 6th place. So has dropped back a few positions after he was battling there for 2nd place with Noah Wolf. Something did go awry somewhere along those last couple of laps, but we'll keep an eye on where the number 6, Lewis Werrell, is going to be. Like we say, 15th when he crossed the line last time around. Yeah. Let's see where he crosses this time, because I'll be very curious to see.
10 places on lap 1, 5 places on lap 2. We're about to complete lap number 3, and the answer is he's gained 2 more places. He's now 8.7 seconds behind race leader Kit Bolofsky. Bolofsky's lead has gone down from 2.5 seconds to 1.8 seconds, so Noah Wolf and Zach Drummond are closing in, but behind the top 3, there's a big gap back to Ben Smith. In fact, there's only 3 seconds between Smith in 4th place and Werrell in 13th place. There's Lewis Werrell, head down. He is fighting for his championship life here at the moment. He's got to get up and try and minimise the points lost to Zach Drummond. And hey, with 11 minutes to go, changing conditions, if you can get ahead of Zach Drummond, then it's still potentially a championship is on the line. And, you know, we have to just say that, you know, this is, you know, that we're talking about. We don't want to encourage any. It's obviously a non-contact sport. When I say about Lewis Werrell getting nasty, I just meant that, you know, sometimes I think he's been accused of just not having the aggression levels you need sometimes to get that race. You've got to stick your nose in and hope it sticks. You've got to stick your nose in and give the driver you're trying to pass an option. Yeah. Which is either the brake pedal or a crash.
That nose cone's very wobbly on that 29.
Yeah, well, that's Harrison Mackie. He's there in 15th position. Look at this train now. I mean, of karts there. There's the number 65 of Henry Domain. He's in 5th position. So this is the 5th, 6th, 7th place battle. Well, Bolofsky is now only 1.2 seconds. So there's the top 3. Really, and Noah Wolf on the outside of Zach Drummond. I mean, they went at it hammer and tong at Lark Hall. Now they've got to work together here, even though they may not want to. They've got to work together here to catch Kit Bolofsky. So Alex T, Kit Bolofsky's mechanic, will be pulling his hair out. Oh no, he won't. He hasn't got any. At the front there, I'm sorry. I said I wouldn't make fun of Alex T all year, and I was doing really well. But then I just got away with myself. Zach Drummond takes 2nd position, but no, Bolofsky still has top spot. Drummond P2 now, Wolf P3. Then a gap of 4 seconds nearly back to Ben Smith. Henry Domain. Lewis Werrell is up to 10th. So in the first lap he gained 10 places. Lap 2 was 5 places. Lap 3 was 2 places. Lap 4 was 1 place, and lap 5 was 2 places. He's now gone from 30th to 10th, and he is, the gaps are beginning to show. I mean, the top 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th are all together. There's Smith going through your screen. There's the battle, and Werrell is the next guy with a bright yellow rear number plate. Look at this scrap. There's 5 there's 1 Paul Munn racing kart and 4 Oliver Rowland karts, all battling over 5th position. And here comes the number 6 of Lewis Werrell. Now this is what I mean. Now this is where Lewis, he's got his teammates in front of him. They're all his friends. They all like him, but he's got to get his nose up the inside and start making moves, pass after pass. 8.5 minutes to go. This is it. Get through this pack of karts now, Lewis, and the championship potentially is still on. You've got to get up the road to Ben Smith. You cannot now wait, and you know, you've got to get that nose at the inside. There we go. Good. Now he's got to move across and you've got to give Henry the Domain the option there. You know, brake pedal or thing. Oh, he's around the outside. He's going to get squeezed. And therein lies the problem. Now he's got to fight back. So, and he's looking over saying, what are you doing that for? There we go. Now
Yeah,
again, that's the way you've got to do it. That's what I want to see. That's what he needs to do. Get across, no contact, clean as a whistle, but yeah, wipe the nose of the carts in front of you. That's your line. You know, I'm not a Lewis Wera, like, I'm not showing any bias here, but we're trying to explain to the viewers, you know, this is, you know, what the drivers need to do, and this is where, you know, what has been the reason that Lewis has done everything apart from win one of these races. Now he's showing that aggression. That will make his mechanic really, really proud to see Lewis just cutting across and saying, right, this is my line. If you want to deal with it, you can either brake or you can have a crash.
Yeah.
And they all chose to brake, and he is now up into now 9th place. So it's another couple of places gained. He's now ahead of Aston Sharp, so he's actually into 8th position. So he's now going to work on Noah Baglin. Meanwhile, Bolofsky's lead is down to 9/10 of a second.
Yeah, so all action still happening at the front of the grid as well. Like you say, Bolofsky's still leading as we watch the rest of this pack go through. Oh, look at that. Zach Green skating it down the inside there. Again, 3 wide as they go down the back straight. That's Timo Jungling, I think, is getting a bit of a nudge there, a bit of a helping hand from the 27 just behind.
Yeah, so Timo Jungling, this is his first real race on a two-stroke in an IAME Cart, so he's got an awful lot to get used to. He's doing a good job.
Yeah.
There's Zach Green on the number 53 on the Tony Kart. Zach is running in 16th position at the moment.
So that gap now just 1 second at the front. Bolofsky going through.
Well, no, that's Ben Smith in 4th place.
Yeah,
and it's Ashcroft in 5th. Morgan Moore, fantastic drive from young Morgan Moore in 6th position. He's a driver that's come on leaps and bounds, Morgan Moore. He's only 18th in the point standings, but I mean, wow. Morgan Moore, a driver last year, Anthony, that we barely mentioned because he was, you know, either in the repechages or right at the back. And this year, look at that, top 10. And he's showing no signs of slowing down. Into 6th position. Baglin 7th, Werrell 8th.
Yeah, good stuff all the way through. There's still 6 minutes to go. There is still plenty of time in this round. I thought we were like 2 minutes to go. So
there's
so much happened.
There's a lot been going on. There's number 22 in the 88. That's Archie Levitt in the 88. And Kanish Rao, that's the battle. I mean, this scrap that you're looking at, 11th, Henry Domain is in 11th place in cart number 65. And then all the way back to, well, we've just been watching the battle between Archie Levitt and Kanish Rao. That's for 25th. Incredible.
It's great stuff all the way through this pack, isn't it? We always see fantastic racing from the cadet classes. They're so evenly matched in terms of outright pace as well as they go through. It's such good racing that we see from them. 5 minutes plus that one additional lap. The gap now less than a second, or it's actually 7/10 of a second between Drummond and Bolofsky as they go through. Here is the 18 on your screen and the 65 down the inside. Henry Domain on William Murtaugh. Good move there.
Yep.
Gets it done, but now defensive. Murtaugh back round the outside. Is going to take the long way round. That allows the 18 to go through. Riley Cranham. Good stuff there from Cranham. Looks over the shoulder, says, think. Don't send one down the inside, please. There we go. Line astern. Everyone, best behaviour, please. Oh, he's not going to listen, though, is he?
No, I mean, Henry Domain, but I mean, as a driver, that's what you've got. That's what Cranham. That's what you have to do. You have to try and sort of like, get across the front and then close the door.
Yeah.
You know, and without saying it, you know, that's communicating to the driver behind. Don't bother. I'm not in the mood.
No.
And the drivers understand this is the code that the drivers go by. You know, they know when a driver is open to working together, and they know when a driver is like, no, I'm not playing with others today. That's the level of aggression again, without there's no contact, but that's where you've got to sort of be that sort of have that sort of killer instinct of aggression. Okay, leader number 95, Kit Bolofsky, is on lap number 11. 4 minutes to go, and Zach Drummond and Noah Wolf are closing in to Fusion Motorsport 1, 2, 3 at the moment. Bolofsky, this is as close to the leaders as Drummond and Wolf have been. Look, I'm looking back. There's the signal there from the number 18 of Riley Cranham, passing Henry's Bain, saying, right, come on, if you follow me through there, even though it was William Murtaugh for Fusion Motorsport. I mean, I'm looking back. So Drummond has won 3 in a row at the moment. Last year, in 2020, we had 5 different winners from 6 rounds. In 2019, Harry Burgoyne won 3 in a row at the end of 2019. He won at Wigan, and he won both finals at Wilton Mill, which was a double-header. Harley Keeble he won the eventual champion. He won 3 in a row. Actually started here at Rowrah in August 2019 in the doubleheader, and then he won at the first final of a doubleheader weekend at Three Sisters. Nobody has ever won 4 in a row in the British Championship in IAME Cadet. Can Zach Drummond be the first? Not if Kit Bolofsky or Noah Wolf have got anything to do with it.
Yep, Kit Bolofsky there. He did leave the door open there. He slams it close there. That forces Drummond off the track. Wolf goes alongside Drummond now. But my goodness me, that is some very good defensive driving. Or very robust defensive driving, I'll say. But out they go into the final corner. Again, Bolofsky still leading the way. Drummond now under pressure from Wolf, who wants to have a go at this. Side by side between those two. Up towards the chicane.
You know, last night in the paddock show, when we spoke to Dan Hazelwood from Fusion, and I said about keeping everyone calm, and he goes, oh, the drivers aren't the problem, it's the parents you've got to worry about. Looking at that, I think he may be wrong. I think he doesn't worry about the driver, because there have 3 of his drivers there. I mean, that's a podium lockout at the moment, but they are, whoa, they're same awning or not, they are not giving it an inch in this one, and you don't want them to actually wipe each other out.
No, that would be suboptimal.
That would be very suboptimal for Alta.
Yes.
Ben Smith running in 4th place. Ashcroft still runs in 5th. Morgan Moore, superb in 6th. Baglin in 7th. Soffrenair in 8th. And Lewis Werrell is sort of plateaued out in 9th position at the moment, with Aston Sharp 10th, and then a big gap back to the 11th place battle, which involves Zach Green, Henry Domain, Will Murtaugh, Riley Cranham, George Edgar, Henry Carter, Daniel Kelleher and Jensen Graham.
Less than 90 seconds to go. Eyes on this top 3 into the McRae's hairpin. Out they go towards Iredale's now. Big look over the shoulder from Bolofsky. He's just wanting to know, where is my teammates?
Yep.
As they come out of the hairpin there. Just get ready for another lunch.
Zach Drummond saying, no, go.
Okay, yeah, no, so he's saying, yeah. So no defensive driver there. He did still go defensive though, didn't he?
Because Bolofsky, okay, Noah Wolf, he's the GP plate holder.
Yeah.
He's won big events.
Oh, yeah.
Zach Drummond, you know, he's won the last 3 finals of the British Championship, so he knows how to win. Kit Bolofsky hasn't won an event at this level.
Yeah.
You know, so with 30 seconds to go, he's going to be driving defensive. You know, this is, you know, he hasn't learned how to win at this level yet. Is he about to learn now? Oh, here comes Noah Wolf and Drummond. Wolf's got the inside line. Oh, Noah, what a slide job going into turn number 1. Takes over P2. Great stuff for Noah Wolf. And, well, if Zach Drummond, the clock strikes 0 now, next time round they'll have the last lap board. If Zach Drummond's going to make history and be the first driver to win 4 IAME Cadet British Championship rounds in a row, he has got 2 karts to pass and about a lap and 2/3 to do it in.
Yep, it's going to be a tough call for this one. Oh, look at that. There goes Wolf down the inside of Bolofsky. Gets that move done. That was the move that Drummond couldn't do earlier on. Wolf has managed to do it, but now look at Drummond here. He is all over the back of Bolofsky once more. So he's lost a bit of momentum there as they go through. Bolofsky.
I've got to say, Noah Wolf was not shy about that move down at the Stuart S's, and Kit Bolofsky was not shy about the move that he tried to get it back. Oh, they're 3 wide. They're 3. Oh, someone go and order some Just for Men hair dye for Dan Hazelwood at Fusion Motorsport, because he's going to be going greyer than me here in the commentary box. Last lap onto the main straight down towards McRae's. It's Bolofsky and Drummond, and round the outside it's Noah Wolf.
Oh, goodness me. I'm going to have heart palpitations by the end of this lap. Here we go then. Out of McRae's, in towards Iredale's they go. Look, Wolf has got the normal line. He's taken the long way round. He get ready for the switchback as they go through. Bolofsky runs wide. He's on the dirty stuff. He's now lost 1 position.
Oh,
he's come back on. Wolf on the grass. He stayed there. Wheels bashing all the way down the straight. Bolofsky holds on to 2nd. Wolf still there in 3rd. My goodness me.
Well, Noah Wolf did the entire back straight with 2 wheels on the grass, and he did not lift off the accelerator once. That was incredible on soaking wet grass. But Zach Drummond, your championship leader, the first driver to win 4 in a row, takes the win in IAME Cadet. Is that a championship ceiling
victory for the Scotsman. He won the Cadet Honda title last year. Is the Cadet IAME title potentially within his grasp this year? Kit Malowski, a first British Championship podium in second. Noah Wolf, wow, that was a brave last lap from the GP plate holder. He finishes third. Ben Smith, 5 seconds back in fourth position. It's a fusion. 1, 2, 3, 4. Fifth is Jacob Ashcroft. Sixth is Morgan Moore. Seventh for Noah Baglin. Eighth, Daniel Sofronia. Ninth, Lewis Wera. He made such good progress in the opening few laps. I wonder if he simply just used up a bit too much of his tyres. But again, from 30th to 9th, that is a very good, and again, what we want to see, it's a good, aggressive, yet clean drive from Lewis Wera. Aston Sharp rounds out the top 10. That is the third Scotsman in the top 10. Then it is Will Murtaugh, Zach Green, Henry Domain, Riley Cranham. George Edgar finishes 15th, then Henry Carter. Timo Youngling is 17th, then Sky Parker and Daniel Kelleher, with Ethan Woodward rounding out the top 20 ahead of Finley Buck, Jesse Phillips, Archie Lovett, Jensen Graham, Kanish Grau, Cooper Sned and Harley Musk, Joseph Murphy, and sadly Harrison Mackie and Roman Kamyab failed to finish. I mean, that was just superb, Anthony.
Yeah, all the way to the end. I mean, the comment section on the live chat as well suggests many other people also agreed with that racing at the end.
Yep.
But yeah, that was how did all those three drivers finish in first, second, and third in a straight line?
Incredible. Yep. I mean, looking at the virtual championship positions now, Zach Drummond 813 points. This is before drop scores.
Yep.
Lewis Werrell 754 with 2 rounds to go. I don't know, but I mean, Zach Drummond, that's nothing is certain, but I mean, Zach Drummond has given himself a very healthy advantage heading into the final 2 rounds at PF International later on this year. Noah Wolf is up into third in the points table with 725 points. Henry Domain and George Edgar tied for fourth. Jacob Ashcroft, Dan Sofronia and Kit Bolofsky are the remaining top 8 drivers in that. There is a view of the paddock area as the drivers get out. Dear me, there's Henry Domain gives his Kart a bit of a kick. He finished 13th, Henry. Well, he did lose 8 positions, so one might surmise that he's a little bit upset. There's one Kart. There's right. Let's pick Andy Potter. Manhandling Kart and Ben Moore. Well, I mean, that's the Kart. One of the fusion karts going backwards. I think maybe Ben Smith realised he's not used to finishing in the top 4, so he drove back to where he normally drives, and then they went, no, we want to scrutineer that one. So Andy Potter, who was Lando Norris's mechanic in karting, just literally picks at the back end of the kart with one finger. Poor Ben Moore, the scrutineer, having to carry the front end there as Andy Potter, literally under his shoulder, takes the kart all the way back to the where the scrutineering area is. Those are the karts in the holding pen. They're not allowed to leave just yet until they're told to, so the drivers have got to stay there. Already one smart driver has got a fusion umbrella, and he stays dry, and one of his mates has decided, hello, I'm going to stand under there. There's Marion Fell, wife of circuit owner Malcolm Farr, Marion, who helps run the circuit, who owns the circuit. In the middle there, just having a look for certain race numbers. I want that kart. That one there. That one. Who belongs to that kart? Number 25. Number 25. Sky, where are you? Come to your kart, Sky. Sky, where are you? Come on. Don't run away. There we are. Here she comes. Now, who else is next? Right, you. I'm going to have let's point there now. Right, there you go. Now sit in your go-kart. No, we need you. What? Oh, I didn't do anything. I want to go there and stand and chat to my mechanic. Now, at the background there, on the far right hand of your screen,
you have got some of the Ollie Rowland Motorsport team. Now, it was Shane McFadden's birthday yesterday. We were having dinner in the hotel, and Shane and a deputation of Ollie Rowland Motorsport mechanics were heading out for a couple of celebratory beverages. I won't mention any names, however, I will mention the fact, because he disappeared from our paddock walk last night when he said he was going to, Colin Brown had a spectacular pink jumper on. It matched very well with his tan, which is a nice, I think they call it Oompa Loompa orange. And a very, very bright pink shirt. So there we go. But I mean, I mentioned no names otherwise. I did see them this morning. They were all in bed, tucked up, nice and early. Now, there's still Marion's still looking for some drivers in karts. Oh, she is pointing her. Now, where are you? Oh, that's Zach Green. Oh, yeah, okay. I'm going to sit down on my kart. And now the mechanics in the background. So the trolleys will be moved up to go and collect them. There is, you can see the number 6 plate car, the tall driver there, Lewis Werrell, with his clear wetsuit on. He is just moving his kart out now. What a drive for Lewis, those first few laps there, but I mean, he's got a mountain to overcome. And I have to say, Zach Drummond is showing no sign of having any right, there's Anthony Jordan, his nice orange top. Talking to Will Davis, and now it's obviously not raining because he's taking his jumper off, or either that or he's really vain. He doesn't want to be doing an interview on camera. Oh, look, he's a bit cold. He's regretting taking the orange top off. Will Davis from Motorsport UK has got the right idea with the black Motorsport UK coat and grey hoodie arrangement. And look at him. Look at the state of Anthony Jordan. Have you ever seen anything? Just man up, DJ. No, I'm only joking. I have to say that I've been doing this, and people that listen into the live stream, I've been commentating on karting for best part of 20 years now. Anthony, this is the first anniversary of him ever commentating on a proper kart race. So I'm extremely fond of the young lad and very proud of him. He's doing a fantastic job. He makes more sense than me most of the time, and he's a good laugh when we all make fun of him. He's like a good foil for our practical jokes. And the cameraman, with the camera, now the camera, you can see there, you can see the camera is very important. That is covered in plastic, so again, very important plastic. Unfortunately, Alpha have given the cameraman a hood to save him, because we know that the camera operatives are dispensable, but the cameras are not. So we're now looking just there at the end of the Cadet IAME race. The karts now filing out. Drummond, Belofsky, and Wolf. Now, I mean, of course, unfortunately, if we can't bring you the winners' videos when we do the presentation, then the presentation is not live streamed, but we do film the presentation, and we'll get the winners to get an interview with us there then, and we'll edit them onto the packages at the end of it. So you will hear from the winners at some point, but if not today, then it's going to be on the British Championship Facebook page. Look at that. But I mean, what we want to do, even though I've got to say, we knew the camera wasn't going to work. We just wanted to send Anthony out there in the rain to get cold and wet. You've got a comb over there with your hair. That's how wet it is. It's mild. Is it mildly moist and slightly chilly? Breathing heavily on the microphone. Oh dear.
It's suboptimal conditions out there.
It is. I mean, would you care to give us a full weather report? I mean, we were lucky enough to watch you out there.
Wet.
Okay. KZ2, dry or wet tyres?
Sorry, what?
KZ2, next race, dry or wet tyres?
Wet.
Okay. Mini X30, race afterwards, dry or wet tyres?
Wet.
Drive home on the M6 for 7 hours, dry or wet tyres?
Wet.
Lovely. Thank you very much. We'll be back very shortly. I'm going to go and have a drink. You're going to go and dry off.
Right, well, as Henry enjoys his beverage that I did get him for our 1 year anniversary talking to each other. He's almost finished it, I will say him that. KZ2 is coming up next, and, well, my goodness me, we saw a fantastic race from the KZ2s earlier on. I'm really hoping that we see some form of the same performance from them again in this final. let's have a look at some of the race results from KZ2. Now I do have them in front of me right here from the pre-final right now. James Glenister was disqualified in the pre-final for gaining an unfair advantage according to steward decision number 59. So he's going to be starting from the back of the field. Oh no, sorry, I completely lie when I say that. He got a 5-second time penalty for that one, I believe. So where is he starting from this one? Because they are making their way out to the circuit. Mr. Glenister is starting at the back of the field. So yes, I was correct first time. There we go.
Yeah, a DQ. A DQ. I'm not quite sure what for. So, well, according to the steward, gaining an unfair advantage, that would be punting someone, showing a screening non-compliance. Vehicle component ineligible. Okay, well, Ryan Cannon and Bradley Barrett are on row number 1. Alan Kenyon and Joe Charlton are on row number 2.
Tom Longfield and Josh Price on row 3 with Charlie Turner and Miles Murphy on row number 4.
Row 5, Ashley Lewis and Hannah Lang. Row 6, Lee Ward and Darren Allen.
And on the final row of the grid, James Glenister for Rush Performance. Like I say, with that DSQ from the pre-final, has got a lot of work ahead of him in this race.
Okay, championship implications. James Glenister has to count that score as his part of his championship round. That disqualification has handed the championship lead to Ryan Cannon with 486 points, Tom Longfield 474, and Alan Kenyon 466. So, now looking up, where is James Glenister? The number 4 kart is not out there. The championship leader is not out there. This is throwing the whole season wide open. Bradley Barrett in the 27. Cannon in the 2. Lights are out. We're off and racing. Turner on the grass at the start. Well, into turn 1. The question remains, Bradley Barrett, how much did he use from his wet tyres? He's made a great start. He was, oh no, kart spinning. Josh Price is one of them. Miles Murphy is one of them. He gets going, and there's the Demon Tweaks kart. Hannah Lang was another kart. Bradley Barrett and Ryan Cannon. And here's Joe Charlton. And on the outside is number 8, Alan Kenyon. How aggressive was Bradley Barrett on his wet tyres on a drying track earlier on, Anthony? Oh, my word! And that is a big crash. That's Alan Kenyon completely losing it, under braking and spearing into the rear bumper of a very, very lucky number 2 Ryan Cannon. Oh, that neck. His neck got jarred there. Wow. So, Glenister, a non-starter. Kenyon just getting out of the barriers. The championship has been blown wide open.
Well, my goodness me, we'll bring up the championship points as the race progresses, but here at the moment, Bradley Barrett leading the way in that 27, but look at that, Joe Charlton, the number 1 plate. He said he's had a terrible weekend. He's been so far off the pace. He said he's about 1.2 seconds off the pace he has been on this chassis, but look at that. He is persevering, he is putting it down, and he is getting the job done this weekend. Currently P3, Kenyon with a warning flag for that one as well.
I've got to say, when you have a little look, next time they come into Iredale's here, but it's like they put the handbrakes on these karts. Yeah, the fact they get them slowed down. Such a tight turning circle. I cannot imagine what has gone on with James Glenister, because he is literally, that is the championship leader, not even taking the start. I mean, oh dear, so something must have gone wrong with Glenister there for him to not even come out for the final.
That's a disaster there for that.
But look
one.
at Joe Charlton. Oh, Joe Charlton backwards. Oh, my word. Charlie Turner needs a medal. That is quick reaction driving there like you've never seen for Charlie Turner, because Joe Charlton was spearing backwards across the thing. Wow, that was inspiring. And that, I mean, we had that big crash at Mansell. We had that incident there. We were commenting on Ryan Cannon's neck. That could have been seriously bad there. I mean, all praise to Charlie Turner for avoiding that one. That was real. Oh dear. And I don't believe it. Look at the rear bumper of the number 2 kart, Ryan Cannon. So the driver that inherited the championship lead when James Glenister got excluded, he didn't go out, is now in trouble. It's himself. We're on lap number 3. Bradley Barrett, in his first year as a senior driver, as a KZ2 driver, is leading. Cannon, now that the officials are going to be looking very, very closely at that. Now, of course, It's dragging the ball. Turner in second place. Well, the two drivers that converted from Rotax to KZ2 at the end of 2020, Bradley Barrett and Charlie Turner, currently run first and second. And, you know, you wouldn't have expected that. You wouldn't have, because it takes a long time to really get used to the intricacies of KZ2 racing after spending a career in direct drive karting. Now, I have to say, the technical flag has not come out for Ryan Cannon just yet at all. So, you know, he is still there and in second place, and he's closing in on Bradley Barrett. At the moment, he leads this championship with 548 points. Here comes the recovering Joe Charlton. He's coming up on the back of Hannah Lang in 10th position. So Charlton is going to go back in 10th. Josh Price runs 9th. Miles Murphy runs 8th. Darren Allen is 2nd. Lee Ward is 6th. Ashley Lewis is 5th. Tom Longfield is 4th. Turner is 3rd. Cannon 2nd. And Barrett has the race lead.
Yep, so good stuff here all the way through this field. Dramatic start to the KZ2 final. Much more dramatic than I have to say the pre-final. The pre-final was dramatic for one reason. This has been dramatic for another reason.
I know what you're saying. I mean, I would say, you know, at the end of this programme, I would advise everybody to go and look back and try and find that incident where Turner spins backwards across the track. You're coming... Now, we call it Eau Rouge here, the first corner, because it is uphill, flat out, blind apex. Charlie Turner, even in the wet, is going uphill, turning. Let's have a look at that again, where Charlton loses it. There, he's coming uphill. There's Charlie Turner. Now he sees the kart. Now he's got to get a... And again, he's got the temerity to then avoid that barrier on the inside and shift down again.
And shift down again.
That is incredible kart control and reaction speeds. That's why these are real athletes. They're great work there from the camera crew and the producer there to get the replay. Bradley Barrett, though, 54.08, has the race lead, and here comes Josh Price, the number 28 kart, chasing Miles Murphy in the number 6, Darren Allen, the number 33, and Ashley Lewis, the number 9. Good drive so far from Lee Ward, the number 7, the Irishman. He's in 6th. Ashley Lewis is up into 5th position. Ashley Lewis having a storming drive. Ashley, considering he is 7th in the championship for Ash, the Rush Performance driver, he's having a great run. There he is, number 9. And he's chasing Tom Longfield in kart number 17.
Yeah, we'll have to keep a close eye on the gap on that one, because at the moment they're kind of in one big group, those three at the moment. There's the 7 and 33.
Yeah,
that is Lee Ward, yeah, Darren Allen and Miles Murphy that's just behind. They're in one big group as well as they go through. Josh Price looks like he's just pitted as well.
Oh
the
dear.
28, so that's a disaster.
So that, unfortunately, Josh Price, I mean, it looked like it was starting to come together for him yesterday in the first heat, where he drove very, very well. And look at it, getting the kart slowed down and stopped on a sixpence there. Here we go. Watch the number 7 kart of Lee Ward. Inside line, turning. It's almost like he puts the handbrake on, using the moisture of the circuit to get the back end just to step out enough, get that kart squared away. Down the straight we go. Here comes the 33 at the inside, and Lee Ward does leave Darren Allen room. Miles Murphy closing in, and this battle is going on 5 seconds behind Ash Lewis in 5th position. It's going on 5 seconds in front of Joe Charlton, who is in 9th.
Yes, indeed.
And Tom Longfield has moved to 3rd place. Okay, so I would, again, if you haven't seen the paddock show last night, when this racing is over, go back and have a watch of it. We have a long chat with Tom Longfield. Really engaging character. He says himself he's very lucky. He's got cerebral palsy. It's a mild form of cerebral palsy, but yet he doesn't, you know, it's not a disadvantage to him in this formula at all, in this sport at all. And he said that, you know, this is a sport where he can compete on an equal footing with, you know, anybody else, you know, able-bodied or not. And, you know, he's a real inspirational character, and he's on course for a podium finish here. He said he was 1.2 seconds off the pace because the tyres, the wet tyres, there was a bit of a disparity in the wet tyres, he was saying. But even so, he's now moved himself into a podium position, and with James Glenister not in this race, he is only 14 points behind championship leader Ryan Cannon.
Yeah, no, he is. They're just working their way through again, just in these tricky conditions. Again, it's just about getting that kart to the finish in this race, because that rain has just kept coming down. The track conditions are probably the worst they've been since, well, that first major downpour that we had at the beginning of the day. And again,
there's the number 9 kart. Ashley Lewis running a little bit wide.
Yeah, just working their way all the way through this one. And there you see Longfield just again, great kart control while he's out there and just really putting in his performance. He had a great run at Mansell. Again, when we spoke to him, he said, I think you cursed me.
He was on course.
He was on course for a win, wasn't he?
He hasn't had a win yet. He finished second eventually at Mansell. Last year, he came back into the championship and he got... he got a second place at Fulbeck and a second place here at Rowrah. So, I mean, overall, since the start of 2019, Longfield's got 3 runner-up finishes and a third place finish, you know, but yet he's the most, I hate this word, the winningest driver in KZ2, 3 wins overall, you know, Adam Gleer, Dan Kelly, Fabian Federer, and Ryan Cannon have all had 2. Joe Charlton, Scott Allen have had a win apiece. Bradley Barrett, are we about to see a new winner in the British KZ2 Championship? Number 27, the Sodi Vitesse entry of Bradley Barrett.
Well, we're about 5 minutes or 6 minutes away from finding out that question as we watch here. Ryan Cannon whizzed through the shot.
And I'll tell you something, Anthony. Ryan Cannon is going to be being very, very careful with that rear bumper sort of sagging a little bit. If he clips a curb, I don't know, obviously that rear bumper, the screws are bent or something like that, you know, that bumper is hanging on by a thread. I think it's safe to say. If he clips a curb or goes over a curb and unsettles that, and the bumper does drop, that's his race over, that's him out of the championship lead.
Yeah, you know, exactly that.
I have to say also, it's getting very, very, very wet out there. We've got the Mini X30 drivers to go down these KZ2 karts. I mean, we talked about the Senior X30 race being on slick tyres in the rain. These KZ2 karts are terrifying in these types of conditions. Absolutely terrifying.
They're terrifying in the dry, let alone the wet.
They're terrifying in the dry, but they've got a fair amount of grip in the dry.
Well, that's very true.
You know, and they're even scarier when there's very little grip.
Yes, no, that's very true. They just remind me of like I say, because I've ridden motorbikes in my life, and I like riding motorbikes. I'm a big motorbike fan. And riding a motorbike in the dry is very good fun. You've got lots of traction, you've got lots of grip. But then once you bring it into the wet, it's always just that little... You don't want to
when you ride a motorbike in the wet is they stop giving you life insurance.
Yeah. I did ask once an insurance provider, why is bike insurance so much cheaper than car insurance? She gave me a very blunt answer.
What, because you don't last as long?
Well, yeah, usually the riders doesn't stick around to claim the insurance. So she was very blunt to me. So I was just like, right, okay,
now, battle is on for the race lead. Ryan Cannon, and you can see that. I mean, look at that. It's on as he sits in the car. It's the right rear part of the bumper is hanging on by a thread, and out of the first chicane, Bradley Barrett is under pressure. Now, in the first race, the pre-final, the situation was reversed. It was Bradley Barrett attacking Ryan Cannon. Now, it's situation, but of course, in that first race, Bradley Barrett was much more aggressive on his rain tyres than Ryan Cannon was. So I would say that Cannon has probably got better tyres than Barrett at this point. 3.5 minutes to go. We're on lap number 13. Cannon is starting to work over Bradley Barrett. Cannon far more experienced than Barrett, and he was getting plenty of love earlier on the chat was the Scotsman Ryan Cannon. As we work into Paddock Bend, this is going to be close, Anthony.
This is going to be very close. And again, Cannon's just got to watch out for any curbs that are going to be on that right-hand side as he goes through, because that barrier or that bumper is down on the right-hand side. Like I say, if he clips one of those apex curbs, it will just be an absolute kind of mess in that one. So as they go through, you know, it's just you've got to be super careful, super in line as they go through. Again, they're under braking. Cannon just staying behind, focusing, watching what he can do. He has lost a bit of time there to Barrett, but there is still 2.5 minutes to go. Oh, watch out for those curves on the left-hand side. Or the right-hand side, I should say. Get my left and right's right. There we go, down the hill again into St. John's. Line astern. Great car control for both of these drivers as they go through. Again, just clipping those curbs on the inside. Oh, is that Longfield?
Oh, it is Longfield stepping aside. And Tom Longfield there at behind the marshal post. Now, trying to find where's the go-kart gone?
There
it is. Ah, right. So it's a long way. Oh, so that's failed coming out of the first hairpin. Wow. The drama just keeps on coming because that was Tom Longfield out of second place in the championship. Oh, my word. Now this is going to open the door. Do you know it's going to open the door for Alan Kenyon? Oh, Hannah Lang now retires. I mean, Alan Kenyon.
Oh, that's the 33 gone as well. That's Darren Allen.
As the late
he's not going again.
Murray Walker said, the mice are getting into the machinery.
Yeah.
And we've still got a battle for the lead. There's Hannah Lang's car at the side of the circuit. I mean, Alan Kenyon, driver number 8, currently running in 8th position. He's lost a few places this race, but he is poised to move into second place in the championship. And I tell you what, Ryan Cannon's lead in the championship has grown suddenly. It's gone up to 22 points. Can his rear bumper hold on? Because if Cannon's bumper falls off, then he'll have to come in, and that's going to open up another complete can of worms. This KZ2 title, it doesn't know where it's going.
It doesn't. And is that the 61 Charlie Turner catching up on these two as well?
It's a lapped kart there in third place. But Charlie Turner's 5 seconds behind. Charlie Turner's 5 seconds behind this lot. But I tell you what, Barrett is going to start slowing the pace down. Last time, I mean, we're into the final second, but I mean, it was a 55.7 and 55.8 for Barrett last time. Turner going around in a 55.4. The fastest driver is Turner's Rush Performance teammate, Ashley Lewis, 54.82. Oh! Barrett and Cannon side by side.
Oh, Cannon tried to go the long way round, and is he going to do it? No, he can't. Slots back in again. Barrett holding on to that inside line. Oh, and I have to say, my hat's off to Ryan Cannon there for the boldness of that move around the outside of Paddock Bend. It didn't work, but I have to say, what an attempt it was. 5 seconds left on the board. Last lap board will be out this time for KZ2. Side by side for the lead. Who's going to be the later of the two breakers? Oh, I tell you what, I think they were absolutely side by side for that one, but Barrett holding on to it.
I mean, Bradley Barrett's now going to defend this as though he was driving a direct drive kart.
Yeah.
Which it's a far different style that you defend in a KZ2. It's going to frustrate Ryan Cannon, but I mean, Bradley Barrett is going to he's going to position his kart and he's going to drive these last couple of corners, the last lap, as if he was driving a direct drive kart, which is not what Ryan Cannon would expect against a normal experienced gearbox driver. But to be fair, it's the only way Bradley Barrett knows how to drive in this situation, trying to win a race. He's never been in a position to win a KZ2 race before, but this is it. So again, we're going to park it on the apex. We're going to go up there. I mean, Cannon is going to try and go around the outside, and Ben Barrett is going to squeeze him. Barrett is going to squeeze him a lot, like he was in, like you would see an X30 or something like that. Up the hill we go. Barrett checking over his shoulder as if he was a cadet looking over his shoulder. Now, Cannon, can he get this corner squared off? The answer is no, he can't. I think that's his last chance, maybe gone. Cannon checks over his shoulder. Barrett defends, half a lap to go. Who's going to take the win, Anthony?
Oh, very late on the brakes there from Cannon. He tried to take the long way round and get the switchback, but it didn't work out once again because, like you say, Barrett's just driving that kart like a direct drive. He's just parking it on the apex all the way around. Only one more corner to go. This is where Cannon tried to go the long way round. He couldn't do it this time. There is no chance of doing it this time, and it's going to be Bradley Barrett with his first race win in KZ2 in the British Kart Championships across the line from Cannon.
It's a first win for Barrett. It's a first win for Sodi Vitesse. It's another podium for new championship leader Ryan Cannon, and it's another podium for Charlie Turner. Yesterday, Tom Longfield said he couldn't understand why don't more direct drive drivers convert to KZ2. That question is more pertinent than ever. Why don't you? Because if you do and you work hard at it, you can win. Like Barrett, like Turner. You don't have to spend 10 years in the gearbox kart to learn how to win one of these things. You could do it in your first year if you're good enough, if you work hard enough, and it's happened there. Barrett, Cannon and Turner. Ashley Lewis, a fantastic season's best result for Ashley Lewis in 4th place for Rush Performance. Joe Charlton, he salvages 5th position, and he's less than 50 points behind. He's less than 50 points behind championship leader Ryan Cannon going into the final round of the season after everything that has happened then after everything, there is Tom Longfield there. Congratulate. Oh, I think that he's saying, can you push me back? So there's Tom Longfield, and again, you can see, the driver, well done. It's good sportsmanship there.
Good stuff there.
To say, oh, thanks, just give us a push, there we go. And, Joe Charlton, to end, after the season he's had, to enter the final round, less than 50 points off the championship lead, he would have bitten your arm off for that. Lee Ward finishes 6th. 7th for Miles Murphy. 8th for Alan Kenyon. Darren Allen 9th. And sadly, Hannah Lang, Tom Longfield, Josh Bryce, James Glenister. Well, it's not quite Mansell and Mansell giving Senna a lift back at Silverstone in the British Grand Prix. Right. But in karting terms, that is one champion to another helping to the back.
Don't get a nose cone penalty.
oh, you cynical cynic, you, Mr. Jordan.
Well, excellent stuff from KZ2. They're making their way back out onto the into the pit lane now. Well, as the rain comes down, the clouds come over the circuit. You know those hills you were talking about earlier? They're gone.
Oh, yeah. We did that bit while you were out there getting cold
and wet.
And wet. Yeah,
excellent.
We did that after the. Now, we'll have to wait and see. There's some results coming through.
I'll pass those over to you.
Thank you, Ian Rogers. Now,
the wind.
The question is, here's...
Well, you know it's getting bad when Chris Walker, kartpicks.net, comes into the commentary box and not outside taking pictures.
Yes, well, there's not a lot to take pictures of at the moment, apart from,
dust.
I mean, looking at that, the Bambino result, Austin Newstead, Colby Patterson and Otis Cleary. In Junior X30... Okay, Harry Burgoyne Jr., Oliver Stewart, Dan Ginchard, your top 3. None of the top 5 or 6 had nose cone penalties. So that is as we saw. Senior X30, 5-second nose cone penalty for Caden McQueen. That drops him to 6. But Thomas Turner, Gus Lawrence, Harry Platten, your top 3. Thomas Fleming 4th, Brad Pennell 5th. Luckily, that 5-second penalty only cost Caden McQueen 1 position. So those are the results that we've had through so far. Mini X30 is going to be up next, the final race of the day. I mean...
Do you reckon it slicks?
Yeah, well, if you're a penguin, it slicks, yeah.
Yeah.
But, that is a horrible... And what they're going to be worried about is... now there are no carts going round the circuit. The water will sit on the track surface that little bit quicker, and looking on the start-finish straight, where you can see on the right-hand side of your screen there's like an access road, and then there's a very dark patches. That is where the water congregates, and you can almost see it starting to seep across the road there. On the right-hand side, right by the white line, that's where the standing water is. The longer that's there, you can see that puddle getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And that is what we are concerned about.
The viewers at home can't see where you're pointing on the screen, by the way.
No, but I've given them a visual guide saying on the right-hand side of the screen by the white line, Anthony. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I'm pointing, yeah. Should we tell you what, while we discuss how I'm pointing at the commentary box and helping the viewer, we'll play an advert from our sponsors, Wera Tools, perhaps.
Well, it's quite a standard team that we always use. It's normally the club officials that supply the main scrutineers, and then myself, normally here as commissioner, and then having another scrutineer who's doing the eligibility to be the chief of the championship. So we're always in, it's always the same people that are there, so there's not a lot to actually arrange on that side of it. Equipment side of it, you need to make sure obviously you've got everything that you need for that particular class, especially when there's multiple types of classes being raced at a particular meeting. There's a lot of things that come back to us from obviously teams grumbling, and you have to be careful you don't just take the teams grumbling as being a way of them hiding things that they might be trying on as well. There's a different things. A bit of a smoke screen comes out from it, and really nothing's happening out there, but they're just trying to push you to look at other people all the time. So you have to be careful of that one. But at the same time, there's a lot of things that come back to us about little Johnny's doing this, and you need just to look into it to make sure that they are either false or if they are correct. And if they're correct, then obviously you have to find a way of pouncing on it and stopping the problem when before it gets out of hand, really. I think a lot of that, the respect and everything that you spoke about, is something you have to earn over all the years that you've been doing it. A lot of the mechanics nowadays, I've probably known them since they're 8 years old. It's a little bit of a worry sometimes because we're all getting older. But you've earned that respect out of them over the years, and you have to have a little bit of fun with them as well, because it's no good jumping all the time, because nobody likes that. You have to make it a nice atmosphere to be in. When they come into scrutineering, you have to make sure that they know they're coming somewhere where you're not going to just, oh, we've got to go and see him again, and you don't want that attitude. So yeah, as long as you've worked with them over the years, you've got a bit of a rapport with them, and they're quite happy then to be in here. They have a laugh and a joke with you as well. You take it on the chin as well, when they take the mickey out of you. And it's nice, they know that they can talk to you as an individual and not as a official. And I think that's where the main part is, that we're all human and we all have to work together. And as long as you're fair with them, they'll always be fair with you. No, it's not. It's very easy, that one is, I'm afraid. You've hit the nail on the head. Successful meeting is when everybody goes away having enjoyed themselves, all raced on a level playing field, and nobody's been found to be either underweight or done anything that's incorrect. And that's a successful meeting.
Zach Drummond, our driver of the day from Lark Hall. Well done. That's a lovely trophy that you're holding in your hand, and a brand new toolbox for, I suspect, Dad, who's going to be using that one. How do you feel?
I'm so delighted that I got it out of this competition. Who were there? Some amazing drivers like Oliver Stewart. He was nominated for it. He was quite a good driver. He won both finals as well, so it's quite an achievement for me.
Well, again, from yourself, it was a home circuit as well, so you don't live that far away from the track, and you showed a great performance. You had a tough old day, though, fighting with Wera as well. It's close in the championship, but from our point of view, it's a great result for yourself.
Yeah, it was really good how I won both finals, but I did have to work quite hard for them. Yeah, he's a good driver. We have a good fight, and yeah, just battle away for the win and see who wins.
Now, talk us about that one finish, because you were side by side with Noah Wolf across the line, and there was absolutely nothing between it. Photo finish, an absolutely fantastic race. That was very close to the wire, wasn't it?
Yeah, there was one opportunity left, and I know I would have to go for the switchback. So I tried it, and I just got it in the line. So very delighted that I got the win.
Anyone you'd like to thank for that weekend?
My mum, my dad, visitors for coming, the team, the sponsors, and that's about it.
Excellent. Well, Zach Drummond, our driver of the day from Lark Hall, for the Wera Tools British Kart Championship. Very well done.
Thank you.
Well, that was the hearing from Zach Drummond, the driver of the day from Lark Hall. The final race of the day, race number 25, Mini X30, is on its parade lap now. Macaulay Bishop and Leo Robinson share row number 1. Wesley Swain and Cameron Pratt-Thompson are on row number 2. Lewis Bird and Joey Brown share row 3 out of Jack Hobson and Tommy Harfield. Then on row 5, Taylor Orridge, the red-headed Rocket, and Henry Jocelyn, followed by Thomas Behrman and Eden Spanswick. Oh dear, that's the number 19 kart of Jack Cunningham, who should have been starting on row number 9. Charlie Morrison Jones and Brandon Truman on row 7. Mason Rudman and Isaac Phelps row 8. Then it's Jack Cunningham, and Aston Wiggins is going to be all on his own on row number 9. It is pouring with rain, Anthony. We have 15 minutes. The track is soaking wet. Can these Mini X30 drivers sink or swim?
Well, let's find out as they get lined up. Can the number 19 of Jack Cunningham get back onto the back of this field before that race gets underway? It would be nice to see so. They are fairly spread out. Look like the front two pounced quite early. Something tells me they could be going round again, but let's find out as they come out of the final corner into the tram lines. Is it going to be a green flag start? No, it isn't.
No, it isn't.
I did not think it would be.
Now look at that spray. The visibility then is terrible. So we're going to hold your breath through the, and this isn't a bad thing. This is giving the drivers another chance to get the karts round and just displace some of the water that's beginning to pool over the circuit. Okay, championship situation. Leo Robinson has won 3 out of the 4 rounds so far. Led this weekend, coming in with 639 points. Macaulay Bishop, but he's moved up to 763. Macaulay Bishop has won the one round, but has scored maximum points in the heats and the pre-final, and he is now up in the second, 749 points. That is very, very tight indeed. The game is not over yet at all. Yes, there's the number 19 kart, Jack Cunningham, back in the race. Wesley Swain, Jack Hobson and Henry Jocelyn are really fighting over third in the point standings. It's a head-to-head between the 2 plate of Robinson and the 68 of Bishop. They're both getting plenty of support on our chat. Who is going to win?
Did Bishop use too much tyres in the pre-final earlier on? Let's find out.
Yes, because that was on wet tyres and Bishop won by a long way. Was he using it too? And look at Wesley Swain up the inside of his teammate Robinson to take P2. Bishop leads out of the first hairpin, out of the first chicane, and down towards the first hairpin. That was Tommy Harfield in kart 24 getting sideways and aquaplaning. Great kart control from these Mini X30 drivers. 12, 13, 14 years old. Bishop leads, and where's Swain up into Peter? They're 4 wide behind. Now, Robinson in third. He has got to first of all get past his teammate Wesley Swain, and then he can set off after Macaulay Bishop. Bishop has got 2 Team Pullman Racing teammates in the form of Cameron Pratt-Thompson and Lewis Bird in 4th and 5th position. Then it is the KR Sport, number 24 of Tommy Harfield, and you can see the very distinctive number 74 of ST Racing's Joey Brown going through as well. But it's Bishop in the number 68 kart leading at the end of lap number 1.
Yeah, great start then. They cross the line. Bishop from Swain, Robinson, I should say, Pratt-Thompson, Bird, Harfield, then it's Hobson, Brown, Orridge, Spanswick, Morrison, Jones, Behrman, Cunningham, then it's Wiggins, Jocelyn, Phelps, Truman and Rudman round out all 18 karts still running in this race. There you go, you can just see there Bishop pulling away a slight gap at the moment, but Swain there, the number 8 in second place. Robinson fighting in third. There's Pratt-Thompson coming through as well, the 33, as the rest of the field comes through, taking a very wide line into the Iredale's hairpin. Down the inside, looks. Leo Robinson can't quite do it, and Charlie Morrison Jones with a 5-second time penalty. The weekend not looking good for the Jade Racing team in Mini X30.
Now, Wesley Swain, who was having a chat with his dad there. So look at the, now you look, oh, wait there, there's Robinson up the inside of his teammate. I was going to say, if you have a close look at the number 8 kart, where Swain, he's pint-sized. The pedal extensions on the number 8, look how far back his pedals are. That's how small and you know, sort of diminutive he is. So he's battling against older and much bigger drivers in this. You know, you can just see how far back the pedal is. Oh, and that great kart control there. Thomas Behrman getting a warning flag. So Robinson, last year's runner-up, won 3 out of the 4 rounds so far this year. Sets off after the number 68 of Macaulay Bishop. Bishop has just set a new fastest lap, 60.34 seconds. The gap back to Robinson is 1.65.
Well, that gap has opened up a lot. It doesn't look like 1.65 as they're going into the hairpin there. It looks a lot less than that. We'll have to see when they next cross a timing beam. That may just be the concertina effect that's giving me the heebie-jeebies there. But as they go through St. John's again, there, the gap you can see on your screen. It is opening up, but we'll have to find out. There's Hobson right behind Spanswick now as they go through. Line astern, Hobson down the inside.
Good choice, Hobson.
Yeah, nice move there. Getting in front, moving up the order. Now he's got a bit of clean air, can try and close that gap up to Wesley Swain in 3rd place in that number 8 Fusion Motorsport kart. But as they go through, 11.5 minutes to go, plus that one additional lap. Oh, side by side there. That was the 74, wasn't it? Joey Brown.
That was Joey Brown and Jack Cunningham having a territorial dispute.
Yes,
going through the first chicane.
Very good way of putting it. It was very
fastest lap. Leo Robinson, 59.83. The gap down to 1.2 seconds. Bishop is not going to have everything all his own way. Robinson is closing in. Robinson knows a win here could really, really send him a long way towards the title. But if he gives up points, any more points this weekend to Bishop, it's going to be Bishop who ends up with the momentum heading into the final doubleheader round of PFI.
With how they are right now, the championship points only separates them by 11.
Yep, 11 points. That's before drop scores, obviously, but I mean, still very, very tight. Now, great stuff. Robinson set the fast lap on lap number 3. On lap number 4, Bishop set a new fast lap, 59.76, plays 59.87. 1.3 seconds is your lead. And I got to say, Jack Hobson, the MLC Motorsport team, they are putting on a show here as well. Hobson closing in on Swain. Now, I want to clarify that I did use the pun, never the Swain shall meet, in the pre-final. So I believe there was a bet going on that I would say it or not. I want to clarify, just not the job involving me, might I add. But just in case anyone was going to have an argument there. But I did use the pun earlier on.
Jack Hobson had a good finish in his pre-final earlier on. Finished 7th place overall, up 4 places from his original starting spot of 11th. So, you know, he's had a good running so far. And seeing him here now in 4th place again, just closing in though. You can see he's really caught up to the back there of Wesley Swain as they go through. Expect an overtake maybe in the next couple of laps. We'll just have to keep an eye on it. But Hobson is on a charge here.
Through the first game, this is the battle of a 3rd place. Final podium position. There's the battle for 5th place between the number 33 of Pratt Thompson and the number 10 of Lewis Bird. Now further back, Tommy Harfield runs 7th, Taylor Orange runs 8th. There's the new fast lap for Leo Robinson, 59.6 here, the gap down to 1.1 seconds now between 1st and 2nd. A little bit further back, Harfield 7th, Orange is 8th, Spanswick is 9th, then it's Cunningham recovering at the 10th, Jocelyn is 11th, Morrison Jones 12th, Joey Brown 13th, Isaac Phelps 14th, then it's Thomas Behrman, Ashton Wiggins, Mason Rudman and Brandon Truman. All 18 starters still running. On lap number 6, 9.25 minutes to go. Torrential rain, horrific conditions. But the Mini X30 drivers are putting on an absolute driving clinic here at the moment. They splash out of Sunny Bend up towards Paddock. This is Swain in the number 8 kart. Hobson, number 6, fighting over the final podium position. But up at the front, it's now gained back on. Bishop takes a new fastest lap, 59.57. These are like two heavyweight boxers slugging it out, one after the other at the front. And here's the battle of a 3rd. Oh, Hobson almost slithering into braking. Great stuff, Anthony.
Yeah, good stuff from these two again. Yeah, Hobson's he's got the pace, he's got the waft, and now he just needs to get past. Here we go. 8.5 minutes to go, plus that one additional lap out of the Iredale's hairpin. Again, it looked like Swain, actually. I think he's noticed Hobson now, and I think he pulled the pin slightly there because he came out of that corner like a rocket, he did, and has opened up quite a bit of a gap now, I will say.
Yeah.
As they come down the hill now into the braking zone.
And I'm just looking there. So last time around, Wes Swain put in his personal best lap, a 60.32 second lap. Jack Hobson, his best lap is a 60.08. They are, and look at that, this time around, we're not watching the battle of the front, but now Robinson goes fastest, 59.44 seconds. It's like lap after lap. Every time Bishop asks a question,
Robinson answers, and as though Bishop can sense that Robinson's gained, he then responds. This is great stuff, and I've got to say that the number 2 kart of Leo Robinson, he is now 4.5, nearly 5 seconds in front of everyone else. Yeah, Bishop checking over his shoulder. He pushes. These are 2 fantastic drivers, and they are absolutely butchering the rest of this field. They're over 5 seconds up the road. We're only halfway through. They're trading fastest lap after fastest lap after fastest lap, and they are half a second, easily a lap quicker than everybody else in these conditions.
Yeah, they've opened up a gap of 5.2 seconds to Wesley Swain, but now this battle, it was 1.4 seconds. It's now less than a second between Bishop and Robinson. They've been battling head and toe all the way through this season, and this season is far from over. Like I said, there's 11 points in it before drop scores as it stands at the moment. With Robinson, if he can get in front of Bishop, it extends that lead once more. So we have to keep an eye on it. So close to the edge of the circuit.
Same lines, with they're absolutely teetering on the edge of adhesion. Bishop checks over his shoulder again. Well, this time, look at that purple first sector for Bishop. Robinson's best lap, a 59.44. Bishop's best lap, a 59.57. Nobody else in this race has gone under a minute. They're dominating. They're putting an absolute clinic on. Bishop is quicker this lap than Robinson, but only by a touch. The gap is 0.8 of a second. And again, if one of these drivers puts a wheel wrong, it's game over, because there's 59.43 for Bishop. Robinson, a 59.7. So far, they've done 8 racing laps.
Yeah.
Each of their 8 laps are quicker than anybody else's best lap. This is absolutely superb. This is why they've got so much support coming in on the thing. Paulman has taken Macaulay Bishop under his wing and has given him a place in the team, whereas traditionally he was always just a privateer driver. They ran as a family, and he won last year's Cadet IAME Championship in the most emotional, dramatic way possible. Leo Robinson, he came through Bambino. He's been picked up by the Algerian Karting Federation, this Anglo-Algerian driver, and they know they've got a superstar on their hands. They put him into the representing Algeria in the CIK Karting Academy. He's a star. They know he's a star. You are looking at 2 sensationally talented drivers who've got a huge future in this sport, and they are now 7 seconds in front of everybody else, and still, a 59.8 for Bishop, a 59.4 for Robinson. The gap is down to less than a second again, and still none of the other drivers have even got close to their slowest lap so far. This is superb.
Yeah, they've just been putting in fastest lap over fastest lap as well. It's just absolutely fantastic racing between these two. That's the closest they've been all race long. It's only 0.6 of a second is the gap again. Bishop looking over the shoulder. Every time he exits out of the Iredale's hairpin, you got to focus. You got to look in front. That's where you're going. Don't focus on what's coming up behind you, because that's where the mistakes start coming in. But don't expect mistakes, because these 2 drivers...
Oh, over the curb there, Bishop, sorry.
No, absolutely fantastic 2 drivers here. Here's a look further back. There's Hobson and Swain. Hobson's got back in front of Swain as well. Swain fighting back there as well as they go through. They're having a fantastic scrap. This is a scrap for 3rd place as well. Back at the front, though, another one of the big moves as well, because Taylor Orridge is moving up the order. He's up into P8 at the moment as well. He's had a good old race.
I tell you what, I think Bishop, when we talk about was Macaulay Bishop using too much of his tyres in the pre-final, I think you may have been right, because he's just done his slowest lap so far, a 60 dead, and Robinson is there. Robinson at 59.66. This is lap 12. We've got 3.5 minutes to go, and there's Robinson, the crossover move. Bishop's going to get the run. Smart move. But now we saw Bishop. Bishop started using more curb than Robinson. That means that he needs to use the curb to get the car. Oh, he's run wide. Robinson's got the lead. Bishop, a crack in the armoury. Robinson capitalises. Great stuff. They're 10 seconds clear of everybody else. Oh, now Bishop's got to fight back. So for 10 laps, Robinson asked and Bishop responded. Now Robinson is through. Bishop has got to respond. How much? There he goes to the inside, to the inside, to the inside. Side by side as they come across the line. Wheel to wheel. Bishop's got the inside line. Has he got the grip through the first hairpin? Bishop back in the lead.
3 minutes to go, Anthony.
My goodness me, these two Titans are absolutely nose to tail all the way round. You can't put a
Crossover.
fault. Look at that move there.
What a move from Robinson. I think I've blown a gasket.
Oh, goodness me. Calm down, Henry. Calm down, Henry.
He's gone on the outside. Bishop's gone around the outside. Oh,
get ready for that switchback again, but he can't do it. Can't do it this time. So he tried to replicate that. Robinson learned from that. Oh, again, look at that switch over again. He expected that move to come back, but no, he dives it back down the inside again. But again, look at that. Robinson positions that kart beautifully to defend from that attack there as they go out of the Stuart S's down in towards St. John's again, clouting that curb. Look at that. Bishop taking more curb than Robinson. Yeah. Oh, Robinson a little wide there as they exit out. This could allow Bishop to go down the inside here. Bishop ready for the switch over. Hooks it on the outside now. Feeds the power in. Robinson holds that inside line, defending, but Bishop comes down the inside. Oh, he tried to do it, couldn't quite. Slots back in. This race is far from over. Less than 2 minutes plus that one lap. Again, Robinson defensive, sideways under braking. Oh my goodness me, you can't put anything between these two drivers.
Absolutely superb from both drivers. And you look at those karts, there is not a, Robinson showed Bishop the outside line there. Well, to be fair, hey, Macaulay Bishop put himself on the outside. Leo Robinson had absolutely every right to do that there. I was going to say, there is not a scuff mark on either of those two karts. They have been wheel to wheel and they have not laid a finger on each other. And I think Bishop trying to go around the outside, and that was very smart from Leo Robinson. Now, 1 minute to go. The gap is on. Robinson can calm down. I have to say, as that race progressed, it looked as though Robinson's kart was in a better shape, better set. The tyres were looking better than Bishop. Bishop having to use those curbs, he was having to force the issue a little bit more, and the more you have to force the issue, that means that they're struggling. Now what can Bishop do? I think that Leo Robinson has done enough, but that was the most breathtaking couple of laps that we've seen. Sometimes, you know, these kart races are so good and there's 10 drivers battling for the lead, and sometimes all you need is 2 drivers on an equal. And you can see Macaulay shaking his head, but again, you know, there was nothing wrong with what Leo did there. Here they come. You can see as they come up this way. Now Bishop's on the outside. Leo Robinson, they're side by side. They're wheel to wheel. It's in the rain, and again they just Leo hey. That's all you got to do. That's the line they were taking, and I'll guarantee you, if Macaulay Bishop was the one on the inside line there, and it was Robinson on the outside, it would have been Macaulay Bishop easing Leo towards the ground there. So no complaints there. That was just fantastic, smart stuff as we start the final lap.
Yep, final lap board is out then for these two drivers. Like you say, they've cleared a gap. We saw it in the pre-final. Bishop pulled away from the main pack. Robinson didn't. Robinson maintaining those tyres in those drying conditions, expecting the rain to come later on. It did come, and that has just allowed Robinson to have that extra. Oh, do you know what? I thought that pack was stepping out of the.
Yep. But he's still got one heavy braking zone there.
Yeah, he does.
So effectively, Leo Robinson sacrificed a bid for victory in the pre-final by sitting 3 seconds behind Macaulay Bishop to make sure that it's to gamble on the rain coming again to make sure he had better rubber for this race, and it's worked for him. Into Sunny Bend. What a race, Anthony Jordan. Final corner, final lap, final race of the day.
Excellent stuff from both of these drivers. You cannot fault either of them. A fantastic running, but this driver, number 2, Leo Robinson, across the line, wins Mini X30 final here at Rowrah for the Wera Tools British Kart Championship. Bishop, a fantastic race, crosses the line in second. Hobson crosses the line in third, some 7 seconds further down the road from Wesley Swain, Lewis Bird, Cameron Pratt-Thompson, Tommy Harfield, Henry Jocelyn, Taylor Orridge crosses in 9th with Eden Spanswick rounding out the top 10.
Well, that is 4 wins out of 5 this year for Leo Robinson, but in the championship, Macaulay Bishop is still only 17 points behind. Such has been the consistency of both the two front runners. Nobody can breathe easy. Again, what a fantastic final. Bishop is going to feel aggrieved, but he's got no reason to. That was just great racing from Robinson and Bishop. And they have to say, look at that, you know, the comments coming in, both of them, you know, both you're saying about how talented these two drivers are. You've just seen brilliant. And They beat Jack Hobson by 9.4 seconds. Everybody else was 12 plus seconds back. And the rest of the field are no slouches. The rest of the field are some of the best in Britain. But again, that is just two drivers, and sometimes you get that when you've got your main rival, you go into a zone. It's almost like an out-of-body experience. You just go to places that you never thought you could go to, and you push harder, you dig deeper, the pace comes, and eventually you find yourself, and you're in a whole separate race. Well done, both drivers.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. What a way to end a weekend.
Yep, I mean, 10 minutes before that race, we're sitting here, we're playing some adverts, we're playing some interviews, and we're thinking, is the final race going to go out? Because that puddle is looking a bit big, and they're going to have to slow things down. Well, luckily, somehow, the weather gods managed to smile and allowed us to bring you that race, ladies and gentlemen. What a finish. And breathe. There we go. Well, what can we say? We are not going to be going to interview the winners at the end of this one. The presentation will be live. It will not be live streamed. It will be recorded. The winners will get their interviews there. As you come later on, when the Alpha Live put out the finals, then you will see the edited versions of the presentations with the winners' interviews as well, which you can all see. I think it's about time we say it's about time we say just a big thank you to everyone for joining us. Well, firstly, everyone at Cumbria Kart Club and the Rowrah circuit for putting this on. Most importantly of all, the marshalling team. You know, so a big thank you to everyone in the paddock for respecting the minute silence there, the marshals. Without the boys and girls in orange, none of you would go racing. A big thank you to Wera Tools and Demon Tweaks and all the other sponsors. A big thank you to all of you that have commented in and watched back home. Wherever you are in the world and wherever you are supporting, it's always great to have your input, whether we're doing it right, whether we're doing it wrong. It's just great to have you on board with us. The paddock show, I think, providing that we get through legal and they allow my face on TV, it will be back for the next round at Wilton Mill.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, and just a fantastic day all round.
Yeah, it has been fantastic.
Slap you again with a cable tie.
Ow! You've done that 3 times. You really. Yeah, the first one left a mark. But yeah, no. No. Do you know what? We get ruined after that.
Rise above it.
Yeah, no, it's been an absolutely fantastic. A huge congratulations to all the drivers. Again, these conditions have been suboptimal. They have just been absolutely drowning. Everyone looks like a drowned rat out there. It's not fun when these conditions are like this, but it just shows that even in these conditions,
come rain or shine,
they will race. They will come
through with the goods.
Yes, with the goods.
Well, so on behalf of everyone here at the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championship, this has been an Alpha Live production of the British Kart Championship. We will see you next time at the end of the month at Wilton Mill. Ta-da.
Your sadness in this bowl till you feel minor changes in your body.